Chapter 307. On the 16th of February, the atmosphere in Chang'an became increasingly tense. Especially in the temples, and monasteries, the number of people offering incense increased. Most of them wished for a smooth examination. Even the number of fortune-telling stalls increased. Everyone asked for divination sticks and added oil to the lamps. It was said that in the temple, the big families brought their children for this year's examination. They bought a lot of incense and enjoyed the luxury of silk being transported in carriages. Steward Songda also set off with 42 students. Carriages of freshly steamed dumplings, dried biscuits, fried noodles, and pickled vegetables. The carriages in the convoy came one after another. It was still a spectacular sight. At the city gate, they first sent the non-commissioned officer dumplings and the soy sauce, vinegar, garlic, and sesame oil dipping sauce. Then, they went straight to the Grief Field Square in the west of the city. The examination was coming. Tomorrow, they had to stay at home, take a bath, and have a good rest. Today was the last day they could move around. Others went to the temples and monasteries. Li Yi asked the students to send food to the people in the Grief Field Square. The students understood what Li Yi meant. When they became officials in the future, they should not think about begging for this and that all day long. The people were the most important. If the people under your rule did not have a good life, the gods and Buddhas would not be able to protect you. The students believed because they knew that now Li Yi had gathered all the people in Zhuangzi, the imperial plantation, the Zhang family village, and the migrant workers area. They could directly charge into the palace to impeach him. Civil officials above the 5th rank were qualified to enter the imperial court. With a real book of 10,000 people, whoever was impeached would have to take leave and evade. The will of the people was unstoppable. If they were annoyed, they could gather everyone to stand at the city gate outside the city. Regardless of whether Li Yi would be unlucky in the end, the impeached person would be taken down first. This was the power of the people. How did it come about? Of course, it was to give them a good life. The people in the Grief Field Square were living a much better life now. They had work to do and had more income. The food provided by the yamen was not bad. It could fill the stomach, but there was no meat or vegetables. The wild vegetables could not be dug up. The people from the Imperial Medical Department came to see a doctor. In fact, it was the doctors who brought their students here to practice and deliver medicine. Some people were sick and could not be cured. They could only be alleviated. There were also blind, deaf, and children without anyone to take care of them. Those who were able to work but had no place to stay and were temporarily staying at Grief Field Square were also given some money to work. It was impossible for the yamen to sell meat to them. If they did, more people would squeeze in and pretend to be sick. The rice they ate was old rice and millet, followed by pickled vegetables. This was the only way to ensure that the benefits of the people in the Grief Field Square were guaranteed and that others would not compete with them. Every 10 days, the Li family Zhuangzi would send some food over. It could last for 2 days, but when the summer heat came, it would probably only last for 1 day. Zhuangzi had given her a lot of things today. Other than the dumplings, the other things could be kept for a long time. Because of the drought, the weather became hot early. The bedding that should be washed in Grief Field Square had to be washed and the house had to be dried. The people in the workshop needed to be moved out for a period of time. Prepare food for them. If they were to be moved to a new place and the officials could not take care of them, they would be able to last for a few more days. Li Yi was going to leave after the exam. She would be worried if he was not around. When the students arrived, the elderly and children in Grief Field Square were the happiest. The children helped to fetch water for the people who were inconvenient to wash their hands. They also washed their hands and prepared to eat. Some of the elderly found it difficult to move. They lay on the bed that Li Yi and Zhuangzi had made for them. They turned sideways and looked at the students. This height, a student knelt beside the bed and used chopsticks to pick up dumplings to feed them. The other students learned how to feed the dumplings. As for the children, they just needed to squat or hold them in their arms. Everything was so natural that no one felt that there was anything wrong. A few people came from outside the square. They took a look and left together. Even if I don't want Li Yi's Zhuangzi to stand out for fear of suppressing the imperial court, I feel that these 42 people can be recorded. In the carriage, Yao Chong said to the other 3 people. Wei Zhigu did not want to come. He felt awkward when he saw Yao Chong. Yao Chong wanted him to come, but Zhang Shua helped to stop him. Every time Li Yi and Zhuangzi's carriages went out, they would have someone report to them and then think about what to do. In the past, they would find helpers to send things. They would send things if they used other carriages. This time, it was a luxurious 4-wheeled carriage. Her Majesty probably knew about it too. She might have already sent people here to investigate. When the Li family Zhuangzi's luxurious carriages moved, something must have happened. As expected, 42 students who had been predetermined arrived. The other students burned incense and asked for lots. The Zhuangzi students sent warmth to Grief Field Square. When he saw the students naturally kneeling there to feed the elderly, Yao Chong had 10,000 thoughts of suppressing Zhuangzi. He was willing to let the 42 people pass. Prime Minister Yao, don't you think they are just putting on an act? Wei Zhigu asked. Putting on an act for a lifetime, this old man will accept it. Yao Chong did not care about the title. After all, they were going to work together in the palace. He did not expect Wei Zhigu to be respectful to him. Wei Zhigu had never sent a document to the Ministry of Works. Next year, there will be 220. Lu Huaishan reminded him. There were too many people. What should they do? It's just increasing the number of people admitted to the imperial examinations. When they are sent out as officials, they must be carefully evaluated. Yao Chong said this with a guilty conscience. He knew that Li Yi and Zhuangzi's students would not dare to harm the people. There was no need for the imperial court to evaluate them. Li Yi would make the first move. Who knew what kind of methods Li Yi would use? Yao Chong even believed that any official from Zhuangzi would go back on their promise. If Li Yi made a move, he would want to protect himself. However, Li Yi would also plot against him. But when there are riches, don't forget those who suffer. Li Yi is not joking, Zhang Shua said from the side. He had already sensed the young Dongzhu's will. He understood after seeing the situation at the Wugong County kiln. At the time, there was only a verbal agreement. The Wugong County kiln played tricks and the people felt wronged. Now that the people were happy, the other kills would compensate them. And Li Yi had said to the students more than once, but when there are riches, don't forget those who suffer. If this was not obvious enough, look at the Winged Knights. There was a sentence that they had laughed at back then. Why did they tremble when they heard it now? How did that sentence go? Oh, my name is Li Yi, Dongzhu of this village. His Majesty asked me to bring you out to play. This old man understands. Li Yi is just staying in Zhuangzi. How can he still cause so much trouble? Yao Chong did not avoid the topic and spoke of his own depression. He could see that Li Yi did not want to take the initiative to target someone, and then others would be implicated. This included the elementary education. He was bored in Zhuangzi and threw something out, shaking Chang'an. Let's go back. There's nothing to see. Li Yi did not come. It's fine. Wei Zhigu was in a hurry to go back. He was about to open the bidding and promote the well drilling during the drought. It had not rained recently. Reports from the eastern regions of Taihang Mountains showed that the drought there was even worse. There was some snow in winter, but it had melted. Now the people there were very happy. Because there was a lot of wheat, they did not want the rain to be too heavy. It was enough for now. According to the current situation, there would be a good harvest of winter wheat. The people were simple-minded. No, they did not understand many things. When the spring plowing season came, the government would hold a special event to tell the people that they were going to start farming. For example, the whipping of spring cows was to use the whip to break fake cows. Some counties in the south had begun to whip them. When the people saw that, they quickly got busy. It was time to farm. Now the people there knew that there was enough snow water last year. It was good that there was no rain. With a little water, the wheat production would increase. Chapter 308. February 18th. The weather was good. There were not many clouds. It was suitable for the exam. There were many candidates. Usually, the exam would last for a few days. This year, the exam was held in the Forbidden Garden. No matter what the exam was, they would be able to pass in 2 days. Li personally led the team and sent the 42 candidates to the Forbidden Garden. Then, he would leave with the ship to make arrangements. There was an area in the Forbidden Garden with floor heating. The winged knights took turns guarding the area. The winged knights did not need floor heating. They had their own tents and were always ready for battle. In the past, the candidates had to bring their own food. There was no hot place, so they could eat cold food or bring their own charcoal braziers. This year, there was no need. The Shangshi Bureau was in charge of cooking. There were cabbages, carrots, and meat. This showed the importance of the Tang dynasty to talents. However, the 42 students from the Li family's farmstead had brought their own stoves, small ones for burning alcohol. They did not need others to provide them with food. They were afraid that they would get a stomachache. They prepared 2 ink stones and bottles of ink. The Jinshi exam would last for 2 days. So, sleeping bags, eye masks, earplugs, antihistamine tablets, masks, and small alarm clocks were all prepared. The antihistamine tablets were for those who were too emotional and could not fall asleep. They were used to treat allergies. At the same time, they could be used as sleeping pills. If they could fall asleep normally, don't eat them. The big food box was filled with quilts, ice, meat, and vegetables. It could be maintained well for 2 days. Even the drinking water was filled with glass bottles. They boiled the water first before pouring it into the bottle. The other examinees were dumbfounded by this set of equipment. They checked at the door. There was no problem. They did not smuggle anything. It's not a problem if you don't have a train of thought. Didn't I tell you a few questions? Just think about those questions and do one. It's okay if you can't do it. You can continue with the imperial examination. Li Yi stood outside and said to the 42 candidates. He left a few brain-twisting questions. The exam room was nervous. Think about the questions. If you can't understand, at least your thinking will change. Li Yi walked in. He wanted to see the exam room. Then, he walked in. After walking a few dozen steps, he realized that something was wrong. He couldn't come in. He stood there and looked around before walking back. The 1,000 bull guards, who were in charge of guarding and inspecting the place, didn't seem to notice any unrelated personnel entering. When they checked the 42 students' boxes, they only glanced at them and didn't go through them. The officials from the Ministry of Personnel watched and checked together. Similarly, no one paid any attention to Li Yi as he slipped in. Alright, that's it. You guys go ahead and take the exam. Don't think too much about it. Li Yi said to the students. The students went in. Li Yi began to look at the officials of the Ministry of Personnel and the Qianyo guards. He nodded vigorously and said, I understand. Thank you. Later, the official from the Ministry of Personnel and the Qianyo guard also nodded. Li Dongzhu is too polite. Did you see that? Unknowingly, he has bought them all over. In the car further away, Yao Chong said to Zhang Shua and Lu Huaishan. Zhang Shua expressed his agreement. Just now, he had seen Li Yi stroll in with his hands behind his back, yet no one had stopped him. Yes, the exam hadn't started yet, but why didn't they let others in? They don't think that Li Yi would cheat for anyone. Lu Huaishan helped. His house was being renovated now. He was right. Li Yi went over to take a few glances. He didn't leave everyone's line of sight. He was back. What a good young man, so sensible. When the weather warms up, my house will be renovated too. Zhang Shua said disdainfully. Renovate then. You have the celestial world card, and you didn't spend much on food. Lu Huaishan wasn't afraid of this. Wasn't it just that he didn't build a new house for you? Didn't you get any benefits? The examinees entered one after another. Some people were found with notes and cried, "Give me another chance." Then, their names were recorded and they were chased away. If they continued to make a fuss, they would be tied to the side for everyone to see as an example. Li Yi looked and shook his head. It was too fake. The notes were directly sewn into the sleeves. How could they not feel it? Li Dongzhu thinks that they shouldn't cheat, so he's angry. A Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs official who accompanied the inspection asked. No, I think that they cheated without any skill. If it were me, I would cut the inkstone, cut out the meat in the middle, put the small words inside, and paint the outside. Or I would make acetic acid and write it on a white cloth. During the exam, if you want to copy it, you can roast it over a fire and the words will appear. From this, I can conclude that if a person with poor knowledge wants to cheat, it's a bad idea. But a person with good knowledge doesn't need to cheat. Li Yi kindly explained how to cheat. The people around him nodded and wiped away their sweat. They already felt that the first method was very useful. They had never heard of the second method. Yes, the martial arts examination has started this year. There's a person called Guizi. If he passes, there's no need to say anything. If he doesn't, you can ask him to come to my zhuangzi. Li Yi said to the official of the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs. He suddenly thought of this person. Li Dongzhu, don't worry. We'll go back and ask around, the official replied. Li Yi nodded and got into the car with his hands behind his back. He returned to Zhuangzi and prepared to leave. He didn't wait for the exam to end. He wanted to get there quickly, make the necessary arrangements, and come back immediately. To bribe, there was no need to wait for the locust plague to arrive. That would have to wait until the end of spring, the beginning of summer, and the entire summer and autumn. The exam was fast for some subjects, such as the classics examination. The beginning was to paste the scriptures and fill in the blanks. A bunch of small paragraphs were pasted, followed by an oral exam. The examiner brought him into the room and asked him questions. He asked about 10 righteous things. Then 3 questions about current affairs were answered. The oral exam was repeated. Those who didn't answer well would be eliminated. The rest didn't need to take the exam. The history examination was strenuous. Good at history, right? Asked 100 questions about important things, 3 questions about current affairs. Children under the age of 10 took the Analects of Confucius and Filial Piety exam. Ask 10 random questions and answer all of them, then give them to the examiner. If they answered 7 questions, they would be given a background, such as a jinshi. The jinshi exam was about current affairs and a large section of scriptures. It wasn't necessary to ask them where they came from. They passed all of them and were given an A grade. There were also other miscellaneous subjects, such as the 9 chapters, Island, Sun Tzu, and so on. Poetry wasn't necessarily tested every time. Sometimes, 1 would be added if they were happy. Sometimes, 1 would be added if they were unhappy. There was 1 this year. It was mentioned in advance. The examinees studied hard and practiced hard. They insisted on writing good poems. Li Yi returned to Zhuangzi. He wanted to go there together. The villagers who would come back in the summer packed their luggage. 100 people went, 10,000 chickens, and 32,000 ducks. There was still about a fifth of them left in the manor. This included the chickens and ducks raised by the Zhang family's village and the imperial plantation. The geese didn't go. These chickens and ducks were used to eating meat. It was believed that they would work hard to eat meat. The villagers liked to let the ducks out. The ducks were obedient, but the chickens always ran around. In order to make the chickens obedient, they had to bring food. Often, in the process of feeding them, when the chickens saw the food, as long as it was time to eat, they would run in large groups. Brother E, is this enough? Li Chengqi was ready to take them to find the transport ship. He looked at the little pig that was crying non-stop and asked. It's just a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. The main purpose of going there is to let the local people know the benefits. Then, the chickens and ducks will lay eggs there and artificially hatch them on the spot. The hatched chickens and ducklings will be sold to the people or they will cooperate with them. Those that can't be hatched will be made into mutated eggs. Li shook his head. He didn't think that these chickens and ducks could deal with the locusts of several prefectures. Chapter 309. Zhuangzi's cars and rented cars formed a long line, bypassing the imperial plantation and heading north to the canal. The canal was not far from Zhuangzi. When they arrived, there were already 30 ships of 5,000 sure waiting. They were going back on the way, bringing a small part of Chang and specialties, and then transporting things from other places to Chang and, mainly food. In theory, unless the imperial court needed, the ships should return empty. The so-called empty ships referred to the ships with stones for ballast. Otherwise, they would easily capsize in the turbulent Yellow River. Especially in Sanmen Gorge and Xiaolangdi. The people in charge of transport were not willing to only load stones. Some businessmen contacted them and helped to bring things and people. They also brought things themselves and then sold them for money. The officials naturally took advantage of it. Li knew that he could spend money, but he did not know how to mobilize 30 ships at the same time. Wasn't there too many ships? Li Dongzhu, I'm Fan. His Majesty said that you have the sharp weapon of the country. He was afraid that you would be in danger, so he sent us here. A large group of people and horses came out from the corner of the dock. The battalion commander in the front shouted. His Majesty sent the winged knights to protect me? Li Yi turned and asked his elder brother. Li Chengqi looked at him blankly and pretended to be thinking, I guess it's because of the gunpowder and other tools of linen. You haven't touched the 10% profit of heavenly earth. I think His Majesty wants you to raise your men for a while. Oh, Li Yi pretended to be enlightened and nodded. Then I will need that money. I have a bill. 500 feather forest flying cavalry was 500 men, but there were 1,500 horses. Military horses had different meals compared to ordinary horses that pulled carriages. If he did not use the money of heavenly earth, he would lose a lot. Go back and get the materials to feed the horses. How much materials to use, compare the price, and move them from the separate warehouse to Zhuangzi's warehouse. Li Yi said to Songde next to him. Songde expressed his support. Yes, he could not use Zhuangzi's money. The men on the canal began to hoist their sails, regardless of what was going on the shore. Bring people from Chang and to Luoyang, 200 taels per boat, take the money and do the work. If it wasn't for the livestock and poultry, he would have brought along 50 corpses to save the effort of moving the ballast stones. Taking a detour on the waterway, it would take 10 days to cover a distance of 1,800 li. After unloading the goods and people, washing the boat, and running a trip, everyone received more money than half of their annual income. Big brother, little brother's side needs to pay 6,000 taels. Li looked at the horse being led onto the boat. He realized that this trip was too expensive. For Ma's boat, you can use the dividends from earthly paradise. Li Chengqi told Li Yi to continue calculating separately. Your Majesty, why do you have to do this? Oh, I mean, Your Majesty is very kind. Li Yi felt that he didn't need anyone's protection. If someone really wanted to die, he could snipe them from 1,000 meters away. He had accompanied clients and their children to many shooting clubs in the past. It was difficult to snipe in the country, but it was not a problem to form a tour group to go abroad. As long as they paid, they could ride in tanks and shoot with machine guns. The things that we send are too precious. Our relationship with Your Majesty is very close, especially that medicine. Empress Wang has it, Li Chengqi explained as thoroughly as possible. Well, I used to serve the people and the country. Who asked me to be an official? Li Yi said helplessly. He was also the one who called him an official. Li Qingqi immediately echoed, "Little brother Yi, the prime ministers all know about your matter. If one day I can't give a good idea, will I?" Li Yi suddenly asked. "If you can't give a good idea, you still have medical skills." Li Qingqi said. "What if those things are all broken and gone?" Li Yi asked again. "You still have a heart for the people and the ability to fight. The prime ministers are not that powerful, but they are still prime ministers. We still have a big business deal to cooperate with. Even if you can't get out of bed, we will take good care of you." Li Qingqi patted Li Yi's shoulder and said solemnly. "I don't want to lie in bed and wait to be taken care of. I still have good things." Li Yi said with a smile. "For example, the hemp workshop?" Li Qingqi had been thinking about it for the past 2 days. "Yes, that can be blended with new technology to deal with hemp. It is soft and comfortable." Li Yi nodded. He was indeed not lying. It looked like a scam, but in fact, the technology was there. "When you come back, we will cooperate again. Nowadays, hemp is really not good. It is worse than silk." Li Qingqi touched the clothes on his body. "Actually, cotton is the most comfortable." Li Yi felt that pure cotton was the best. As long as the textile technology was improved, pure cotton would be more comfortable than any other kind of clothes. He remembered something from another place. For a period of time, he did not wear cotton and insisted on wearing polyester. Then, mechanical watches were not good, so he wore electronic watches. Later, he found that cotton was better, but it was also more expensive. The same went for mechanical watches. Since that's the case, we need to grow more cotton this year. Li Qingqi believed that whatever Li Yi said was the truth. Fan Fan led the people to board the boats separately. The distance between them was large enough to give the horses enough space. Sometimes, the horses would lie down to rest instead of standing up. The cages of chickens and ducks were also spaced apart. There was also the little pig that had been showing uneasiness all the time. A big iron pot, Coke, soy sauce, fermented bean curd, stinky tofu, floral water, soap, scented soap, many goods were to be sold in Luoyang, which was the current Dongdu. When they went there, they went with the flow. When they came back, there were boatmen at the strategic locations. Luoyang was a big city. They could make a lot of money there. Some farmers, migrant workers, people from the Zhang family's village and the imperial plantation helped to carry the cages and goods. Others delivered goods to the boatmen. The boatmen, who worked hard, would directly stuff the goods into their arms. There were boiled eggs, salted duck eggs, and braised meat. The higher up the ladder, the better the goods were, including wine and soap. The boatmen and the goods belonged to the boatmen. The people at the bottom didn't get much money. They would be very happy if they were given something to eat. Stuffing the goods into their arms was to make sure that they belonged to them. Otherwise, if they were all piled up with the captain would not know how to distribute them. In Li Yi's eyes, there was no such thing as a small fry not giving gifts. If you always gave gifts to the guard would let you park your car. After a long time, the guard would reveal the activities of the key leaders to you. The boatmen were the same. Before sailing to a place where the current was turbulent, the boatmen promised to come and inform you in advance. They would tell you how to deal with the shaking and get benefits from you at the same time. Both sides would get benefits. Why not? Li Yi and the people on Zhuangzi's boat used this skill to perfection. It was all thanks to Li Yi's guidance. There were no cigarettes at the moment. Otherwise, packs of cigarettes would be stuffed into the boatmen's hands. Then, the boatmen would smoke the scattered cigarettes. Everyone smoked together to exchange feelings. Li Yi watched and didn't say anything. He didn't talk to the boatmen at the bottom to maintain a sense of mystery. Otherwise, they would look down on him. The boatmen who received the goods were indeed beaming with joy. They patted their chests as if they were promising something to the farmers. Li Qingqi watched and expressed his admiration. They gave out benefits so naturally. No wonder Brother E wanted to personally lead the team. He believed that when the boat arrived, the officials in Luoyang would quickly reach an agreement with Brother E. At noon, the goods were still being transported. The people on Zhuangzi's boat brought food and invited everyone to eat. "Big brother, let's eat some steamed buns too. Don't drink too much water. Otherwise, you'll be swaying on the boat." Li Yi took a basket of steamed buns and said to Li Qingqi. Chapter 310. After the meal, they busied themselves for nearly 4 hours before everything was settled. The boatmen began to tie ropes, raise sails, and shout songs to each other. The boats set sail one after another. Li Qingqi waved his hand on the shore, holding 3 books in his arms. His eyes were red, and he was reluctant to part with them. Li Yi also waved his hand a few times without any expression. "It's not like I'm not coming back." In his opinion, this was a business trip, and his boss was going there personally. Most of the winged knights were taking care of the horses, and 60 people were on Li Yi's boat. There were 3 shifts, with 20 people in each shift, to protect them at all times. There are too many incompetent people. Otherwise, why would Brother E come here personally? Without Brother E in Zhuangzi, it's not fun to come here. Li Qingqi scolded some people and complained. In his opinion, Li Yi should only be in Zhuangzi next to Chang and City, so that everyone could be at ease. Zhuangzi with Li Yi was a magical Zhuangzi. Without Li Yi, Zhuangzi was just a rich Zhuangzi. It's just right. It's close to the Forbidden Garden from here. I can take a look at the candidates. Li Qingqi didn't want to go to Zhuangzi, so he rode his horse in the direction of the Forbidden Garden. After a while, they would have dinner, the kind that consisted of 3 meals. Those who ate 2 meals a day had just finished eating. The candidates who usually ate 2 meals a day felt that they should eat 3 meals for the exam. After eating in the morning and at noon, they began to feel sleepy. The 42 students in Zhuangzi didn't eat lunch at all. At noon, they ate a boiled egg and a piece of cucumber dipped in sauce, and then continued to answer the questions. Dongzhu had told them not to eat so much for lunch. They could eat a boiled egg to replenish their salt. This way, they could last until the evening. At night, when they were hungry and tired, they would eat a full meal, not think about the questions, and quickly go to sleep. If they couldn't sleep, they would be given pills. The students were obedient and felt that they could get high marks today. Dongzhu's current affairs questions were correct. His bets were on Tubo, Turks, political marriage, drought, locusts, and Linen's new technology. It seemed that the imperial court didn't dare to make a move on the examination questions that weren't accepted by the Shang dynasty. However, in the first great classic, there was a request to write the part about receiving money from the rights of Zhou. The 9 tributes of the great mansion, 9 tributes, 2 of the 9 merits. The tribute of the city gate awaits the king's meal, the tribute of the state gate awaits the guests, the tribute of the 4 suburbs awaits the guests. Well, I know how to do it. In order to deal with the business tax, he had to specially check the rights of Zhou. He had to memorize them so that he could use them later. Fuck, Dongzhu is indeed Dongzhu. This question is simply godly. As for the rest of the poem, how many rhymes did he memorize? Usually, they would write poems and research with each other. Take your time to answer. Don't be in a hurry. Once you're done, copy it onto the test paper. Stay here tonight. Judging from the weather, it shouldn't be raining. Li Qingqi didn't need anyone to accompany him. He even put on a disguise and came in to take a look. After reading the questions, he looked at the state of the 42 students in the distance and shook his head. If Brother E participates in the imperial examination this time, he will definitely get first place in Class A. Then, he smiled again. First place in Class A. How can you students compare to Brother Yi's talent? Even the Prime Minister has to bow his head. He stopped reading. His heart was at ease. The 42 students would definitely do well in the examination. At least they could answer correctly and be admitted later. He turned around and entered the inner palace from the back. He gave the 3 books to his third brother so that they could be printed and distributed. Li didn't give out the 3 books on rhymes. The 42 students secretly learned them. At this time, the 220 students in Zhuangzi also had a set each. The 42 students wrote for them. When they memorized, they wrote from memory. After they finished writing, they bound the books and printed them one by one. On the cover, it was written, "Poems and songs entertain people. They can be used but not used exclusively. The people's livelihood must be inclusive. Food and clothing come first, entertainment comes second." The 220 students understood. Warning, don't study this stuff all day. Have the livestock manure been cleaned? From the manure, can you tell if the livestock are sick and what they need to eat? How do you feed the poultry? How do you plant the 5 grains? How do you build a water wheel? Why don't children like to study? They understood, but they couldn't calm down and think about the 42 seniors taking the examination. If they didn't answer the questions well, would it be useless to go through the back door? Since the city gate is not closed, why don't we take a few people to take a look? A student couldn't stand it anymore and proposed a solution. Where will we stay tonight? It's cold outside. Earthly paradise. Stay on the first floor. That's Zhuangzi's place. Let's go. Who's coming with me? Thus, they chose 20 people and found steward Songda. Songda expressed his understanding and sent a carriage. There was only a carriage and no driver. It was a large, luxurious carriage that carried many children. The students understood that driving was the basic skill of a gentleman's 6 arts. They didn't know it before, but after living in Zhuangzi for a long time, they naturally learned it. Entering from Chunming Gate, they first went to Earthly Paradise in the East Market to report that they would be back for the night and went to take a look outside the examination hall. Going west, they didn't go to the Imperial City. They went around the Imperial City, passed by Wei Zhigu's house, Bujing Fang, and continued north to Fang Lin Gate. The Imperial City was in the east, and Xiu de Fang was in the west. Many people were waiting there. Some students had already come out. The 2-day examination was completed in less than 12 hours. They were either very good or the carriage stopped. They carried fodder from the carriage to feed the horses. The horses were released and didn't run around. The ropes were tied to the pillars behind Xiu de Fang, and the horses ate by themselves. Waiting for the horses to eat while doing that, the students skillfully took off the manure bags and went to Xiu de Fang to pour it into the latrine pit. They came back to wash their hands and began to comb the horses with a large wooden comb. When it was comfortable, the horses turned and rubbed their heads against the students. Everyone was familiar with this. Wearing scholars' clothes and doing such dirty things. Some students who had just arrived this year and were planning to take the imperial examination next year couldn't stand it. Are you blind? Ba Shuili family Zhuangzi's carriage. The students there know how to do a lot of work. Li Dongzhu said that if you don't understand the 6 arts of nobility, what else can you do? Do you know what it means to not be able to control? If you don't know how to drive a horse, how can you use a good carriage? Look at them combing the horses, and the horses are cooperating. Someone immediately retorted. The Li family Zhuangzi's people were not ordinary students. When did Li Dongzhu say this? Another person asked. This morning, I saw Li Dongzhu and asked him. He said this. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. The person said with certainty. The others immediately fell silent. Who would run to Zhuangzi to ask about such a small matter? The 20 students heard it, but they didn't care. They had already written letters to their families. This year, their families would also come over to stay. In the future, they would rise or fall together with Zhuangzi. No one would believe them if they said that they had nothing to do with Zhuangzi after taking the imperial examination and becoming an official in Zhuangzi. If they suddenly became enemies with Zhuangzi, other officials would stay away from them, except for those officials who had different thoughts. The higher officials would even take action to deal with them. The Li family Zhuangzi was so good to them, but they turned against each other for no reason. If the higher officials promoted them, would they also one day? They are the Li family Zhuangzi's students? I don't know if the Li family Zhuangzi still wants people this year. I want to go. Although I have some money, I want to learn more skills. Look at the 42 people who took the imperial examination this year. If they don't pass, no one will think about going. If half pass, everyone will fight to go. Can't all pass. Dream on. What do you think the imperial examination is? I estimate that 30% of them will pass. The Li family Zhuangzi is the world's #1 banker. The others didn't dare to speak ill of them. They talked about the probability of the 42 students passing. Chapter 3:11. Third brother, here are the rhythmic books Brother Yi left behind before he left. Li Qingqi listlessly placed the 3 books on the desk in front of Li Longji. Li Longji didn't touch the books. He sat there in a bad mood. He said he'll be back in a month. Wait a minute. Li Longji spoke after a while. He was used to going to Zhuangzi to chat with Li Yi once every few days. Only during the new year, the interval was slightly longer. Although he could ask about new methods and techniques every time he went there, he didn't care. In fact, he didn't care anymore. He simply wanted to find a comfortable place. In the imperial court, he fought with the officials openly and secretly, and outside of the imperial court, the major families. Was it really a waste of talent to get the positions of local officials? In the palace, he needed someone to keep watch outside when he slept. Only in Zhuangzi, he could sleep soundly. Even if the sky fell, it didn't matter. At least, he wasn't the only one to bear it. With Brother Yi, even if the sky fell, Brother Yi would help. The Wugong County kiln has compromised and wants to sell the kiln. The original owner of the kiln is no longer in Wugong County. He only has his ancestral home. Li Qingqi talked about another matter. The actual owner of the Wugong County kiln was smart enough to sell it. If he sold it now, he could get a lot of money in the future. When other people's kilns produced new glazed porcelain, no one would be willing to buy it. Does anyone want to buy it? Li Longji paid special attention to a kiln in the county. No, who dares to buy it? Without discussing with Brother Yi, buying without new glazed porcelain is equivalent to suicide. Li Qingqi shook his head. Wait a little longer. Lower the price and tell Songde to buy it. Li Longji helped to think of a way. He didn't care about money, and he believed that Li Yi didn't care either. If the price was high, they couldn't buy it. Otherwise, anyone would dare to offend Li Yi in the future. Anyway, they could sell it at a high price in the end. Big brother, when will your alliance go to dig wells? Li Longji thought of business. I've already discussed it with Wei Zhigu's Ministry of Works. They've sent some minor officials to keep an eye on them. They'll leave tomorrow and recruit local craftsmen along the way. Li Qingqi said that there was no progress. There was a drought, and they were counting on digging wells. It would take a lot of effort for the people to dig a well themselves, and they didn't even know if they could dig out any water. He had an idea. Li Yi had given him a compass and a dragon-seeking ruler. These 2 tools were originally used to measure feng shui and were affected by the magnetic field. The more complex the underground hydrology was, the greater the magnetic interference. At that time, Li Yi was digging wells, especially in the countryside, and he found a coffin. The coffin was opened and buried in a new place. They burned paper money and burned incense. Below the coffin was the water hole. Not far away, they dug more than 20 meters deep, but there was no water. Therefore, the compass and the dragon-searching ruler were very useful in finding underground water. He took the compass to a certain location and found that the rotation was different from usual. In that case, one of them was a magnetic metal mine, while the other was a complex hydrology. Digging a well was better than digging a hole randomly. Li Yi used the 2 feng shui tools in this way. He didn't care about the feng shui, he just needed to find water. Li Yi knew that the ancient people could vacuum the coffin if they hit the acupoints well. The water came up first, did not enter the coffin, and then went down quickly. The coffin itself was made of wood. After being sealed with water and soil, it was drained in an instant. The corpses inside were preserved vividly. He didn't consider burying people. Finding water was the most important thing. Therefore, Li Chengqi was more confident in finding water. If he really couldn't find water, he could find a place and drill desperately. Eventually, he would be able to get water. Every well is the life of countless people, Li Longji said with narrowed eyes. He didn't know that the water level of the underground water would decrease with a large amount of water extraction. He only knew that when there was a drought, people would die without water. Of course, it was impossible for normal agriculture and drinking water to quickly decrease the water level of the underground water. Only the industry's unlimited pumping of water could cause that result. I'll arrange it later, Li Chengqi said and left happily. Finally, he didn't have to play all day long to tell his third brother that he had no ambition. He could also participate in the development of the Tang dynasty. He would do it in another way to assist his third brother. Otherwise, what was the point of living? Play drums and sing songs all day long. Who didn't want to do something in their life? He didn't have a way before, but now he found a new way. As night fell, a small number of people in Chang'an ran outside the examination room to watch. The candidates would come out continuously, even at night. The people who set up the stalls boldly moved their stalls over and took the opportunity to sell things, including the 2 cotton candy machines sent by the heavenly world. The cotton candy was not only sold outside the heavenly world, but also in the 2 markets. The skillful craftsmen imitated and the price of the cotton candy dropped again and again. From the original net profit of more than 1 copper coin, it became 3 copper coins. The price of cane sugar, which was brown sugar, went up. At first, no one knew that brown sugar could be turned into white sugar. Later, someone who knew how to boil the sea for salt saw it and gave an idea. He mixed it with yellow mud water and boiled it into white sugar. In Zhuangzi, charcoal was used. The price was higher than yellow mud water, but the effect was better. Li Yi, who had already left, knew it before. He praised it. Good, smart, this is the craftsman of the Tang dynasty. He didn't plan to make a fortune with cotton candy in the long run. He took it out to serve Lu Huaishan. At present, the blacksmith in Zhuangzi was turning the clay pot and popping the pot for the boiler. When the resistance to pressure was stable, it could be used to pop the popcorn. Rice, millet, sorghum rice, no need to be stir-fried. They could pop the beans and chestnuts. When the weather was warmer, it was estimated that the experiment was almost done. It would be taken out to provide new food for the people. Li Longji took the 3 books and went to Baifu Hall to find his parents for dinner. Empress Wang didn't seem to be in a good mood. At dinner, she guarded a small clay pot by herself. It was chicken stew with some ginseng whiskers soup added for the second time. The first time, the oil was too big. She didn't eat it. She was afraid that it would be difficult to give birth if the child was too big. The people still felt that the heavier and bigger the child was, the better it was. When the family married a wife, they started to raise more chickens. After the wife got pregnant, they would give her eggs and chicken soup. After giving birth and going through confinement, they would stew pork knuckle soup without salt. It was said that it couldn't contain milk. The palace used to be like this. Empress Wang thought it should be like this. In the end, after hearing Li Yi's words, she understood that it was fake. It was all fake. The most important thing was that nutrition was balanced. The amount of fish, beef, mutton, and eggs had to be controlled. If one ate too many eggs, there wouldn't be enough milk. The key was that it was easy to get sick. Therefore, she didn't eat the chicken soup with too much oil for the first time. Uncle went to Luoyang. Will San Lang be bullied? Empress Wang drank a mouthful of hot soup. She was worried about Li Yi. Li Longji sighed. It's good enough that he doesn't bully people. He's going to deliver gifts. If people don't give him face and don't do as he says, I don't know how he will deal with people. As Li Longji spoke, he hoped that the officials in Luoyang would cooperate. Otherwise, based on this important matter and Brother Yi's anxious appearance, Brother Yi wouldn't be soft when he took action. Noble Consort Lu smiled as she listened. She looked at Empress Wang's protruding belly and said with a gentle expression, "Yurong, don't be afraid. That young man is very powerful." Chapter 312. Li Dan looked at his daughter-in-law's belly while eating. It was confirmed that it was a boy. The other children were the eldest and second sons, but this one was the son of the first wife. He liked this child more because the other children were old, but his son, Li Longji, was not old yet. When the officials were clamoring for a crown prince, he did not agree. The emperor was in his prime. When would he succeed the throne if the crown prince was chosen? But there was no other way. Retired emperor sounded nice, but he had no power. Besides, the emperor's son had to consider the opinions of the officials. Now, there was a little guy. The key was that the empress could give birth. Even if it was too early for this little guy to be the crown prince, they would give birth to an even younger one. Empress Wang felt her father-in-law's gaze and proudly stuck out her belly. She was not afraid of being looked at. She was very powerful now, and the baby was healthy. When women nowadays knew that they were pregnant with a boy, and that he was very good-looking, their temperament was different. For example, every 3 days, her husband would come to accompany her for 1 day. Why would he find a concubine? Take a break. Thinking of this, she glanced at Li Longji. Li Longji smiled. An empress with a boy was indeed powerful. It was not only a problem between husband and wife, but also involved the Tang dynasty. Once this child was born, he would be doted on by all the officials. The eldest son, the virtuous son, and the son of the first wife. It all depended on the situation. Thinking of these 3 kinds of sons, Li Longji could not help but think of Li Yi. He hummed, "The waves run, the waves flow, the river flows for thousands of miles, the river never stops, what kind of fight is there? San Lang, let uncle teach this child in the future." Empress Wang understood, but she did not admit that there was competition with other children. The teachers of the princes kneeled in front of my uncle. Yes, Brother Yi will teach him. But he has to be born. Don't worry. Li Longji comforted his wife. This wife was very powerful now. The key was that if he brought other women to Zhuangzi, Brother Yi would probably become cold. This song is good. It talks about the struggle and helplessness in life. Li Dan hummed and said. He had been helpless his entire life. One moment he was the crown prince, the next he was the emperor, and then he was demoted, promoted, and demoted again. The 2 empresses were dead, and only this noble consort Lu was left by his side. Why was it so bumpy? How many loved ones had died in this battle? His younger sister, Princess Taiping, had been sentenced to death. Father, it will get better in the future. Empress Wang comforted him. She had put in a lot of effort. Some people said that she killed too much and that was why she didn't have children. But now, she felt that she could still kill him. Noble Consort Lu saw that the atmosphere wasn't too good, so she smiled and said, "That child's songwriting is indeed extraordinary. I wonder if the drought and plague of locusts will be serious after my trip to Luoyang." No, he can't go. Empress Wang didn't care about the result. As long as it involved Li Yi, she would support it. What other people said was not important. Was the Imperial Physician Bureau powerful? Could he let her have a child? Look back, look at Yuanji. Li Longji thought of what Li Yi said many days ago. Yes, Yuanji. Li Dan said in an impartial manner. He knew that Yao Chong was not convinced. He was so old, but he was bullied time and time again by a young man, yet he couldn't do anything about it. When the young man talked about agriculture, he was amazing. When he talked about the workshop, he was amazing. When he talked about the military, he was amazing. When he talked about enriching the people, he was amazing. When he talked about saving people, he was amazing. When he talked about making money, he was amazing. Li Dan understood that Yao Chong had done well enough. The problem was that there was someone better. He believed that if Yao Chong was taken down and promoted to the position of the young man, he would still be able to do it with ease. That young man was a gift from the heavens to the Tang dynasty. He sacrificed the entire Zhuangzi clan. But for some reason, even though it was so close to Zhuangzi, he had no impression of that place. Who was it? He couldn't remember. Report. The Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi, and Li Dongzhu left one last song for the Nanke family before they left. The Nanke family has already returned to Pyongkong Square and is singing it now. A eunuch came in to report and kept an eye on them. What song? Li Longji was not satisfied. You told me the song, and then what? That Li Dongzhu said it was called the guitar. This subject doesn't know how to play it. The eunuch wanted to cry. He was annoyed. The guitar had been invented long ago. He didn't think it was good, so he didn't learn it. Gao Lishir. Empress Wang shouted. This subject is here. Gao Lishir waited outside. Do you know? Give this subject an hour. This subject will come back and play it. Gao Lishir told the truth. Go. Empress Wang said. She added, teach him how to play the guitar. This subject thanks your highness. This subject thanks your highness. The eunuch directly knelt and kowtowed. He knew that he was alive and wouldn't be punished because of the empress' words. The child hasn't been born yet. It's better to kill less in the palace. Empress Wang said while touching her belly. She only revealed her identity as the empress now. Who had the final say in the harem? Li Dan and noble consort Lu didn't have anything to say. They both knew that the empress was good to the people in the harem, but it didn't mean that she wouldn't kill. The status of an empress who was pregnant and an empress who was childless were completely different. If she wanted to kill a concubine, she could find a reason to do so now. It was said to be an hour, but it was actually a little more than half an hour. Gao Lishir came in sweating. He was holding a guitar in his hand. He had learned it. Recently, he had been working hard to learn all the new instruments Li Yi and Zhuangzi had. There was another eunuch who came in with him. His name was Qing Song. Each of them had a guitar. Retired Emperor, noble consort Lu, Your Majesty, Empress, they said that one guitar was enough for Li Dongzhu to play this song. But beginners need 2 guitars to play it. The technique requirements are quite high. Currently, there are only 6 people in the Southern Song family who can play a single guitar. Gao Lishir first explained why it was 2 guitars. No harm, play it. Li Longji knew that many of Li Yi's instruments were different from the ones now, so he expressed his understanding. So Gao Lishir and Qing Song began to play the prelude and then sing. Not to mention that the green hills have many obstacles, the wind is also strong, the white clouds can also convey feelings over the mountain peak. The 2 guitars worked together to play the effect of Li Yi's single guitar. Although the guitar only had 6 strings, if played well, it could show harmony, breakdown, accompaniment, and single notes. Just like the harmonica, some people could only play single notes, while others could add accompaniment and even 9 chords. Right now, there were 2 guitars together. One played single notes, and the other played accompaniment. It could have been done with just 1 guitar. After singing once, Li Longji's expression was relaxed. A song about the affairs of men and women, Brother Yi, you must be bored. He originally wanted to say that he was yearning for love, but then he thought it was wrong. Li Yi never expressed his true thoughts in poems and songs. Empress Wang followed and said, the song is so simple, but it makes people happy. You 2 don't cooperate well enough. Practice more and pass it on in the palace. I understand. Gao Lishir responded. Qing Song had nothing to say. At this time, 2 songs were circulating in Pyongkong Square. One was, waves rush waves flow, and the other was, thousands of rivers and mountains will always be love. Chapter 313. If Shanghai Beach gave people a feeling of depression, then myriad rivers and mountains are always love was bright and cheerful. The rhythm of the two was different, but it gave people the feeling that they were of the same style. Li Longji and the others found that the two were very different, but they seemed to come from the same source. If Li Yi was not on the boat and was beside them, he would definitely be impressed by their comments. This song is still good. It makes people happy. Empress Wang, who drank another mouthful of soup and ate a few ginseng roots, praised. Yorong, don't always think about making that child write these useless things. Noble consort Lu advised. She also knew that poems and songs were useless. No matter how good they were, it would be fine if they were given an official position or a position related to the pear garden. Of course not. Uncle did it casually. Uncle's talents are all on national affairs and the people's livelihood. Am I right, San Lang? Empress Wang liked to listen to songs, but she also knew that it was useless. Li Longji nodded. Yes, but many people don't understand. They just blindly pursue the beauty of the poems. He was helpless about this. The current Tang dynasty was the trend. Countless scholars always thought that they could get favor by writing a good poem. But in his eyes, it was better to teach people how to grow bean sprouts or knead mud. Li Yi was like this. He was never proud of his poems. He took the initiative to show his poems 5 times. The first time was to criticize the students who stayed in the Zhang family's village. The second time was for the girls in Pyongkong Square. The first time was to let the children perform in Xingqing Palace. The second time was on the night of the Lunar New Year's Eve. The first time was to use his talent to suppress other students and give the villagers confidence. Pyongkong Square was to target some people and give Pyongkong Square benefits. The last 2 times were to assist the Empress. The goal was clear and the means were direct. As for the other times, he wrote poems casually, like it was a game. If it was someone else who wrote such a poem, it would be crazy. Brother Yi wrote it and then worked hard to study what was useful for the people. Even the Rubik's Cube was created because he was afraid that the children would run over to play when the ice melted and would be in danger. San Lang, you can't disappoint the nation's scholars, Li Dan said to Li Longji. Rest assured, Imperial Father. How could this child dare to neglect Li Yi? Li Longji said respectfully. When the weather warms up, we're going to stay there for a while, Li Dan requested. Father Emperor and Mother Consort, please go ahead. This child will give you 10 cows. Li Longji said with a smile, using the cows to exchange for a chance to stay. He wasn't worried at all that his father wanted to take over the throne. If it was Li Yi, he believed that even if Imperial Father revealed his identity and his own identity as the Emperor, little brother Yi would still not support Imperial Father to ascend the throne. In the Forbidden Gardens examination hall, the 42 students of Zhuangzi ate a meal that was 70% full. They put on their eye masks and lay down to sleep. They didn't plug their ears. They found that the small alarm clock didn't work when they plugged their ears. With peace of mind and no worries, the students quickly fell asleep. Some of the other students also lay down, thinking about the content of the examination or thinking about the good days after the examination. Those who were taking the mathematics exam closed their eyes. Their minds were still filled with the mathematical symbols of the Tang dynasty. The other examinees were in a variety of situations. Those who couldn't answer but didn't want to leave sat there looking at the candles and worrying. The people patrolling the examination walked back and forth, afraid that someone would accidentally knock over the candles and cause a fire. In the night, sobbing could be heard occasionally. Now, the examinees found that they wouldn't be chosen even if they answered the questions themselves. The imperial examination wasn't based on the number of people and then a certain percentage. If all the examinees couldn't answer well, then none of them would be accepted. If all the examinees answered correctly, then the best ranking would be selected. The last place would still be considered as having passed the examination. There was only one result for those who couldn't answer. For those who cried, officials from the Ministry of Personnel would go to check on the situation, comfort them, and persuade them to leave the examination hall. What if they went crazy if they stayed any longer? If they wanted to leave at night, they would still open a small door. In the past, when the examination hall's door was closed at night, no one could enter or leave. Some examinees wanted to take the question and answer test, but the examiner refused. There wasn't anyone specialized to ask them questions at night. No matter what the examinees thought, the sky gradually brightened. It was cloudy today, and it didn't look like it was going to rain. However, the wind was stronger than yesterday. The examination hall sent food to the examinees. Millet porridge, soup, steamed buns, pickled vegetables. 42 examinees opened their boxes again. They used the water inside to wash their faces and brush their teeth before going to the toilet outside. When they came back, they opened their boxes and took out the frozen wontons. They boiled water and cooked the wontons to eat. The wontons were big, and there were pork and cabbage meatballs inside. When the wontons were cooked, they were placed in bowls and a few side dishes were placed on the table. They sat there and ate happily. The person in charge of delivering the food knew yesterday that the people from the Zhang family Zhuangzi brought their own food. When he saw the wontons and looked at the size and shape, he shook his head. The Li family Zhuangzi was indeed rich. The fragrance of the meat wafted out, and there were so many fillings. After eating, the 42 examinees continued to answer the questions. They would be able to finish by the morning. They would eat some food at noon, check their answers, and hand in their papers. The examinees who participated in the oral examination explained the situation and were taken away. A group of officials tested them separately. The content was the same. The examiners were not allowed to set the questions themselves. There were difficult and easy questions. If all the questions were difficult, the examinees would not agree. As time passed, more and more examinees went out. The people waiting outside came forward to ask questions. The questions had already been sent out. Some people even gave the correct answers. Pyongkong Square was the liveliest. Everyone answered the questions and then compared them with each other. They answered better than many of the examinees. Some even answered all the questions correctly. For example, they memorized the scriptures skillfully. There was no problem with the current affairs policy. Writing poems was their specialty. In the afternoon, the students from the Li family Zhuangzi handed in their papers one by one. They got up and packed their luggage before coming out. Zhuangzi's students were waiting outside. When they came out, they arranged for them to enter the car. When there were 10 people, they were sent to earthly paradise to rest. The others who came out later were waiting and chatting with each other. Dongzhu's questions were too good. They were all correct, including the scriptures. It was not tested in the current affairs policy, but it was used when the scriptures were posted. We will go first. Next year, it will be your turn. It's very simple. It's not difficult at all. But next year, there will be poetry questions. The others also got those rhyme books. The seniors chatted with the juniors while waiting. Some of them were younger than the latter group. They went to Zhuangzi first before taking the exam. The 20 students who were inquiring about the situation were relieved. When the car came again, they loaded it and sent it away. At the end of the day, 42 people and 20 students all returned to earthly paradise. Earthly paradise found a car. They did not ask them to stay for dinner. They sent them back as fast as possible. At this time, their exam papers had been placed in front of the examiner of the Ministry of Personnel. He looked at the scriptures first. There was no problem. Then he looked at the current affairs policy. We did not miss any questions, but they answered all the questions. Their writing is good and bad, but they did not make any mistakes. Let's look at the others. An assistant minister looked at the exam papers of the 42 students. He was satisfied. This was the correct answer. The rest was easy. He also fulfilled his promise of working for others. He was relieved. Chapter 3:14. How are the 42 people? The assistant minister had just relaxed when Choi Ryong hurried over to ask. They passed all 5 aspects of current affairs and strategy. Their poems were also in line with the law. They were first class. The assistant minister shared the good news with the minister. For the imperial examination, they were tested on the 5 aspects of current affairs and strategy. They would be first class if they passed all 5 aspects. If they passed all 4 aspects, they would be second class. If they got all the answers right, they would be first class. If they got one wrong, they would be second class. There was no such thing as first class, second class, or third class. If they got 3 wrong, they would have to continue working hard next year. Choi Ryong had a smile on his face. The pressure was too great. What about the others? Choi Ryong asked again. They had to rank the 42 people. How would they arrange them? It would be difficult for the others. There are 5 sections in the strategy. Who would have the time to memorize the rights of Zhou? If they get a word wrong in the 5 sections, they would be missing one. The assistant minister felt that the questions were too biased. The imperial examination usually tested the contents of the Book of Rights. However, the rights of Zhou and the rights of rights were also acceptable. Many examinees took the Grand Scholar examination. If they did not pass this year, they would not be confident next year and would choose other subjects. For the classics examination, they still had to rely on the 3 rights. They even chose the rights of Zhou to ask questions. If they asked the classics examination to answer all the questions, they might be able to answer all the questions. They would have to memorize more. However, if they were asked to answer current affairs, they might not be able to do it. If not, why didn't they take the Grand Scholar examination this year? Under normal circumstances, if you wrote 1 or 2 wrong words, the examiner would think that you were careless. However, if you knew how to do it, they would let you pass. However, if there were other examinees who did not write well and you wrote wrong words, you would be second class. Unless you wrote extremely well, you would be first class. The 42 students had to memorize the rights of Zhou in order to deal with the current affairs. The students of the Li family Zhuangzi are very hard-working. Choi Ryong praised as he felt sorry for the other examinees. He then picked up a few of the students' essays and found a problem. They all have the same meaning. It's just that they use different words to write. Choi Ryong mumbled. They've always been in contact with Li Yi. How can Li Yi not see the situation clearly? It would be better to have Li Yi write it himself. The assistant minister gave a reasonable answer. Where's the poem? Choi Ryong asked again. Actually, he had seen it, but it was impossible to say that it was outstanding. At the very least, it was far from Li Yi. What was wrong? No, the words used were very nice. It felt like it had been forcefully pieced together. There was an artistic conception, but it was not profound enough. The assistant minister frowned. Poetry. It seems like there's a special thing to teach. It's like filling in the blanks. Yes, this official also thinks the same. Choi Ryong realized that he had spoken his mind. Minister, His Majesty just sent 3 books. He said that every minister has one. Last night, he ordered people to copy them and asked everyone to bring them home for their children to study. Choi Ryong's office clerk, a male, ran in. After he came in, he panted and handed Choi Ryong 3 books. The cover had the words, Ba Shui Rhyme, Enlightenment of Sound, and Xuanmeng Parallel Sentences. He took the Xuanmeng Parallel Sentences and flipped to a random page. It said, 5, song, thunderclap, torrential rain. Bamboo shoots piercing through moss, vine twining around trees. 2 mountains lined with green tarantulas, a river with black silk. Spider webs on the eaves startle the sparrows, fluorescent lamps mislead the moths. He changed to another book and flipped it open. 13. Yuan, Yu versus Yu, Ji versus Xian, Luan versus Taoyuan. Ingpeng versus Yan Yu, morning versus evening. Fish leaping swamp, Heqing Xian, drunken courage versus chanting soul. He changed it again. 13. Yuan, June versus Xiang, Zhu versus Sunday sunset versus north. Lantai versus Guidian, island versus mountain village. Tears fall from the tablet, Fu Zhao. Resentment versus Huayan. I understand. Cui Riyong had an epiphany. No wonder the students of the Li family Zhuangzi looked fine when they wrote poems, but they always felt awkward. There were reference books. If he memorized the reference books, he could put them in when he encountered any rhymes. The assistant minister picked up a book and flipped it open. He also understood. It turns out that there is a special rhyme book. It seems that the 42 examinees haven't mastered it yet. When they are more familiar with it, the poems they write will have an artistic conception. He didn't need to ask to know where it came from. There was only one place where this kind of thing could be written. I want to make a copy. The assistant minister requested. It was best for teaching children and he could also read it himself. Ask someone else to copy it. Look at the exam papers first. Cui Riyong didn't refuse. He believed that the 3 books would soon spread all over the world. He found a few people and threw the 3 books over. Copy it, don't make any mistakes. Very late that night, the exam papers were all marked. Without mentioning the other subjects, there were 59 examinees from Jinshi Exam A. Of them, 42 were from the Li family Zhuangzi, and 141 were from Jinshi Exam B. Ranking, Cui Riyong didn't go home. He sat there worrying. When it came to current affairs, the 42 examinees were definitely the best. Each one of them was very good. He was now facing new pressure. If he placed the 42 examinees at the front and the other 17 at the back, would there be people gossiping? If he didn't place the 42 examinees at the front, their answers were indeed very good. Especially the situation of Tubo and Turkic. Their analysis was clear and logical. Some of the names of Tubo and Turkic people were names that he had never heard of, but their roles were written in the book. Why didn't he place them at the front? Can you answer so well if I ask you? Plus, other people can analyze the situation of the marriage alliance. When it came to the drought and the plague of locusts, Li Nong's skills. Who could compare with the Li family Zhuangzi in terms of Li Nong's skills? For the drought and the plague of locusts, it was said that Li Yi brought a lot of poultry over. For the drought, the new method of drilling wells was also provided by Li Yi. How could the ideas he taught the examinees be bad? Is the ranking of the Jinshi exam out? A voice suddenly sounded, startling Cui Riyong, who was deep in thought. Looking up, Yao Chang's face appeared under the candlelight, just a few steps in front of him. 42 examinees. Cui Riyong began to complain. He was in a dilemma. Yao Chong heard him and closed his eyes. After a while, he opened them and said, "Let me take a look." As he spoke, he directly pushed Cui Riyong to the side and sat down to read the articles, mainly on the current affairs of the drought and the plague of locusts. After reading article by article, he said to Cui Riyong, 42 examinees are placed at the front. Otherwise, when the plague of locusts starts in the east of Taihang Mountains and someone finds these articles, Cui Riyong nodded to show that he understood. When the plague of locusts appeared, he flipped through the articles on the imperial examination. Those who wrote about how well they dealt with the plague of locusts were not ranked at the front. He was the Minister of Personnel. What if there is no plague of locusts? It's just a drought now. Many people who grow winter wheat are happy. The wheat harvest is good. Cui Riyong asked another important question. It was not the season for the locusts to appear. There was still half a month to a month before they could be seen. And usually, when they just appeared, they would not be in large groups and would gradually increase. I hope not. It's just that I've never seen him so anxious before. He even went out personally. He must be tired from the journey. Yao Chong said, shook his head, and walked away with his hands behind his back. Chui Ryong thought for a while and sighed, "I don't know if it's better to have a plague of locusts or not." As he said this, he chose the 42 examinees who had better handwriting and looked more comfortable. As for the other 17, he would wait until the 42 examinees were placed at the front. Chapter 3:15. After the exam, the Li family Zhuangzi students took a hot bath, hurriedly ate and went to bed. They were a little nervous. They were not afraid of being eliminated, but they were worried that they would fall to second class. The people in Zhuangzi were preparing for tomorrow's banquet. Now the officials did not hold a banquet, nor did they announce the names. Only after the rankings were announced and they passed the second round of the Ministry of Appointments would someone go out to show off. The current Tang dynasty did not attach much importance to the imperial examinations. The emperor was more pragmatic and knew that a group of students did not know anything. If a student with no official status passed the exam, he would have to start from scratch. If a student with an official family passed the exam, he would be assigned a deputy in a certain county. If the student had relatives who were officials, he could ask them if they did not know anything. If it was a student who only knew Confucian classics and some medical books that were not focused on studying, he would not know anything about being an official after passing the exam. At this time, he would have to study in the imperial city, compile history, organize documents, and interact with other officials. When it was about time, he would see what he could do. He would be a small official. As for whether he could write poems or not, the emperor did not care. If you thought you were talented enough and had a way to go, you could write a chapter about the Tang dynasty or foreign countries and submit it to the prime minister. This was called a prime minister's letter. Many people understood, but there were still some who did not think it through. They felt that they should meet the emperor directly and tell him about their ambitions. The emperor would immediately let them be the prime minister. Of course, if they had good literary talent, the emperor would meet them at the pear garden and write a poem with them. Then he would suddenly ask you, "Minister, now that there is a shortage of young people, what should the people do?" You would say to the emperor, "What is there to know without seeing the spring red? How can there be no road in life? The green and yellow clouds appear, the sunset looks back at each other." The emperor would say, "Good poem. Minister, drink to victory." After that, he would drink a cup of wine with you. Then there was no then. I asked you how to solve the people's problems. Why are you talking to me? I gave you a chance, but you. The next morning, many people hurried to the streets in front of the imperial city. The results would be posted in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate. Those who passed the exam should not be happy too early. There was still the second round. The chances of passing the second round were lower. It mainly depended on the physical condition. At present, people with disabilities were still discriminated against. Those who were blind in one eye, myopic, or had other physical defects were eliminated. While he was at it, he also asked for some simple judgments. All he had to do was recite them and he would be able to pass. In theory, it was a procedure to prevent anyone from taking advantage of any loopholes. The examinees were all very nervous. The first to be posted were the names of the subjects other than Grand Scholar. They wrote down their addresses and names. Once they compared who was who, they would know. Scenes of sorrow and joy appeared one after another. Among them, Ming Jing's score was higher than that of the other subjects. Before the ranking of Jinshi was released, Ming Jing was the best. People in Chang'an began to inquire about who was who. How old is he? How many brothers and sisters does he have? Is he married? Then, he compared it to the real person and decided that it was suitable, so he prepared to find a matchmaker to talk to him. Most of them came from ordinary families, had some savings, and lived in the city. Those who were more capable were waiting for the ranking list of the advancement section to come out. They want to find a Jinshi, as long as he agrees to marry my daughter. Do you see that house? It's from Chang'an. In the future, you can work in Chang'an. What? Got married? Could they break it off? Ha! And a child? Could he not want it? Oh, the Chui clan. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Who asked for the information? The sound of horses' hooves was heard. The Li family Zhuangzi's team arrived. They couldn't squeeze in anymore. The students and their families who had changed into new clothes got off the car one after another. They were all of different ages, but the difference was basically the same. Li Yi was not found because he was too old to work. Besides, it was useless for him to be obsessed with the imperial examination at such an old age. Those who were married brought their wives and children. Those who didn't have children held their wives' hands. The rest were the elders in their families, including the mother and the younger sister who was not married. The younger sister used to take care of the mother at home. Later, the younger sister moved to Zhuangzi. At this moment, they were like defendants waiting for the trial. They were anxious, but they tried their best to look calm. The elders in their families also changed into new clothes and dyed their hair. They looked neat and tidy. The students had medicine in their pockets. If the elders fell down due to excitement, they had to quickly feed them medicine and resuscitate them according to the situation. The others looked sideways. The Li family Zhuangzi's team was big, but they didn't squeeze in. They just stood beside the car. It's out, it's out. The Jinshir list is out. Someone shouted. It was chaos. Quick, who's the closest? Read it. Someone shouted. They couldn't squeeze in. Songde squeezed to the front. He held a loudspeaker in his hand and a pair of binoculars around his neck. For Zhuangzi's bodyguards set up a ladder for him. He rode on it with a pair of binoculars in one hand and a loudspeaker in the other. As soon as the list was posted, he shouted, Zhao Donglin of Huzhou, first place in class, Zhao Donglin of Huzhou, first place in class, congratulations, brother Zhao. I'm a student from the Li family Zhuangzi of Bashui. Songde shouted. His body was trembling. The 4 bodyguards below him were happy and reached out to take it. Who's Zhao Donglin? Do you have a wife? Is she good-looking? The crowd was noisy. Soon, everyone looked at the Li family Zhuangzi's team. The closer they were, the clearer it was. A 22-year-old man took a woman's hand and stepped forward. Together with his wife, they bowed slightly. His wife pursed her lips tightly as tears streamed down her face. Wow, he has a wife. Sigh. His wife looks ordinary. I don't know if he can marry her. He doesn't have a child. It shouldn't be a big problem. Second place in Class A, Wei Shida of Yangzhou. Congratulations, little Wei, a student from the Li family Zhuangzi, Songde shouted again. The second student took a step forward with his father and mother in one hand and bowed. Third place in Class A. Oh, it's from the Li family Zhuangzi. Su Ji of Kunshan. Congratulations, old Su, Songde shouted. A man took a step forward with a woman in one hand and a 2- or 3-year-old girl in the other and bowed. Fourth place. Oh, it's from the Zhuangzi again. Fu Kadao of Xuanyang. Congratulations. Next to him are his mother and sister. Sister. Songde continued to shout and emphasize. Someone from the Zhuangzi's team came out. He took his sister in one hand and his mother in the other and bowed. The others understood that this was the sister and could marry her. This person didn't have a wife. Songde read out the names one by one. Someone from the Zhuangzi would come out. 42nd place in Class A, Guanjuyu of Xiangyang. He's a student from the Zhuangzi. Come, he's 20 years old this year. He has parents. His father used to be a teacher in the local county school. Now he's helping teach children in Zhuangzi. His mother is well educated. Songde introduced the last person from the Zhuangzi. A young man came out holding his parents' hands. His face was red. I've also read out the last 17. You can see for yourselves those who passed Class B. There are too many of them. 43rd place in class, Songde felt that he had completed his task. He read out 17 more people. Forget it, he went back to celebrate. The people from the Zhuangzi team were already cheering. There were a total of 42 people from the Zhuangzi team. They had taken the top 42 places in Class A in the imperial examinations. The others didn't care about the 43rd place. They stared blankly at the people from the Li family Zhuangzi. Studying in Zhuangzi was much better than studying in other places. They knew that there was no problem of who would be pushed down from Class A and Class B. If you answered all the questions correctly, Class A would be Class B. If you answered one question correctly, Class B would be Class B. The people in front of them didn't know how they survived the winter 2 years ago. They came to the Li family Zhuangzi to do dirty work. They had to have a place to stay. This year, all of them had passed the imperial examinations. All of them had passed Class A and taken the top 42 places. Get in the car. Let's go back to celebrate. Songda finished reading and ran back to the team. We're going too. Steward Song, we're going too. Xinyan and the others from the Pyongkong Square stood not far away and shouted. Chapter 316. The Li family Zhuangzi's convoy turned around and left. Along with them were many beautiful women from Nankou. The crowd looked on, forgetting about the Grand Scholar examination and the B grade. Those who passed the B grade were depressed. They were supposed to be in the limelight, but what were they looking at? Look at me. They should have been excited, but they were disappointed. Since when did the B grade become worthless? What was supposed to be a vigorous and lively operation suddenly turned into a quiet gathering. After a while. Fuck, all 42 people from the Li family's farmstead got it. The A grade is in front of everyone. Let's give those students who laughed at Li Yi and Li Dongzhu 2 years ago another chance. I wonder if they can still laugh. Let's not talk about 2 years ago. If they can go last year, how many students will pass the exam next year? Some of them are single. I think that girl's sister is not bad. Let her be my concubine, tisk. Damn, she's so unreasonable. She's even more unreasonable than the Imperial College. Will Zhuangzi still recruit people when it's cold this year? My second son can go work. There's no such thing. Once the results are out, Zhuangzi won't want anyone. Do the farmers want them? They don't want anything. If it were you, would you let anyone in? Now, no one cared about the other people who passed the exam. They kept lamenting about the Li family Zhuangzi. In a carriage not far away, the 3 prime ministers were all present. They saw the student whose name was being called slightly bowed in salute. It was a kind of bearing. They didn't shout loudly, but they didn't lose their composure. Each of them brought their family members and stood up, attracting countless people's attention. Then, they turned back to Zhuangzi to celebrate. They didn't leave their families aside and drank with their friends. Good, good, Li Yi didn't just teach you. Lu Huaishan praised naturally. The renovation of the house was almost done. They just had to wait for the paint to dry and put in the new furniture. It was said that there were new glazed porcelain sets for various purposes. Therefore, Li Yi, this young man, was good. His students were good at the imperial examinations. UNG, I heard that it was you who asked Minister Cui to place the 42 students at the front. In the future, Li Yi and Zhuangzi will be at the heart of the storm. Zhang Shua talked about the ranking. Didn't I say that if Cui Riyong made a mistake, would he be able to bear the consequences? Is Li Yi worried about being in the limelight? Yao Chong spoke up for Cui Riyong, but Li Yi didn't care. Other people couldn't enter Zhuangzi. The 3 rhyme books are not bad. Lu Huaishan praised Li Yi again. Li Yi's talent is indeed outstanding. When your house is done renovating, I'll go take a look. Then, if the people in the sky don't dress me accordingly, I'll badmouth Li Yi all day. Zhang Shua said with a look of dissatisfaction. He had accompanied Lu Huaishan to take a look yesterday. The new furniture was beautiful and had been painted. Some were directly covered with a layer of tung oil without any other colors. They were simple and charming. Although they were all furniture, a small stool in Li family Zhuangzi looked countless times better than other people's. The legs of my table are uneven. It should be because of the floor. The tiles in Huaishan's house are very flat, Yao Cheng said. Lu Huaishan's house was covered with tiles. Porcelain, it was on the floor. They said that they had to change their shoes when they went in. The shoes were already done. Lu Huaishan narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. Anyway, you don't have them. Li Yi doesn't like you. Moreover, you always want to suppress Li Yi. Why do you still want good things when you see them? If you don't install tiles for me, I'll throw the 42 students somewhere and train them for a few years, Yao Cheng said sullenly. Then, even if Li Yi doesn't know who you are, he will find a way to get rid of you. You can try if you don't believe me, Zhang Shua said with a smile. I won't try. If he's willing to bring the 42 students back to Zhuangzi, I'll just watch. Yao Cheng wasn't going to be fooled. He was sure that if he really did it, Li Yi wouldn't go easy on him. He knew that Li Yi was asking the students to learn some amazing knowledge. He hoped to teach the students and work hard for the people of the Tang dynasty. Touching the students was shaking Li Yi's foundation. If he went crazy. Yao Cheng even believed that if Li Yi didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve, he might just put a bunch of fireworks in front of his house and wait for him to light them when he left court. Then, Li Yi would take out better technology and offer it as a confession. He would tell His Majesty that he couldn't kill him because he still had a lot of technology. As for blowing up the Prime Minister, it was an accident. The fireworks burned by themselves. Even if His Majesty didn't know Li Yi, he still wouldn't give up more technology for a dead Prime Minister, let alone His Majesty calling him Brother Yi. Li Yi was like a treasure bag. He must have a lot of technology hidden away, and it would get better and better. Yao Cheng thought and suddenly became worried. He was afraid. He was afraid that if he continued to target Li Yi might not be able to tolerate it anymore and attack him. As the three of them chatted, the crowd in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate gradually dispersed. Those who passed returned to normal after a moment of depression and pulled their friends to drink. Especially those who passed they were invited to Pyongkong Square to have fun. Pyongkong Square's Baitsiu was the easiest to find. Money was enough. Zhongziu was a bit more difficult. One needed talent and money. Nanka depended on one's status and mood. Nanka's big shots answered the questions together after someone came out. Nanka's big shots answered all the subjects. There was no subject that they didn't dabble in. Let's go back. Yao Cheng looked at the fewer people and ordered. The car turned into the imperial city. Nanka's Zhongziu was lively. A group of beautiful women used traditional instruments to play Shanghai Beach and thousands of rivers and mountains are always love. Then they found that no matter how they played, it lacked some charm compared to the new instruments used by Xian Yan. Using a flute for the prelude was definitely different from using a trombone. And thousands of rivers and mountains are always love. Playing a pipa couldn't achieve the effect of a guitar. When the two songs appeared, there were both Western and traditional instruments. Moreover, it was an era of explosion. Those who composed and arranged the songs, some songs mainly used traditional instruments, while others used Western instruments. They had pushed the effects to the limits of what they could think of. It was definitely not something that could be solved with a synthesizer. They asked for a classic. Except for the lack of a piano in Zhuangzi, Xian Yan's group played a classic to congratulate the students. The students' families kept wiping their tears. Finally, this day had come. The students promised their wives that they wouldn't find another woman to replace their position. They were telling the truth, but they didn't dare. It seemed that Dong Zhu had hinted in this regard. It shouldn't be a problem to find a concubine, but it shouldn't be a problem to divorce the wife. How did he hint? Not sure, just by feeling. Xian Yan and the others understood some of the thoughts of the students who passed the Jinshi exam. Therefore, in addition to Shanghai Beach and thousands of rivers and mountains are always love, They also performed a lot of performances about men and women not leaving each other. They used this to tell the students not to get complacent. Don't think that passing the Jinshi exam is awesome. Every year, there were some who passed the Jinshi exam. There were also some who lost their reputation. As for the other Jinshi, there was no lack of mediocre people. It was all because of Li Yi's face. Otherwise, they wouldn't care. If you have the ability to come to Nanku, we will accompany you to be happy. We won't persuade you. Wait until you enter the officialdom and suffer losses, then you will understand. Chapter 3:17. Amidst the jubilation, the 220 students were envious but not jealous. Because it was their turn next year. There was no limit to the number of people who were admitted to the Grand Scholar examination. They just had to answer the questions correctly. Today, if not for the 42 students from Zhuangzi, the number of students would be less than the previous years. The questions were too off-topic. The 17 students who were able to answer them were not ordinary. At this time, Xinyan was tired from singing and dancing. She took the loudspeaker and spoke to the 220 students. Being in Li Lang's Zhuangzi, you have saved a lot of time. You don't have to go out and attend poetry gatherings with others. The guidance you have received is perfect. Settle down and learn. Call your family over. Our Nanka girls have seen many talented people who can write impromptu poems, but in the end, they can't pass. For Li Lang's sake, I will tell you not to put your thoughts on that. His Majesty has always put politics first. External politics is a strategy to stabilize the country, internal politics is a strategy to pacify the people. After speaking, Xinyan put down the loudspeaker and turned to leave the stage with the others to rest. When they passed by the students, they gave them an encouraging look. The 220 students, including the 42 students, stood there in a daze. Today was the first time they heard the girls from Pyongkong Square telling them not to play with poetry. They had once followed the rich to Pyongkong Square. Those girls would constantly praise them for their good looks and literary talent. Now they understood that those girls were bad. What was useful was politics. For Dongzhu's sake, Xinyan told them the truth. Why did you suddenly say this? Are you not afraid of losing your benefactor? Do you have money? You are the benefactor. In Zhuangzi, you can casually see Xinyan and everyone perform. If you leave Zhuangzi and go to Nanku, you won't even be able to pay the entrance fee. If that's the case, poetry is a small path. It is a small path. When did Dongzhu become proud of his literary talent? The students talked to each other. They had already figured out the path. In the future, they would not spend a lot of time on poetry. Everyone, don't tell anyone. If others don't know, we will be able to reap the benefits. Yes, let them hold a poetry gathering. I think they will invite us, but if we don't go, it will be useless. That's right. This year, they will definitely look for 220 of us to ask about questions and other learning methods. Remember to keep it a secret. When the new students were free, they would form an alliance. If others wanted to come and play, they would not go. There's no need for that. You guys have money and power. What does that have to do with us? We don't need to wait. When it's time for the exam, Dongzhu will bring the officials from the Ministry of Personnel over to play, including the Minister of Personnel. As everyone spoke, they thought about how Dongzhu didn't show up when the Minister of Personnel led the team over, and how the officials of the Ministry of Personnel even greeted them with smiles. They knew how powerful Dongzhu was. If others were to look for connections, wouldn't it still fall to the officials of the Ministry of Personnel in the end? Of course, some people wanted to bypass the imperial examination and be granted a family background directly. We don't want that, we have to pass the imperial examination in a proper manner. After the commotion on Zhuangzi's stage was over, everyone went back to work. The outside world was in chaos. In order to pass the Jinshi examination, each manor had to send out 42 people. 42 people occupied the first 42 places in the examination. Some people said that they cheated, some said that they made secret deals, some threatened to sue the higher-ups, and some asked for a re-examination. There were all kinds of voices. Some people even found the people from the censorate and asked for their help to impeach Dongzhu. The people from the censorate decisively refused. They didn't care. There was no problem at all with the imperial examination. They had already received the hint. Don't talk nonsense. Another day passed. Everyone saw that there was no more trouble. They only spread the news on the street. No one mentioned it in the imperial court. The Ministry of Personnel soon organized the second round of examinations. A large group of people went in. The results would be out on the same day. Okay, all of you will be admitted. Wait a few days and I will arrange it for you. Once they heard that they had to wait a few days, those who passed the examination started to think of ways to get in. They wanted to stay in Chang'an. Even if it was to study history, they didn't want to go out. Only those from other subjects who wanted to become local officials hoped that they could go to a better place. The local people were rich, there were few cases, there was no trouble, and it was close to the capital. It would be best if it was within the capital, where the officials were willing to cooperate, where the superiors were easy to talk to, where the colleagues were willing to help each other. It was like a place that one could dream of. Sometimes, one wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Those who knew that they would be staying in Chang'an quickly went to rent a house. If they couldn't afford to rent a house in the city, they would rent a house outside the city, like the Zhang family's village. As officials, they would rent a house in the suburbs. If they were of a lower rank, they wouldn't need to attend the imperial court meeting. They just needed to be able to go to the place during working hours. Therefore, more than 10 people came to the Zhang family's village, wanting to rent a house. The Zhang family's village didn't rent. They could live there and pay by the day. They were a tourist village. Some people directly tried to extort money. The village chief, Zhang Xiao, reminded them, "Everyone, you can live in the village. The premise is that you can't leave the village casually. When you go out, you have to make it clear where you are going. The village will arrange for people to follow you." Why? I've never heard of the rule that we can live in an inn and not go out for a walk. Someone expressed his dissatisfaction. Everyone, let's be frank. You want to enter the Li family's Zhuangzi, but we can't let you in. The children in our village are also preparing to go to Zhuangzi to continue their studies and take the imperial examination. Zhang Xiao didn't hold back at all. He knew what the other party meant. It was easy to enter Zhuangzi from the village. But that couldn't be done. The village and Zhuangzi were one. Li Dongzhu was in charge of a large amount of money and future business. "We can give you more money." The other party didn't give up. Zhang Xiao shook his head and said seriously, "We can't give you that money. Our village has handed over the account books to Li Dongzhu. As the village chief, I can only manage a small amount of money." As he spoke, he gave the other party a look that said, "You know what I mean. Is that so? Aren't you afraid that he..." Sigh. The other party sighed and stopped talking. He saw the clothes of the villagers in the Zhang family's village and the bricks and tiles that were piled there to build a house. Every tile was a piece of pottery. How much would it cost to use countless pieces of pottery to pave the roof? Other people used mud bricks, but the village used baked bricks. Why? Didn't the village chief just say that Li Yi was in charge of the account books? The villagers entrusted their wealth to Li Yi, and Li Yi helped the villagers get benefits. How could the villagers let someone else in? In addition to the Zhang family's village, there were also people in the imperial plantation who had ideas. They said that as long as they had the title of lodging, they didn't have to live there and they could look around. The imperial plantation's villager looked at the other party as if they were looking at a fool. "Are you trying to scare me? Where are you going to look? The emperor's temporary imperial residence? If you want to die, don't drag me along. Not going to the temporary imperial residence? Then where are you going? To the Li family's Zhuangzi, right? I'll let you die." We also hope that the Li family's Zhuangzi can live a good life. Therefore, in the days when Li Yi wasn't around, many people tried to find a loophole, but they were all blocked. When the news reached the palace, Li Longji said it with a smile during dinner. Empress Wang said with a calm expression, "It's better to set up rules. We should build a wall or fence, but that will make the people in the three places feel awkward." At this moment, she became that figure again, wise and decisive. Then what should we do? Li Longji couldn't think of a solution for the time being. Build a canal between the imperial plantation and the Zhang family's village to the Li family's Zhuangzi and build a bridge. If we want to go there, we can only walk on the bridge. We can't swim there, right? It's too conspicuous if we're wet. Empress Wang came up with an idea to build a scenic area. It looked beautiful, but there were fewer roads. Chapter 318. At night, Li Longji talked about the situation around Zhuangzi as if he was telling a joke. Li Dan, noble consort Lu, Li Qingqi, and the other princes also treated it as a joke. The other four princes had never seen Li Yi's face, but they had helped him and received a lot of benefits. They wanted to go, but they were afraid of exposing their identities, so they could only learn about Li Yi from others. In any case, they felt that the young man was very capable. Otherwise, how could they have eaten muskmelon and watermelon in winter? In the past, there were some vegetables in the hot spring, but there were no watermelons. After last autumn, the watermelons could be preserved and soaked in salt water before being moved to the cellar. When this batch of watermelons was almost finished, the watermelons in the greenhouse were ready. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't sell a single watermelon other than to the celestial world. They ate all of it themselves, and then put in mirabolite to make watermelon frost. Who would refuse to earn money when it was right in front of them? 2 days ago, in the imperial examination, the Li family Zhuangzi sent out 42 people, and these 42 people managed to squeeze their way to the front of the class. With this ability, he would ask if there was anything they needed help with in the future, and then he would continue to reap benefits. In the 100 Blessings Hall, everyone was eating and drinking happily. In the Political Affairs Hall, Yao Chong didn't leave. Tonight, he would stay. He was studying the article written by the 42 students on how to deal with the drought and locust plague. In the drought, they said that in places with a lot of bamboo, they should connect bamboo pipes and direct water through the pipes. There was no need to use whole bamboo. They could split it, break the bamboo joints, and drill small holes on the sides. This would save water. The prerequisite was that one side had to be higher than the other, or else the water wouldn't be able to flow through. There was no need to talk about digging wells. King Song's team had spread out and sent out many small teams to teach them how to dig wells, and at the same time, pull them into the alliance. The spring crop wasn't too bad, and the wheat was almost ready, so the drought could be overcome. The key was the autumn crop. At that time, the drought would worsen, and they could only divert water. At the same time, the more drought there would be, the more locusts there would be. If there really was a drought, it would be the worst next year. There wouldn't be enough water upstream, and many locusts would lay eggs. Yes, locusts lay eggs. Li Yi had said that locusts were not given by the heavens. They were like chickens laying eggs, laying eggs. The method of killing locusts and burying them was not good. If one said that some locusts were about to lay eggs, then they were laying eggs. If they were caught alive and buried in the ground, the locusts would use their last moments to lay eggs. The best way was to float a small boat in the water with many lanterns on it. At night, the locusts would fly over and drown in the water. If there was no water, they would set up many bonfires on the ground and surround them with nets, or simply wait for the locusts to rush in and burn them to death. Chickens and ducks were effective during the day, especially in the grain fields. The leaves of grain were not tasty, and he did not like to eat chickens and ducks. He preferred to eat meat. In the vegetable field, if the chickens and ducks were not specially raised, it was very likely that they would eat one mouthful of locusts and one mouthful of vegetables. In order to deal with this situation, the Li family Zhuangzi raised maggots for a long time to feed the chickens and ducks. As long as the chickens and ducks in the same group hatched, the older chickens and ducks would teach them. The younger ones would also stare at the worms and eat them. Another method was the smoking method. The best smoke was the smoke from wormwood. Once it was smoked, groups of locusts would fall down one after another. Yao Chong looked at the lines one by one. He knew that this was in the field of technology. If the students dared to write it, it must be because of Li Yi's teachings. When the examination paper listed all kinds of methods, it emphasized that the plague of locusts was not scary. What was scary was the human heart, the human heart. If there were locusts, what could be done if they did not kill them? Therefore, in the world, when ghosts and gods are not to be feared, there must be benefits. When the common people see benefits, they can be immoral and disrespect ghosts and gods, let alone locusts. When the common people see benefits, whoever kills locusts will get money, and the common people can go against the heavens. Men die for wealth, birds die for food. Today, we do the opposite. We encourage the common people to pursue benefits, and the common people will do their best to catch locusts. This is the best plan. If the common people are willing to go, 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 regardless of age or age, they will go. Yao Chong read out a current affairs policy. It meant that the common people were afraid of locusts, but let the common people know that catching locusts could earn them money. Whatever the heavens think, just do it. If catching locusts could earn 10 copper coins a day, many people would be willing to do it. If they could earn 100 copper coins, all the young and old would go, and everyone would go crazy. Wonderful, Li Yi, you are indeed not ordinary. Yao Chong rubbed his hands and praised Li Yi. He continued to read the next article. The next article was also a policy on curing locusts. The idea was different. Some people want to use the reason that the disaster from the heavens cannot be disobeyed. We used the reason of the drought of locusts in the past and present life to push back. Don't you hear of the lantern night, the three-life stone shore, the red spider lily blooming? This is the attack of propaganda. This student from Zhuangzi said that they should use propaganda to deal with it. The common people were afraid of natural disasters, saying that it was a punishment from the heavens. Then the program on the 15th day of the first month would be used to tell the common people that in the past, present, and future lives, if they did not kill the locusts now, they would suffer in this life, and it would be difficult for them to meet in the next life. Superstition against superstition, to see who was awesome. If something happened to the heavens, it would be right in front of them. Wouldn't this life and the next life be more serious than the matter in front of them? Yao Chong read and had goosebumps all over his body. He recalled that when did Li Yi start raising chickens and ducks? There were so many of them, but he did not kill them to sell them and raise them. Later, he said that he could sell chicks and ducks. Then, the piglets happened to be left to give birth at the beginning of spring. On the 15th day of the first month, he helped Empress Wang and buried the reason why men and women died at the same time. He was deliberately scheming. In order to deal with the plague of locusts, how many things had he done in advance? Including learning from Her Majesty how to make transforming eggs, and then the shoe merchants compromised, he asked for a large amount of salt. I'm actually afraid that he will focus on dealing with me, sigh. Yao Chong trembled and muttered to himself. He panicked. That young man, for one thing, used a year to plan, and only revealed it now. Good patience, good temperament. Moreover, he must have a lot of skills. Did he continue to have other plans? There was a temporary problem with the kiln in Wugong County, which cheated the people. He would release a new glaze in a few days. In other words, in an emergency, Li Yi would react quickly and mercilessly. If he was not in a hurry, he would take it slow. In the process, if you forced him, he would guarantee that he would respond immediately, and it would still be so fast. Just like in a war, strategy and tactics were not lacking. If you did not make a move, he would force you bit by bit. If you suddenly made a move, he would react instantly, not giving you the slightest chance. Yao Chong took a deep breath, then went to take an oxygen bag and connected it to his nose. This boy's scheming is far-reaching and his response is swift. He is not ordinary. I have to be careful, careful, and more careful. Yao Chong said to himself, which meant that he should not always think of suppressing the other party. Perhaps the other party was now planning something. After the young man was done with the drought and the plague of locusts, what would his next step be? Would it be to deal with him? Yao Chong thought so. He was scaring himself. He did not know that Li Yi had never taken him seriously. He gave him benefits through earthly paradise in order to stabilize him. Don't make trouble, I'm busy. I know all about your son's things, but I'm unwilling to do anything. Chapter 319. On the third day after the results were released, the students who passed the exam entered the Ministry of Personnel again and were exempted from the exam. All of the students carefully dressed up. Some put on rouge and blush to make themselves look prettier. Their clothes were smoothed out. Everyone entered. The officials of the Ministry of Personnel looked at their appearance, tested their eyesight, and asked a few simple questions. In the end, all of them passed. Everyone was happy. Before noon, they left the imperial city. Just as the others were about to meet up with the officials of the Li family Zhuangzi, the 42 students had already boarded the carriage. The carriages turned around and returned to Zhuangzi. The 42 students continued to study the textbooks. They would first study by themselves, mainly physics, chemistry, and arithmetic. They did not need to study Chinese. They listened to her advice and knew that Xinyan would not lie to them. Therefore, they should study hard. Now was not the time to play with others. As for the other 17 quasi-officials, they rode on horses borrowed from others out of friendship and began to stroll along the side streets. Unfortunately, there were fewer commoners than last year. The commoners ran to find a place to pick tea. After picking the tea leaves, they quickly sent them to the Li family Zhuangzi to exchange for money. They did not have time to watch others parade. When the carriages headed east and arrived at Pyongkong Square, the girls of Beitsu opened their windows and waved their handkerchiefs as they shouted. It was only at this moment that the 17 grand scholars felt that their status was respected. From now on, the tea leaves can be picked until the summer harvest. Pei Yaoqing invited Li Yuanhong to eat at Earthly Paradise. Seeing the commoners coming from the west of the city and passing by Earthly Paradise, they hurried east with bamboo baskets and said to Li Yuanhong. Li Yuanhong seemed to be in a good mood and said, "This way, the people in the 2 counties who are not rich can save up some money." Huangji went to Li Yi and found a job, which should be a great contribution. Thanks to the general director's understanding, he did not make Mai Chang and angry. Pei Yaoqing expressed his gratitude. His Chang and order allowed the people of another county to work, and the other party did not say anything. The main thing is that I don't dare to stop you. Let's not talk about whether it benefits the commoners or not. Just the fact that the bailiffs can earn more money makes it difficult for me to stop you. Li Yuanhong said with a smile. He did not fight. It was fine as long as the matter was done. Taking money that he did not dare to take was risky. Moreover, Pei Yaoqing's money was still being used on the people of the 2 counties. In the future, you don't have to spend money to buy tea. Li Yi agreed. Pei Yaoqing changed the topic. The taste of the tea is indeed different. Li Yuanhong nodded. He did not care about the tea because he did not know what price Li Yi would sell the tea for in the future. At this time, the people of the capital government were busy looking for wild tea. Some people couldn't enter the tea garden, so they asked the owner of the tea garden if they wanted people to pick the tea. The people in the tea plantation knew that the tea leaves would grow slowly. Right now, they were still young shoots. The Li family Zhuangzi offered a high price. Depending on the quality, the most expensive one could reach 50 yuan per caddy, while the cheapest one could reach 10 yuan per caddy. It was even more expensive than the tea that had been made in the past. However, there were more requirements. The freshly picked tea could not be sent to Zhuangzi for more than 3 days. At the same time, they were not allowed to pile up a thick layer, otherwise, the price would continue to drop. Ordinary people who found the tea trees and picked them for a day would have to rush to Zhuangzi. If there were many people nearby, they would have to hire a horse carriage, donkey cart, mule cart, or ox cart. People who lived near Zhuangzi could pick the tea for 2 days and then send it to Zhuangzi. It would not take more than 3 days. The owner of the tea plantation saw that there was money to be made. After discussing the price with the tea pickers, a group of people rushed in to pick the young shoots. It seemed that both parties were very happy. One party did not have to look for the tea trees themselves, while the other party felt that they had earned money for free. When the first basket of tea leaves was sent to Zhuangzi, the farmers started to get busy. The place to dry the tea must be kept a secret. Cooking tea must not be taught. They were counting on this to make money. Songda looked at the quality according to the pictures and instructions drawn by Li Yi. Every time he offered the high price of 50 yuan, he laughed even more happily than the other party. The people who made the tea later started to process the young tea according to different techniques. According to the water requirements of the tea, the yield of the tea would be different. The drier the tea, the more green tea would be needed. Under normal circumstances, more than 4 caddies of green tea would be needed to produce 1 caddy of green tea. If a large pile of green tea was sent over and 4 to 5 caddies of good buds were selected out of 10 caddies, then the quality of the tea would be equivalent to 1 caddy of green tea. However, the selected buds could still be fried. If it was to make very dry tea, perhaps 10 caddies of green tea would need to be selected out of 20 caddies and then fried for 1 caddy. If the young shoots from the capital office were selected well, 5 caddies of green tea could be sold for a sky-high price. As for how to sell it, Dongzhu had a way. Beside Zhuangzi, the people who were not making honeycomb briquettes for the time being formed a group. They hired carriages with Zhuangzi and ran to various places to pick the tea. They had to be hired and paid. When they went, the carriages were loaded with fodder, salt, and large buckets of water. Generally, it was a day's journey and the horses had to rest midway. After picking for a day, or at most half a day, they would rush back and sell the tea buds to Zhuangzi. However, Zhuangzi promised to give them some inferior tea to drink. It was to supplement their vitamins and cleanse their stomachs. If it was not suitable for tea, then don't drink it. The people from the Zhang family village did not move. They were tidying up the land and planting cotton this year. It was February in the lunar calendar and April in the solar calendar. They were going to plant. Not only the village, but Zhuangzi also planted a lot of cotton. The people from the Zhang family village cooperated with Li Yi and Zhuangzi to plant cotton. Zhuangzi provided the seeds and technology, and the villagers were responsible for the work. The manor gave the village some money to rent the land and some money to hire a worker. It was equivalent to the villagers earning an extra wage. Their tourism industry had to continue. This included raising toads and planting paddy fields. They raised crabs in the paddy fields. It was equivalent to the Li family village Zhuangzi getting rich first. They led the local area to get rich later. The imperial plantation in the north was the same. Everyone was waiting to continue earning money this year and then build new houses. On February 28, 10 days after the imperial examination, Li Yi stood at the bow of the ship and watched as the ship slowly docked. The boatman said 10 days, so it was 10 days. It was indeed accurate. The Luoyang dock was now the Hunan prefecture. The highest official in the Hunan prefecture was the Hunan prefect. There was a prince who claimed to be the Hunan prefect, but he did not care about anything. The current Hunan prefect was called Baigu. He was 65 years old this year. According to the information, he would return to Chang and this year as the Minister of Revenue. Then he would fall ill next year and die before he could recover. Li Yi knew this person. Some of the reasons why the locust plague could not be dealt with well was because of him. It was probably because he was old and an old official. He stubbornly refused to deal with the locusts under Yao Chong, so Li Longji transferred him back. Normally, Yao Chong could not do anything about the locust plague this year. Next year, he would dare to give an order without a key person. This Bai Gu named his children according to the 5 elements. His name also had the word Mu next to it. He was also called an outsider. You are an official of the imperial court. You are an outsider, okay? As for the other officials in the Hunan prefecture, Li Yi did not find any information. They were all a mess. They were all nameless people in history. There was no need to pay attention to them. Li Yi watched and thought. The ship came to a stop and the gangplank was placed. The boatmen helped to move things down and send people away. They also had to wash the ship. At the same time, they asked if there was anyone else who wanted to ship goods. They would do it if they paid. Li Yi did not work. He got off the ship and watched from the dock. It was the last day of April in Luoyang. The weather was very hot, and the Yellow River was obviously shallow. The grass on the dock was yellowish, and grasshoppers were hopping around. Chapter 320. Others were busy moving the goods, and some went to find helpers at the docks to help. Li Yi observed the grasshoppers. At this time, the grasshoppers should be green or dark green, but the big grasshopper in front of him was beginning to turn gray. When the drought reached a certain level, grasshoppers began to gather in a place. They were all gray, and some had spots on their bodies. Coo coo coo, coo coo coo. The chickens in the cages saw the grasshoppers and cried out. They stuck their heads out and stretched their necks out. The ducks in the cages also became restless. They wanted to eat. The farmers negotiated the price and found helpers and carts to put the chickens, ducks, and pigs on. The people at the docks, who had no work to do to earn wages, came to carry the goods. At the same time, they asked curiously, "Where did they come from? How do we transport these chickens and ducks? There must be tens of thousands of them." They asked the farmers. "Everyone, be careful. Don't fall to the ground. If the cages are opened, it will be difficult to catch them." The farmers did not answer, but reminded them. The winged knights led the horses down. When the horses stood on solid ground, they snorted happily. It was too uncomfortable on the boat. The horses stood up, and the soldiers carried the fodder. A horse, 2 duck eggs, and a handful of pepper. When the eggs were opened, the liquid was placed on the horse's palm. The horse happily licked it, then licked the pepper, and finally ate the grass. The other farmers stared at the workers as they divided the eggs. When they spoke, they said that they would not give cash or cloth, but eggs. Along the way, 10,000 chickens and 32,000 ducks had laid many eggs in 10 days. Under the sunlight, the chickens and ducks that could hatch were placed in a separate pile. Those that could not hatch were placed in another pile. When they reached Luoyang, they could use it as money and give 3 to 5 more. The workers could also sell them and earn more. The docks here were located in the west of Luoyang. To the east was Luoyang, and to the west was empty land. The waterway could send the boats directly to Luoyang. Li Yi had to raise chickens and ducks, so it was inconvenient for him to bring them in. Outside the city, there were villages, mountains, and other rivers. Other than the Yellow River, the largest river was the Luo River that passed through the city. If the boats could enter directly, they would go through the Luo River. Wherever they stopped, they would load and unload goods there. Cruise ships were also circling around the river. The degree of prosperity here was not inferior to Chang'an. As for Kaifeng, which was further to the east, it wasn't possible yet. Li Yi wanted to find an open space with a mountain. The mountains around the city must belong to someone, so he wanted to rent it. There was no need for him to worry about such matters personally. The villagers would take care of it. He could enter the city and ask the broker, pay the money, and the broker would take care of it. "Everyone, please help us transport the eggs to the place. We need to rent a mountain over there. Don't worry, we'll pay you enough. For those who are willing to buy eggs, I'll give you 5 extra eggs each." The farmer shouted to the crowd of people working and renting cars. The people who were hired were actually in a state of fear. It was normal for there to be many chickens, ducks, and pigs. There were so many soldiers and horses, and a non-commissioned officer was following them. Who was this person? There were crossbows, bows, sabers, helmets, armors, uniforms, and leather boots that he had never seen before. Looking at how strong his body was, the flesh on the back of his neck was bulging. Even the water sack for drinking water was different from other places. Wasn't there something like a shovel? 1 man, 3 mounts. Where did this army belong to? Waiting for Fan to take care of the horses, he raised the flag. The surrounding people were in an uproar. There was a big word, feather, and a big word, flying. The winged knights who were sent from Chang'an to protect His Majesty. They look like they can fight. How much would a set of military equipment and horses cost? They just fed duck eggs and pepper to the horses. Who are they protecting? I don't know. There are 30 big ships transporting goods. They're brazenly delivering things. They listen to the young man. The clothes of the people around the young man are not cheap. It must be some king. He's so bored that he's transporting chickens and ducks. From Chang'an. I don't know what they're doing. They're working for money. They don't care. The people knew that the people who came were not bandits and were relieved. The winged knights did not kill civilians. On the way, they contacted the broker. The mountain did have an owner. It belonged to Luoyang County, Hunan Prefecture. The government sent a secretary with the surname Yang. His name was Li. It's a mulberry forest, 540 mu. Manager Li, how much would you like to pay? Let's make it clear first. It's only for rent. Yang Li looked for Li. He looked at the size of the group and showed a serious expression. I'm not familiar with the local land prices. Can Secretary Yang tell me a thing or two? There are also some things that I want to sell. I don't know how much would be appropriate. Li Yi asked with a smile. At the same time, he took a box and opened it. He took out a lighter and poured some toilet water for Yang Li to smell. He also added soap and glycerin to make a set of new glazed porcelain. Yang Li was stunned when he saw the things. He knew that they came from Chang'an. Unfortunately, he did not have them. This. Yang Li thought about the price. Secretary Yang, you can't think of it right now. Bring it back and think about it carefully. Li Yi said to Yang Li. Ah. Bring it back? This. Is that okay? Yang Li seemed to understand something. Secretary Yang, you must set a good price. If you don't know the price in the future, I'll have to trouble you. I'm just a commoner and hope for the help of the government officials. Li Yi gave him an encouraging look. Take it, there will be more in the future. He handed the items to Yang Li. Yang Li's hands trembled as he received the items. He thought for a moment and placed them beside his feet. He then looked at the 2 bailiffs who followed him. The 2 bailiffs turned their heads. They did not know anything and did not see anything. Come, come, come. My 2 brothers, you should interact with all kinds of people in the streets. Bring it back and help me ask around. Li Yi waved his hand and 2 small boxes were brought up. He handed them to the bailiffs. Of course, of course. One of the bailiffs received the boxes happily. Thank you, thank you. Oh, no, I mean you don't have to thank me. The other bailiff said incoherently. The broker standing beside did not need Li Yi to give it to him personally. A villager had already passed him a bag containing 10 pieces of soap. The broker opened the bag and was satisfied. This was not a small amount. Soap was hard to come by in Luoyang. Shopkeeper Li, how much do you think is suitable? Yang Li asked Li Yi about the price of the land. We cannot make things difficult for the people in the county. Since Registrar Yang is here, there will naturally be a base price. The base price will be increased by 5%. Li Yi gave an answer. He did not want the base price and would give them a profit. He would increase the price by 5% so that they would not lose face. Lease for a year. It is said that 1 mu of land is 30 coins. 540 mu of land. 16 mu of land is 200 coins. 200 coins can be waived. There are many mulberry trees and they can be used to raise silkworms. How about this, you give me 20 coins a year and I will give you the surrounding 270 mu of land. That's 800 mu of land. Yang Li helped to think of a solution. If he could give more land, both sides would benefit. The key was that there were benefits for him. How much could he earn if the rent was 10,000 coins a year? Now that he knew someone who could give him good things, there would be more in the future. The benefits for the county were different from his own benefits. Registrar Yang, there is one more thing I need to trouble you with. The chickens and ducks have laid many eggs on the boat. There are 1,000 eggs that cannot be finished. Why don't Registrar Yang bring them back and see if other people are willing to eat them? If they are willing, in the future, if there are more eggs that are about to spoil, you can send them over. Li Yi mentioned another matter. He could not only give benefits to one person. Send 1,000 eggs. In the future, if there are more eggs that cannot be hatched, he will continue to send. I will feed all of you well. Don't make trouble for me. Brother Yi, I am only a few years older than you. Don't be so distant. Call me Brother Yang. Yang Li said. Brother Yang is right. I will leave the 1,000 eggs to Brother Yang. Li Yi said. After the price was agreed upon, the broker wrote the contract. The official registrar took the seal and stamped it. There were 4 copies, 2 for the county, 1 for the notary, 1 for the seller, 1 for the broker, and the last one for Li Yi. Li Yi also took out the seal and stamped it. On the seal, there were the words, Imperial Physician Li Yi Seal. Yang Li suddenly looked up and said in astonishment, Brother Yi, no, Li Taizheng, you, Brother Yang, you are treating me like an outsider. Now I am relieved. Li Yi said with a smile. Chapter 321. When Yang Li and the others left, their footsteps were a little shaky and they were a little dazed. The shock they received was too great and they were afraid. After walking for a while, Yang Li sighed, this kid will have a bright future. The 2 bailiffs and the broker nodded in agreement. That young man gave them all kinds of benefits and took the initiative to offer the lowest rental price. He even considered other people and gave them 1,000 eggs. When it was time to sign the contract, it was an imperial physician's seal. A 4th-rank imperial physician. From Chang until Luoyang, he didn't show the slightest bit of an official's attitude. The registrar of Luoyang County was Fugua County, which belonged to Hunan Province. Hunan Province belonged to Duji Province. In other words, he was the registrar of Ji County, a 9th-rank official. How far was a 9th-rank official from a 4th-rank official? The registrar was an official with real power, while the imperial physician was a civil official. It seemed that a civil official wasn't as powerful as a civil official, but it depended on how old the young man was. How could a young man who wasn't even 20 years old be a civil official? It was easy for a civil official to get a civil official with real power, especially one who was 3rd rank or lower. For example, if the emperor was in a good mood, he could arrange for an assistant minister. Because he was 4th rank, the assistant minister could do it. It seemed that the winged knights were protecting him. The winged knights protecting the emperor were protecting an imperial physician. If it was another young man, wouldn't he be flying? Looking at Li Yi, he was such a gentle and sensible person. Registrar, you have to take care of that place in the future. A bailiff said. Another one agreed, otherwise, if something happens, Li Yi might, I know. Yang Li took a deep breath. He knew that Li Yi looked easy to talk to, but in reality, he had already taken care of the matter. If something went wrong and he wanted to take revenge, don't blame him. Li Yi was relieved. He didn't need to show off. His purpose here was simple, and it was important to do things well. He wanted to do things well and not make them public. Otherwise, if he showed his status, people would be respectful on the surface and play tricks on him in secret. The key was that he had to leave after making the arrangements and couldn't stay here. He needed to make arrangements for the people who stayed behind to avoid being taken advantage of. Now, the leased land was 800 mu. It was connected to a small mountain and the surrounding area. There were 2 small rivers flowing through it and a few wells were dug. Dongzhu, there are mulberry trees. Are we going to raise silkworms? The farmer came to Li Yi's side and asked happily. When there are more locusts, where will the leaves be? But there are mulberries that will ripen in a few days. You can eat them. You can hire someone to pick them and make wine. You can dry them in the sun. Li Yi did not think that the mulberry leaves could be kept for long. The mulberries would ripen. Dongzhu, you don't need to hire anyone. The farmer was reluctant to part with the money. 100 of you have to take care of more than 40,000 poultry and 5,000 piglets. How can you take care of other things? We don't need you to raise chickens, ducks, and pigs. I sent you here to teach you how to manage. If I want to earn money, do I need to save money from you? Later, I'll write a booklet for you guys to read and learn. I'll teach you how to find people to work for you and how to appease people who work for you. Let them compete with each other, but don't let them do bad things behind each other's backs. Li Yi sat in the carriage and spoke to the villagers. The helpers who came to work also listened. The more they listened, the more surprised they were. Some of them even felt that they knew how to manage. In the future, I will let you interact with other villages. You might even have to take charge of the village. Take this opportunity to learn more. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. I will take responsibility. It doesn't matter if you lose out, but you have to know how you lose out. Pay attention next time. Remember my words. As long as you are alive, everything else is secondary. Even if you are cheated, don't try to kill yourself. I will make it up to you later. The villagers nodded their heads. The others were envious. Why didn't they meet such a good leader? There were also foremen who helped at the docks. Sometimes, when they did not do well and offended people, the foreman would not help to solve the problem. They would only say a few good words. In the end, they would have to pay the compensation themselves. The winged knights listened from nearby. They were expressionless. They were used to it. They knew Li Dongzhu's character. That devilish training was indeed too difficult. However, everyone's body condition was different. Li Dongzhu took good care of them. 25 miles west of the city, they arrived. The hired people took out their tools and began to build fences to raise chickens, ducks, and pigs. The winged knights chose 4 directions and sent out 100 cavalrymen to each direction. They used the shovels to build the camp, while the other 100 stayed around Li Yi at all times. Everyone busied themselves until it was almost midnight. Only then did they finish building the fences and feed the chickens, ducks, and pigs. Compared to Chang'an, the weather in the middle of April in Luoyang was much warmer. The villagers set up simple stoves to make noodle soup and scrambled eggs with green onions. Stay in the tents tonight. Tomorrow, help build the shacks. Your wages will be doubled. Li Yi shouted through a loudspeaker. Everything he said now was fake. Only money would make people happy. Sure enough, just as Li Yi finished speaking, the 400 people who were hired to work immediately felt refreshed and energized. It was just that miraculous. After eating the hot noodle soup and a lot of black bean sauce, which should be called scrambled eggs with green onions, they felt that they could continue to stay in the tents tomorrow night. Li Dongzhu, the food is too bad. Fan held a bowl and squatted beside Li Yi as he joked. I'm sorry everyone. I'm guilty. Everyone, please forgive me this time. I'll definitely correct myself tomorrow. Li Yi cooperated and said. The surrounding people roared with laughter, but they believed that tomorrow's food would not be so casual. Your Dongzhu is easygoing. The worker said to the villager. He felt that the noodle soup and scrambled eggs with green onions were good dishes. There was a lot of black bean oil in the stir-fry. It was fragrant. Dongzhu said that he would correct himself tomorrow. In Zhuangzi, we always eat dozens of dishes before choosing the ones we want. The villager showed off. I don't believe it. The worker shook his head. You'll know tomorrow morning. Everyone is tired today and has no energy to cook. The villager did not argue. On the 29th day of the second lunar month, the sun jumped out from the eastern horizon. The workers living in the tents woke up to the smell of food. They found a place to squat down and relieve themselves, but the winged knights took them to the designated latrine and gave them some paper. After they were done, they put away the paper and pulled out a few handfuls of grass around the latrine. Wash your face, wash your hands, and brush your teeth. The conditions are tough. You can't take a shower in the morning. If you feel uncomfortable, bear with it. The villager who woke up first called out to the other villager. Copper and iron basins were filled with hot water and mixed with cold water. Toothpaste and soap were placed next to them. The other villagers brought their own towels and toothbrushes. The winged knights did the same. A villager gave the workers toothbrushes and towels. These are yours. You all have to work for the next few days. Many of the people who were hired had never brushed their teeth in their lives, but they knew how to do it. They held the toothbrushes made of pig hair and bamboo in their hands and did not know what to do. They followed the villagers' example and wet their faces with water. They rubbed soap on it and washed it again. A basin of black water was poured. They continued to wash. They felt embarrassed. It was too dirty. We just went to the Zhuangzi in Dongzhu and took a bath in the pool. The pool was black. It was dirtier than yours. The villager explained to the workers to ease their nervousness. After they were clean, they wiped their faces carefully with towels. When they were ready to eat, the workers who were hired to work were stunned again. Chapter 322. Last night, the dumpling soup and scrambled eggs with green onions had already made them feel that the food was good. What was in front of them now? The farmer next to him introduced to the employees around him, "We are still busy today, so we didn't make many main dishes. There is only porridge, soy milk, tofu pudding, and egg soup. The main dishes are hot pancakes and fried dough sticks. There are no steamed buns. It takes time to make the dough. We were all tired yesterday. However, we brought some side dishes, such as fermented bean curd, radish sticks, cucumbers soaked in the sauce jar, pickles brought by Zhuangzi, and shredded cabbage with garlic. In addition, we didn't have time to cook the tea eggs. There are only fried eggs. You can choose whether to add salt or sugar. I prefer to eat with sauce." The farmers kept saying that they were busy and didn't have time. The hired people finally understood that the farmer was telling the truth last night. There was actually so much delicious food this morning. The sun isn't high yet. Is it too early to eat? Someone asked. No, it's not early. There are 3 meals a day. Oh, sorry for the inconvenience. Wait for a few days. There will be food 24 hours a day. The farmer still told the truth. Yes, let's eat. Open up your stomach, but it's best not to eat too much and delay work. Fan chose to eat porridge and hot pancakes. Then he picked up 5 fried eggs. He didn't care how many eggs were suitable for the human body to absorb. Anyway, as a soldier, he ate as much as he could and had the strength to fight. Those who were responsible for cooking early in the morning would eat a little, lie down, and sleep again. When they woke up again, they would be busy for lunch. The winged knights who got up in the middle of the night to feed Ma Jia did the same. After they slept well, they would take over the night shift. Everyone was adjusting to the time difference. After that, they would rotate 24 hours a day. There would always be people. Even if the rest people were resting, they could still get up in an emergency and go back to work or fight. This was the normal mode of the Li family Zhuangzi. They were always ready. The hired people had never been shocked like this. They ate stupidly and felt like they were dreaming. It was so unreal. The only thing they were sure of was that the young man from Chang'an, Dongzhou, was too rich. He was so good to the farmers. When eating, he didn't care whether the farmers were tired or not. If he asked them to cook, they had to cook. When it came to food, there were so many pancakes baked in oil, fried things, and many side dishes. Do you know that you have a lot of chickens and ducks? Eggs are not money. I'm afraid your owner isn't someone important, right? Give you all good food to eat and clothes to wear. How much property is enough for you to ruin? Someone was honest and directly asked the villager. The villager glared at him. You're the one who's stupid. Do you know how much the fermented bean curd you're eating costs? Do you know how expensive it is to pour soy sauce on a fried egg? Do you know how much the tooth powder and soap you use are worth? Do you know who made the soybean oil? Our Dongzhu is good at making money. Only when we are full and well fed can we have the energy to do things for the Dongzhu. If I were your Dongzhu, I wouldn't give it to you. The man understood, but he still felt distressed. That's why you'll never become a Dongzhu. At least, you won't be able to become our Dongzhu, the villager said bluntly. Other Zhuangzi aren't like this, the man muttered. Other Zhuangzi villagers would risk their lives for the Dongzhu? We can. The villager puffed out his chest. The person who was hired and the villager seemed to be in two different time and space. Each had their own reasons and thoughts. They finally finished their breakfast after communicating across time and space. They continued to work. A few villagers drove their carriages out to the city to find the broker. The brokers of the Tang dynasty were not as good as those of the Song dynasty. There were more brokers in the Song dynasty and they were more formal. However, there were still people in charge. They found the brokers and asked them to help find people who raised silkworms. They told the brokers that as long as someone caught a caddy of grasshoppers, they could go to the mulberry forest and pick a basket of mulberry leaves. For every caddy of grasshoppers they caught, the broker would get a duck egg. The brokers went outside to look for grasshoppers and found that there were so many of them this year. They could be seen everywhere and could be caught. They felt that it was profitable, so they agreed and went to find people to catch them. However, they made a new request. If the other party was not willing to take the mulberry leaves, they had to give an egg in exchange. The villager agreed. A caddy of grasshoppers could lay several eggs. Chickens and ducks loved to eat them. While Li Yi was busy setting up the camp, Wei Zhigu sent out many supervisors. The first well construction tender of the Tang dynasty was finally over. When no one else was qualified to participate, it was divided by Li Chengqi's Three Craftsmen Alliance. Everyone divided the area, proposed the price, the quality, and the speed of the project, and then took out a part of the money as the deposit. The deposit was in Li Longji's hands and no one else was allowed to touch it. If the deposit was given to another department and was misappropriated, the person would not be able to get it back even if he was killed. This kind of thing happened very easily. The project payment was not given, and the deposit was not given. The person who did the project had to pay for it. Then, the person could ask for a salary, give gifts, and bribe. When the leader had enough achievements and was promoted, the new person would continue to give gifts. Therefore, Li Longji did not give the money he used to build the well to others. He waited for the Ministry of Works to accept the project and then gave the money for the well. Other people did not have such a strong capital. They could not take out enough deposit, let alone enough money for the well to be built. Wei Zhigu was depressed that he could not get the money. At night, he went to earthly paradise to eat. Eating here was free, so he wanted to drink a few more cups. Tomorrow was the end of the month, so he would be on holiday. When he went up to the third floor, he found that one of the 3 private rooms reserved for the prime ministers was occupied. Who is it? Wei Zhigu asked Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun raised 3 fingers. Wei Zhigu understood. They were all here. You guys were too outrageous, always freeloading at earthly paradise. In order to put an end to this kind of unhealthy practice, he decided to go in. When he pushed the door open, there were only cold dishes on the table of the 3 people inside. The wine was still warm. I'm worried about building a well to deal with the drought, but you guys are eating and drinking. Wei Zhigu was the first to accuse them. Zhang Shua was the youngest. He stood up and helped Wei Zhigu up. Sit down. We'll drink 3 cups as punishment. Wei Zhigu did not sit down. He went to the basin next to him and washed his hands first. Then, he found a place to sit down and grabbed half a braised pig trotter from the cold dishes. He took a bite and said in a muffled voice, "I understand now." What fair bidding! A deposit is enough to stop others outside. In the end, it's just His Majesty and King Song playing. What if others don't take the deposit and don't do a good job? Lu Huaishan defended. The idea was Li Yi's. The renovation of the new house was done. They were putting in charcoal and drying the air. Once the smell dissipated, they could move in. What do you think of my Ministry of Works? Wei Zhigu was still unhappy. He felt that he had become a decoration. Are you doing this for power or for the people? Isn't the well already built? It's expanding rapidly, and the technology has also been spread out. We can only build a portion of it this year, but it should be drier next year. By then, there will be more wells. Zhang Shua persuaded. He had already talked to Earthly Paradise. When the weather warmed up, his house would be renovated too. Wei Zhigu looked at Yao Chong. Yao Chong hesitated for a moment and said, Li Yi went out personally for this matter. He's lazy and doesn't want to go out. Zhigu, is your house renovated? How can you, just ask Xiaoyun to renovate it? I'm just a minister. I can't compare to the Prime Minister. Wei Zhigu felt that it was fine to renovate it, but at the same time, he was jealous. He was mainly targeting Yao Chong. He was also the Prime Minister. Chapter 323. When the wine was warmed up, 2 hot dishes were served. Everyone first drank a glass of white wine with 50% proof. There was even ginseng in it. After taking a sip, there was sweetness amidst the bitterness. The alcohol was very strong, so they slowly exhaled and quickly ate cold dishes to calm down. Li Yi took the initiative to go out this time. He must have lost a lot of money, right? Wei Zhigu temporarily put aside the matter of the Ministry of Works money. Him? Lost money? Zhang Shua was the first to shake his head. He went out personally. Would he suffer a loss? Yao Chong swallowed the cucumber and vermicelli. I think he'll make a profit. 10,000 chickens, 32,000 ducks, and 5,000 piglets. He'll make a lot of money if he sells them. What's the difference if he sells them in Changthan? The piglets still need to be fed. Wei Zhigu said as he ate the braised lamb tendons. Zhuangzi also needs to be fed chaff, leftovers, and Qingchu. This Qingchu has good skills. Yao Chong couldn't help but praise Qingchu as he talked about the matter of raising pigs. Qingchu solved many of the difficulties of raising livestock, especially in the winter when the livestock lost weight. They couldn't afford to feed the livestock properly. They could only wait until spring to catch up and spend more money. Once Qingchu came out, they could harvest some crops in the summer and autumn seasons and make Qingchu with the stalks. In the winter, with Qingchu, they didn't need to feed too much and the hay would grow fat. Especially the breeding of the Tang dynasty's military horses, it saved a lot of money. His Majesty also sent 500 winged knights to be at his disposal. You and I don't have such benefits. Zhang Shua added. This year, His Majesty has already found 20,000 good soldiers from all over the country. He let a person who ranked first in the military exam become the Winged Knights Guard commander. The others complained. Lu Huaishan said the new situation and poured wine for himself. It's all because Li Yi mentioned that his name is Guazi before he left. After he mentioned it, everyone took a look at him again. Indeed, he's amazing. He passed all the military questions in the quiz and got an A grade in the other subjects. After training, the Winged Knights will have 23,000 cavalry. It's just that there are fewer people in each battalion, 500, not 750. Zhang Shua understood this very well. When he mentioned Li Yi, he shuddered. How did he, Li Yi, know that there was a person called Guizi who was so powerful? In the individual competition, there was riding, shooting, drawing a strong bow, loading a crossbow, lifting stone weights, running while carrying weights. Everything was first class. Setting up camp while waiting for the written exam was also an A grade. Then, a group of generals took turns asking questions. It was still an A grade. In the end, he gave a comprehensive evaluation of exceptional, indicating that he was not on the same level as the others. At such a young age, he was already a 6th rank official. Otherwise, why would His Majesty directly appoint someone who came in first place in the military selection as an official, and even manage the Winged Knights? It was only because Li Yi had asked. Lu Huaishan laughed. So what if there are less than 750 men in a battalion? Would an ordinary 1,000-man squad dare to fight against the 500 Winged Knights? Wei Zhigu also revealed a smile. The Winged Knights will take turns to carry out missions, especially protecting private trading caravans. There is no lack of conflict. After 2 years, His Majesty will have gathered 30,000 Winged Knights. Our Tang dynasty will be stable, and the local military and government will no longer be dependent on power. As soon as he said this, everyone drank and fell silent. They could already tell that His Majesty wanted to train a strong private army. When the time came, they could just pull over anyone who was not convinced. This army would use the best weapons and armor, the best horses, and undergo the cruelest training and actual combat. Then, the aristocratic families would have to be careful. Even if they had the ability to gather 100,000 soldiers, they would still be killed by the 30,000 Winged Knights. Because Li Yi was still researching firearms, the 10 Western Turkic families were scared out of their wits. Bai Gu will probably be able to make Li Yi suffer. When Yao Chong thought of Li Yi's assistance with His Majesty, he felt uncomfortable and thought of Hunan magistrate Bai Gu. Li Yi brought a lot of poultry and pigs. Isn't it a problem to settle them down? They need to eat, and the food he brought won't last a month. Lu Huaishan was worried. Putting himself in Li Yi's shoes, he did not know what to do. It was too difficult. On the first day of the 3rd month, Bai Gu, who was mentioned by Yao Chong, came out. After Li Yi rented 800 mu of land, he caused a huge commotion. Many people used their bags to catch grasshoppers and small nets. Even the children at home went to do it. Some exchanged for eggs, some for mulberry leaves. Although it was called a basket, it was actually a small basket. In the end, someone carried a large basket over to pick mulberry leaves and then pressed it down hard. This time, they made a profit, a huge profit. The people said that there was a foolish young man, Dong Zhu, who was a prodigal. While they were picking mulberry leaves, some people even picked ripe mulberries. Children used grass sticks to scoop up some grasshoppers. They were also allowed to climb trees to eat. After eating, they had to wrap up the grasshoppers with a thick rope. Otherwise, they would fall. When it came to climbing trees, not even 1 out of 1,000 children would fall. They were light and could hang themselves by grabbing a branch. Then, with a little effort, they would climb up. Yesterday, more than a dozen children went there late and only came back after lunch. As the highest-ranking official in Hunan Prefecture, Bai Gu could not resist. He wanted to see a 17-year-old minor 4th-rank official protected by 500 Winged Knights. Li Yi did not see him and did not have much contact with other people. He stayed on a mountain 25 li away, raising chickens, ducks, and pigs. Would anyone believe that there was no problem inside? Bai Gu decided to take the initiative. He asked about the situation in the prefecture early in the morning and left in a carriage with more than 200 horses. The first 10 li of road after leaving the city was not bad. After that, there were many potholes and it was narrow. His carriage did not have shock absorbers. Some children ran and jumped faster than the carriage. In fact, they had only traveled 5 li when they met 5 winged knights. They took a look and ran away. After another 3 li, the second group of winged knights came and took another look. After another 10 li, the third group of winged knights came forward to ask about the situation. After knowing that it was the magistrate, they ran away. What a winged knights! What a continuous stream of scouts! Baigu commented. He understood that the moment they came here, they began to send out scouts. Looking at the situation, it should be within a radius of 20 li, as if they were marching. When Baigu arrived, it was already noon. It was not even the second quarter of an hour. The wind blew, and a mixture of many different smells wafted into his nose. The most obvious smell was mutton. Obviously, there was mutton soup. At the foot of the mountain, there was a fence outside the military stronghold. At the same time, a 3-zhang wide ditch was dug to let water in and a small bridge was built. There were pillars on top of the bridge, and ropes were hung to prevent people from falling. Before they could cross the bridge, a young man dressed in official robes came forward to welcome them. He walked all the way to the end of the bridge. Are you Hunan's magistrate? I'm late to welcome you. The young man's voice was crisp and clear. He looked calm as he clasped his fists and bowed. Baigu got off the carriage and looked at him. He walked closer and continued to look at him. Suddenly, he asked, Are you Li Yi? Yes. Li Yi replied. Do you admit to your crimes? Baigu's face darkened as he asked. At the same time, he thought of many possible responses. For example, I don't know. Please enlighten me. Or, I admit to my crimes. Please forgive me. Or, I'm scared and don't know what to do. The actual situation was. Chapter 324. After Baigu shouted, the rest of the people were alerted. Li Yi took 2 steps forward and held Baigu's arm. Old Baigu, stop fooling around. We were just waiting for you. Let me tell you, the mutton soup is ready. Hurry up and eat it. Be careful. This bridge is a bit shaky. When I walked over, I looked down and found that I was dizzy. Baigu was stunned and was helped across the bridge by Li Yi. Standing on the other side of the bridge, Baigu thought for a while, ha 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 ha, good. What a good young man. I like you. Let's go. I know why you are here. It's a long story. Let me tell you the truth. You cannot do anything to me, and I cannot do anything to you. If you want to catch me, the 200 riders you brought are not enough. I have 500 winged knights with me. Even if you have 2,000 riders, I can still defeat you. I am just a civil official. I do not have the right to catch you. If I catch you, I will be rebelling. Let's eat and talk. I brought you a few books. Your son can learn from them. Li Yi was still very friendly and helped Baigu walk forward. From his research, he knew that Baigu did not follow common sense. Therefore, he decided to go with the flow. Baigu did not say anything. He narrowed his eyes and walked with Li Yi. He admitted that Li Yi was right. If he could not catch the other party, he had to mobilize his troops. If there were too few people, the winged knights would not be able to kill them. If there were too many people, they would run away. Furthermore, why should he catch them? At the same time, the other party was not a threat to him. This meant that they had something to talk about. When they reached the front, there were temporary sheds set up for them to eat. The people who were working were eating quickly. There was also a group of children. Their clothes were stained with the color of mulberries. Someone was rubbing them with soap. The children each grabbed a mutton chop and gnawed on it. Their faces were covered with oil. Seeing this, Baigu smiled. The children were too cute. More importantly, this Li Yi was willing to give the children mutton to eat. Looking at how busy the villagers were and how they treated the children, it was clear that they weren't just putting on an act. They must have taken care of the children like this on a daily basis. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so skilled. A small basket was placed beside each child, and someone was weaving a small basket beside them. The small basket was filled with mulberries, some of which had already been squashed. Where did this person come from? Baigu asked as he allowed Li Yi to support him. If you spend money to find someone, you have to pick it. The children can't pick much. Some of the children carry it in their clothes, saying that they'll bring it home for their parents to eat. Their clothes are dyed red. I asked them to weave a few small baskets and put them in. When the children finish eating, they can pick a small basket full and take it home. Li Yi introduced the situation of the children. This old man thinks that dyed clothes look better. Baigu nodded. It's still possible to wash it with soap now. It's difficult to wash it after it dries. It's fine as long as the heart is there. It has nothing to do with the color of the clothes. However, if the clothes are dyed, others will laugh at them. Li Yi retorted. He didn't need to use the children's dyed clothes to show the children's filial piety. What is filial piety for parents? Baigu suddenly asked. When the parents smile, it's filial piety. Li Yi replied. What's the meaning of shun? Baigu asked again. Tie them to a rope to pick mulberries. Li Yi replied. What he meant was that the parents wanted the children to be safe. As long as they were tied to a rope, they would be safe. Of course, they would comply. They ate the mutton but didn't bring it back to their parents. Baigu argued. I won't allow it. I'm the one who takes care of the children when they eat. If I take care of the children's parents, won't I become the Hunan provincial magistrate? Li Yi retorted. Wasn't it his business whether the children's parents could eat meat or not? Baigu gritted his teeth. He felt stifled in his heart, but he couldn't say anything. Take 2 deep breaths. Don't be afraid. If you collapse in front of me, I promise to save you. I brought a medical cart. Li Yi comforted Baigu. Then, Baigu's breathing became more rapid. Indeed, after taking deep breaths, the symptoms of hypoxia improved. The premise was that he couldn't continue to take deep breaths. Otherwise, he would be drunk on oxygen. Where did the sheep come from? Baigu walked a few steps and finally regained his senses. I bought it in Luoyang. The sheep here don't have much grass in winter, and they haven't regained their fat. I bought it at a high price. This kind of sheep eat hay in winter, and it has less rank odor than sheep that eat grass. But it wasn't castrated, so it still has a rank odor. I soaked it in cold water for a period of time before cooking it in a big pot. It still has a strong smell. Add more pepper when you eat it. Li Yi taught Baigu how to deal with the odor for free. At that time, the spine and big bones sold in restaurants appeared to be much bigger. When ordinary people bought the bones and cooked them, they would find that the meat on the bones had shrunk. It was a matter of craftsmanship. Ordinary people would heat the meat in cold water and then remove the blood. The restaurants used cold water to soak the raw meat's blood and then threw it into boiling water to cook. This way, the meat wouldn't shrink. At the same time, the rank odor would be removed. Even a sheep that ate a lot of grass could be soaked away. Baigu's expression didn't change, but he remembered it. In the future, he would do the same for his family. Li Yi helped Baigu wash his hands. Then, they found a small table that was prepared in advance and sat down far away. The others were not allowed to come forward. When the cavalry that came with Baigu faced the winged knights, they looked at Baigu. Baigu nodded. He had no choice. He could tell that the people he brought were weak when facing the winged knights. It was understandable. If the winged knights were not strong, how could they become His Majesty's private army? 2 bowls with a lot of lamb giblets and mutton were placed on the table. There was also a bouquet of white wine that was lying in the bowl in hot water. There was a plate of lamb with fried onions, a plate of fresh scrambled eggs with Chinese tune sprouts, a plate of kimchi, and a plate of fish jelly made from small fish from the river. The other dishes were chopped green onions, cilantro, vinegar, salt and pepper. They were placed on the table. Li put in his own seasoning to adjust the taste. He tasted it from time to time before putting it in. Baigu sat across from Li. He didn't move, but looked carefully. Li finished mixing his soup. When he looked up and saw that Baigu didn't move, he said, "Old Bai, mix it yourself. Everyone's taste is different. Why did you bring so many poultry and pigs here?" Baigu still didn't move. He sat there and asked, "I'll tell you while we eat. If I say it's to make money, you won't believe me." Li touched the bouquet of wine and began to pour wine for the two. Baigu then put something in his own soup. He also tasted it from time to time. When he thought about what was missing, he put it in. It was a little bland. He added salt. He tasted it. It was still bland. He continued to add salt. He tasted it again. It was bland. He suddenly thought of something. He used a spoon to stir the soup. He tasted it and stopped. Drink some hot soup to warm your stomach first. We'll drink slowly. Li put down the bouquet of wine and drank a few mouthfuls of soup. "I have something to ask." Baigu opened his mouth. He didn't touch the soup. "Go ahead. I'll tell you everything I know." Li waited. "What if there's too much salt in the soup?" Baigu asked hesitantly. He had been adding salt just now. He used a spoon to stir it. Li called someone, "Bring more than half a bowl of soup over." He turned his head and said to Baigu, "Mix it and give it to others to drink. You can't pour it back into the pot." After the soup was mixed again, someone took the bowl. Baigu drank 2 mouthfuls and picked up the small wine cup. "Recently, there's a story that happened on the 15th day of the first lunar month in Chang'an. It said that there was a drought and a plague of locusts. Do you know about it?" Chapter 325. Hearing Baigu's words, Li smiled. "Old Bai, you do have some skills. It's like this. It's too difficult for people who died from the drought and the locust plague to continue living together in the next life. And to live a good life. You're here for the locust plague?" Without waiting for Li to finish, Baigu stared at him and asked. "No, I'm here to find a new way to get rich for everyone." Li looked like he had to believe him as he finished the wine in his small cup in one gulp. After Baigu finished drinking, Li lowered his voice. "Old Bai, I'll take a caddy of grasshoppers and give you an egg. Guess how many eggs a chicken can lay after eating a caddy of grasshoppers?" "How many?" Baigu didn't understand this and asked in a low voice together. 4. Li gestured with 4 fingers. He didn't mention the matter of feeding chaff. If a chicken ate a caddy of meat, it couldn't lay a caddy of eggs. Moreover, it didn't mean that it would lay more eggs after eating it. It could also grow meat. He had to advertise more, otherwise people wouldn't cooperate. "You've earned 3 eggs? How can a businessman like you?" Baigu wasn't happy. "I'll give you a caddy of grasshoppers and you'll give me an egg. I'll let you earn 7. Li retorted. "I don't raise chickens." Baigu thought about it and found it difficult. "You're the Hunan provincial magistrate and your salary is poor. How can you earn so much more than people who work all day long?" Li changed the question. "How can it be compared? I. What I'm in charge of benefits many people." Baigu paused for a while and finally gave a reason. "I take grasshoppers and feed chickens and eggs. It also benefits many people. Why can't I earn more?" Li reasoned. "It's just that you earn too much. You should share some of the profits. What about the ducks? How many eggs can a duck lay if it eats a caddy of grasshoppers?" Baigu wanted to say that he would share the profits with others, but he was afraid that Li would ask him why he didn't give his salary to others, so he could only say that it was a duck. 3, that's about it. Don't think that ducks usually lay fewer eggs than chickens. That's because the food they eat is good. After eating a lot of worms, the chickens and ducks would grow bigger. When they grew bigger, their eggs would also grow bigger. The chicks and ducklings hatched from the big eggs would also grow bigger. Therefore, buying chickens and ducklings from me at the same price is a profit. Old buy, go back and put up a notice. Just say that in 20 years I will have a large number of chicken chicks and duck chicks, around 30. Li Yi said to Bai Gu. At first, Bai Gu kept nodding. When he heard the last sentence, he took a deep breath and said, "You still have to earn another share of the money." "How is this earning money? Can't I earn money and raise them myself?" If he sold the seedlings to others for money, they would catch grasshoppers and chop them up to feed the chickens, and the chickens would grow quickly. When they grow up, they would be able to lay eggs and hatch chicks. The more I raise, the more I'll get sick of eating chicken and eggs every day. Li Yi gestured as he introduced the infinite cycle of chicken laying egg, egg laying chicken. What if there are no more grasshoppers? Bai Gu felt that it made sense, but he was worried about food. If there are no more grasshoppers, it means that the locust plague is over. That's enough. If the chickens and ducks are willing to raise them, they can continue to be fed other types of food. If not, they can be sold. Li Yi spread his hands. Look, what a good thing. So you're still here for the locust plague. Bai Gu felt that this matter was confirmed. Eat the vegetables. If you don't eat, the vegetables will get cold. Heat them up in the pot. Onions are not good. Li Yi picked up a piece of onions from the mutton. Bai Gu ate a piece of meat and swallowed it. You're so sure that there will be a locust plague this year? No, I'm not. It's not me. I didn't say anything. I'm here to raise chickens, ducks and pigs. Li Yi shook his head and refused to admit anything. Yes, old Bai, you reminded me. I forgot something. The eggs and duck eggs that are exchanged will not hatch into chicks and ducks. In a few days, there will be a batch of eggs and duck eggs that will not hatch. Forget it. I'll ask someone to sell them. I'm afraid that something will happen if you sell them before they are cooked. Li Yi said that the eggs were to be irradiated. The first irradiated egg was to see if it had been fertilized. He did not take it away directly. The second irradiated egg was to see if there were any problems. If there were problems, they would be boiled, roasted, steamed or stir-fried. After that, the eggs that did not hatch were pure hairy eggs. If they were selected, they would still be eaten. As long as they were steamed for a long time, especially at a high temperature, the bacteria inside would be killed. He was worried about giving them to others, especially to small vendors. If he took away a bunch of eggs, he would not know how to chill them. If he left them for a long time, others would fall sick. Will anything happen to you? Bai Gu was getting more and more curious about Li Yi. I sell them on the same day. They can only be eaten on the spot. If I can't sell them all, I have hired workers to cook for them and my people in Zhuangzi. Li Yi said a simple solution. I have many people. I can handle it myself. Bai Gu was silent for a while. He drank the soup and ate the dishes. After drinking 3 cups of wine, he put down his chopsticks. Who came up with the idea? Is there a plague of locusts? The people are afraid of the plague of locusts. They think it is the power of heaven. There must be someone in Chang and spreading the story of this life and the next life everywhere, using the strategy of reincarnation to break the power of heaven. You came again. Not to mention the plague of locusts, but to raise chickens and ducks. The people will be tempted. What happened after that? Bai Gu was thinking as he ate and drank. He finally figured it out. Everything was connected, and the goal was clear. Li Yi drank a mouthful of soup and put down his chopsticks. Last year at this time, there were so many locusts. Look at the color of the locusts. The drought is obvious. It's just that the people in the east of Taihang Mountains are growing more wheat. Later on, people will spread the word that locusts are natural creatures. Chickens and ducks are not humans. Chickens, ducks, and pigs eat locusts. Heaven's power will not fall on humans. Li gave the answer. The people only needed an excuse. With benefits and a reason that they believed, all the talk about heaven's power could be put aside. Good plan. Did the palace do it? Bai Gu understood. The matter was settled. They had to start suppressing the plague this year. By next year, there would be a lot of chickens and ducks. He had never seen the palace promote a matter with such great fanfare and far-reaching planning. Li picked up his chopsticks again and ate a mouthful of kimchi. It was delicious. The kimchi in Sichuan was very different from the kimchi in Korea. The taste and texture were very different. In a few days, there will be well drilling teams led by the Ministry of Works. The craftsmen in Luoyang will be able to help. Li Yi did not answer the question. Instead, he talked about another situation. If there was a drought, they would have to dig wells. Although there were many rivers in Luoyang, when there was a drought, there would still be a drought. Is it the drilling technique that uses drilling instead of digging? Bai Gu had heard recently that there was a new technique in Chang'an. Drilling salt wells in Sichuan was the best technique. But he had never seen it before, so he did not understand it. Yes. Li Yi replied with food in his mouth. I heard that the hole the size of a bowl can be hundreds of feet deep. Bai Gu was curious. Yes. Li Yi nodded. How do you take out the soil? Bai Gu thought of something that many people were thinking about. Old Bai, let me tell you. First of all, this is a round pipe with a blade at the bottom. There are protrusions and depressions. Once it is turned, the soil will be ground. Li Yi spoke a few words and ate a mouthful. Bai Gu also listened and ate. When they were almost done eating, Li Yi finished talking about the drilling technique. Bai Gu held his wine cup. You know a lot about this. It's okay. I know a little. Li Yi was modest. Chapter 326. After the meal, the two of them did not eat the main course. If they ate the main course, there would be leftovers. They finished all the leftovers and drank the soup. Bai Gu did not leave. He strolled with his hands behind his back. Li Yi followed beside him. A villager brought people back and arranged for them to eat. There were pancakes and mutton soup. Are they here to work? Bai Gu acted like a leader who was here to check on the situation. They pick mulberries and use them to make wine. They will be given 4 eggs a day and food and lodging will be provided. It's a 25-mile journey. They leave at night and come in the morning. It's very dangerous at night. Li Yi knew what the newcomers were going to do. Too much, too much. 3 eggs a day. It's okay if they don't eat. Bai Gu commented. In reality, 2 eggs were enough. 2 eggs were sold. If they were exchanged for food, it would be enough for 3 people to eat for a day and a half. If there were wild vegetables, they could cook them for 2 days without a problem. Because the people who came were all half-grown children, both boys and girls. They used bamboo poles to pick the mulberries. There was a gap at the front of the pole. When the pole touched the back of the mulberry, it would fall down with a light twist. The mulberry trees on the mountain were not dwarfed. They were big trees, so the rental price was not high. The yamen did not send anyone to deal with them. Others would come to pick mulberries and feed the silkworms. When they were rented out, the right to use them belonged to Li Yi. Li Yi knew that he was robbing others. He had a motive, so he gave them a higher price. At the same time, he would provide food. A meal is equivalent to a few days' worth of wages, Bai Gu added. That way, more people will know that this place is stupid, rich, and prodigal. Li Yi mocked himself. Looking at the way your villager works, I know that your zhuangzi is not ordinary. You came from so far away and did not come here for money. Is this an order from His Majesty? Bai Gu analyzed. The villagers were all capable and experienced. Li Yi might be young, but his ability to do things was not to be underestimated. It was no wonder that His Majesty had taken a fancy to the fourth-ranked official who was given to the Grand Imperial Physician and sent him out at the crucial moment. More or less. I have no choice but to come. After everything is stable, I'll go back in a few days. I don't want to stay outside. Li Yi spoke his mind. He wanted to stay in Zhuangzi outside Chang'an. He was well informed, and there was someone who could help him. What if he was delayed by something? He had no phone to call when he came out. You lured this old man out to ask me to cooperate with you? Bai Gu turned to look at Li Yi. There's no such thing. Old Bai, don't overthink it. I plan to take it slow. Otherwise, I, a minor official of the lower fourth rank, can also ask to see you, a major official of the lower second rank. Li Yi explained that Hunan Yin was a secondary class rank too. If Bai Gu were to return to the Ministry of Revenue this year, he would be a third-rank official. The Minister of Revenue of Hunan was only in charge of Hunan Province, while the Minister of Revenue was in charge of the finances of the Tang dynasty. From this, I can see that you are not doing your job well. You made me tired. Bai Gu found an excuse. Didn't I treat you to mutton soup? Old Bai, you can't do this. I can give you my side dishes, especially the kimchi. Gao Lisher will go and get them every few days. Li Yi did not admit it. What do you mean by tired? You came here once. Don't the people you brought eat? Are you familiar with Gao Lisher? Bai Gu caught the key point. No, I'm just a minor official. I won't collude with an internal official. Li Yi shook his head. You want to harm me? Did you record it? If there was no locust plague this year, what would you do? Bai Gu was thinking about Hunan Province. He had to consider stability in many situations. I didn't say there was no locust plague. Isn't it good that there is no locust plague? Li Yi did not give him an excuse. Young man, you are really old. Bai, don't be angry. Do you eat mulberries? Li Yi smiled. Eat what mulberries? If you are like this, I want to cooperate with you. What should I do? Bai Gu was anxious. He did not know that in history, he would listen to the will of the people. The local officials did not do anything. They were afraid of the responsibility. They were also afraid of the locust plague. Officials were sometimes even more superstitious. Now he found a good idea. The main thing was that the palace made the decision. He wanted to cooperate, but he did not have a definite answer. He did not dare to give the order. Didn't I tell you? Tell everyone to buy chicken and duck seedlings from me. You can exchange them with grasshoppers, wheat bran, and rice bran. Li Yi did not even think about giving the order. Giving the order was a matter for the imperial court. Yao Chong did not care. In history, when it came to killing locusts, Li Longji hesitated. It was Yao Chong who insisted. But it was too late. After that, there were locust plagues every year. Some were big and some were small. The main reason was that the strategy was not right. The locust eggs needed to be irrigated with water, deep plowed, and dried. They also needed to sprinkle some lime. It could not be too much. Too much would affect the soil. That's the only way. Bai Gu sighed and continued walking. The farmers instructed the hired people to build wooden houses. They cut down trees and dug the roots. Then, they set up the only drilling rig. They were going to drill a well in the mountain. The leased land should not be cut down trees. But it was okay. The mulberry trees on this mountain are too tall. It takes a lot of effort to grow mulberry leaves and mulberries. They should all be cut down and replanted. Every year, the branches will be cut down and the trees will grow horizontally. Li Yi told Bai Gu how to make good use of the mountain. If it was green, it could be kept. It would look good and the trees would be tall. If it was to pursue economic benefits, the trees could be replanted. When there was no lack of greenery, it would be easy to harvest. Bai Gu did not understand dwarf planting techniques, but he felt that it made sense. You even know about farming? Bai Gu was curious about Li Yi's casual manner. Old Bai, what are you talking about? I'm a Zhuangzi with an area of more than 1,000 mu. If I don't know anything about farming, we can all go hungry. Li Yi said with a look of, don't look down on me. Do you know how to compose poems? Bai Gu wanted to know more. No, I don't. I just raise chickens. Ah, here are some books. 3 rhyming books. Take them home and let your son read them. Speaking of poems, Li Yi remembered the gifts he had brought. There were more than 10 sets. He was going to give them to many important officials. He did not expect Bai Gu to come here personally. He asked someone to fetch them and stood beside the drilling rig to watch. Every tool was placed neatly. Judging from the appearance, one could tell that the workmanship was excellent. Tell me about it. Bai Gu asked Li Yi to tell him how to drill a well again. It was impossible to master it after listening to it once. Li Yi pointed at each tool and introduced it. There was drilling, connecting, extracting mud, grabbing a broken pole, yes. That's the theory. Good, why didn't anyone think of it before? Where did you buy this set? Bai Gu felt that he had learned a lot. I'll give you a set of blueprints. Arrange for the official craftsman of Hunan province to make it. In a few days, when the Chang and well drilling team comes, they will also teach you. Li Yi said as he pulled Bai Gu back. It was very dangerous for the top of the well to fall. Someone else gave you the blueprints and you found someone to make it? Bai Gu seemed to understand. No, I drew the blueprints and asked someone to make it and spread it out. Li Yi did not want to give in. He was a meritorious official who promoted the development of society and increased his lifespan for the country. You drew the blueprints? Bai Gu suspected that he had misheard and asked. Ah, if I didn't draw the blueprints, how would I know how to drill a well? Inside it. I can't tell you. It's a lot of money. Li Yi suddenly stopped talking. How can you know how to do it? Bai Gu felt that it was inconceivable. Li Yi took the 3 books and said, Old Bai, what are you saying? Why can't I know how to do it? Here, I figured it out. Give it to the children to play with. Bai Gu took the book with a head full of shock and questions. He flipped to a page and looked at it. Didn't you say that you don't know how to write poems? He gritted his teeth. That's right, I don't know how to write poems. When others ask me to, I usually copy them. Li Yi showed an honest attitude. Chapter 327. Bai Gu stared hard at Li Yi's innocent eyes, then turned around to read his book. He didn't want to talk to Li Yi anymore. Okay, it's set up. Get ready to drill. The drilling platform had been assembled. Bang! Bang! Whoosh! Whoosh! Bang! 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 The sound of firecrackers was mixed with the sound of fireworks. Bai Gu was so scared that he trembled. The 3 books in his hands fell to the ground. He felt his ears buzzing. After a while, the sound disappeared. He took the books that Li Yi had picked up for him. What are you doing? Normally, we have to make a sacrifice before digging a well. If it takes too long, we set off some firecrackers to create a sense of ritual. Li Yi had covered his ears just now. Are these the firecrackers set off on the 30th and 15th of the first lunar month? Bai Gu thought of the news from Chang'an. They said that there were new firecrackers, and they were very powerful and beautiful. However, they could be used in the military. Therefore, when people bought them, they needed someone to watch over them. Yes. Li Yi gave a definite answer. They didn't say that after they bought them, they needed someone to watch over them. At first, it was the Li family Zhuangzi by the Ba River in the east of Chang'an. Later, it was the Yamen. Your Li. Your Zhuangzi is. By the Ba River, that's me. I, Zhuangzi, watched others set them off. Do I need to tell others when I set them off myself? Li Yi said confidently. You're Li Dongzhu. Bai Gu moved his head forward. Didn't I say that I'm Li Yi from Ba River, Zhuangzi and Chang and... Old Bai, didn't you ask around before you came? Li Yi took a step back. I understand. Judging from the situation, the plague of locusts is very serious. Otherwise, why would they ask you to come here personally? Do you still need someone to protect you here? Bai Gu's attitude changed. He wanted to take the initiative to provide protection. No need. No one asked me to do anything. I came here in private. I can't use the people of Hunan province. Li Yi refused, and only then did the people around him feel at ease. As for the external guards, I still have to be wary of you. Men, go back and tell them that I'm out on a trip and will return late tomorrow. Bai Gu instructed his men. He wasn't leaving and was going to stay for the night. It wasn't time for dinner yet. If they went back tomorrow night, they would have to stay for 24 hours. Old Bai, if you want to stay then stay. I'm going to copy some books. You can wander around by yourself. Li Yi did not want to accompany him. He could not stop copying medical books. After Li Yi left, Bai Gu stood there in a daze. There was quite a distance between Luoyang and Chang'an, but he could always hear people from there talking about Ba Shui's Li family Zhuangzi and Li Dongzhu. All kinds of good farming tools, methods of composting fertilizer, and some kind of stone that could be used as fertilizer. There were also things like soap, toilet water, watermelons in winter, cucumbers, but the description of Li Dongzhu was different. Things like he was 12 feet tall, had eyes like a tiger's, and stepped on auspicious clouds. They must have gotten some benefits. Bai Gu muttered. He was talking about the registrar and the people from the county government. Those people should have guessed something, but they didn't say anything. They talked about the benefits and the price of the land, therefore, they only reported it, probably hoping that the higher-ups wouldn't take it seriously. But how could they not take it seriously? Tens of thousands of chickens, ducks, and thousands of pigs suddenly appeared. They even hired 30 transport boats and winged knights to protect them. So that's the case. This is the foundation of Ba Shui's Li family Zhuangzi. The manor lords arranged everything clearly. As soon as the camp was set up, the scouts came out and the food was different. Rumor has it that the Li family Zhuangzi's logistics ability is superb. Their daily life is like marching and setting up a formation. This brat kept calling me Old Bai, and it was very pleasant to hear. He's capable and does things differently. Your Majesty, how heavy is the locust plague? Why did you send him out? This brat, ha! Bai Gu muttered and couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, he started to pay attention to the locust plague. In his opinion, a young man like Li Yi shouldn't be let out. It was dangerous. What if he didn't get acclimatized and fell sick? He also knew why the winged knights were sent out to protect him. The other imperial guards had to consider the consequences when facing the local officials. The winged knights didn't have to think about anything. As long as someone harmed Li Yi, they would kill him directly. What he said before was right. I can't do anything to him. He won't care about my business. Bai Gu tried his best to analyze and fill in the blanks in his mind. He thought everything through. He lowered his head and read the 3 books. He felt a different feeling when he read them. On the other side, Li found a quiet place to sit down and copy medical books. The more people learned, the more people could be saved. His impression of Bai Gu wasn't bad. The main reason was that he had a special respect for Bai Gu's son, Bai Kong. During the Anlushan rebellion, Bai Kong defended the city and fought to the very end. Furthermore, when the enemy surrounded the city, he took the initiative to launch sneak attacks. In the end, there were no reinforcements. The city was breached and his entire family was killed. Only his 2 young sons were left as slaves. Li Yi took the 3 books he wrote using the thin gold script and gave them to Bai Kong. He believed that with him around, and Lushan and Shi Siming wouldn't stand a chance. The others wouldn't stand a chance either. Whoever dared to make a move would be killed. Bai Gu watched as the wells were drilled. Under the guidance of the farmer, a group of people pushed the shelves horizontally. After watching for a moment, Bai Gu shook his head and said, "Don't you all know that it's easier to draw water from the foot of the mountain? Even if you're afraid that the 2 small rivers will dry up, you should choose a spot beside them." Fan Fan brought a few winged knights over to watch the show. They knew about drilling, but had never seen it with their own eyes. Hearing Bai Gu's words, he didn't stand on ceremony and directly said, "If the mountain is surrounded and the enemy has no water, what should you do?" Ah! Bai Gu was stunned. After a few breaths, he said, "Do you all really think that this is a war? What else can we do?" Li Dongzhu said that as long as there are conditions, we can't be careless. If we cultivate this habit, we won't be at a disadvantage in the future. Fan Fan educated Bai Gu. Bai Gu ignored Fan Fan. "If you all want to dig wells on the mountain, then go ahead. Let's see how deep you all want to go." The people who were hired to do manual labor were all full of energy. The farmer beside them was talking. "Soon, there will be more wells that need to be dug. Now that you all have learned, we will teach you all the techniques. When others hire people to drill wells, you all will ask for a higher price because you all understand. Now, you all are working hard. In the future, you will reap the benefits of your skills. Today, you all are sweating. Tomorrow, you will receive a large salary." Bai Gu nodded at first, but the more he listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. The people who were working felt that it was reasonable. Yes, they were learning today, and they were getting paid. Why didn't they work hard? Bai Gu couldn't figure it out. He shook his head and went to the forest. In the forest, the older children were picking mulberries and digging for wild vegetables. In a place where chickens and ducks were reared, the chickens and ducks drank water and ate grasshoppers. The pigs also ate grasshoppers, but they were cooked in a big pot with some wild vegetables. The little pigs ate happily. Bai Gu discovered that in just 3 days, after Li Yi arrived, the 800 mu of land connected to the forest gave people a feeling of prosperity. Everyone was able to find what they were supposed to do. There was no panic. The people who were working didn't have any expressions of distress on their faces. Instead, they were full of anticipation for the future. Bai Gu admitted that Li Yi was indeed very capable. The number of workers he hired was more than 1,000, but he was still in an orderly manner. Therefore, the locust plague must be suppressed. Her Majesty must be very concerned about it in the palace. Bai Gu muttered to himself. Chapter 328. Before the sky turned dark, a group of workers who were going to take over the drilling team had dinner first. Drilling required constant work during the day and night. The earlier the water came out, the better. Li Yi came to Bai Gu while swinging his wrists. "Old Bai, it's time for dinner. There will be wild vegetables, mutton soup, and game tonight." The winged knights sent 100 people to hunt in the mountains nearby. Li Yi introduced to Bai Gu. Whenever he talked about wild game, he always felt guilty, as if he had made a big mistake. However, the winged knights brought back many pheasants, rabbits, snakes, roe deer, and spotted antelopes. When Li Yi saw the game, he muttered several times, "I'm in the Tang dynasty. I didn't break the law. No one can catch me. I'm not afraid." Then he ordered his men to deal with the game for dinner. "You can't bear to only eat meat?" Bai Gu felt this was normal. "Yes, wild vegetables. You can't always eat meat. There will always be meat. At the same time, you have to eat vegetables and fruits." Li Yi refuted. "If you only eat meat every day, you won't be able to eat anymore. What should I eat in the morning?" Bai Gu chose to believe him. "Porridge, soy milk, and soup. The main purpose is to replenish the water in the stomach. As for milk, you don't have to deliberately pursue it. Li Yi introduced the breakfast. The purpose of drinking the water was to replenish the water. If you drink a cup of water before waking up in the morning, it doesn't matter whether you drink the water or not. I don't like to drink milk and goat's milk. I feel like vomiting after drinking it. Bai Gu expressed his agreement. Yes. Because humans are used to absorbing grains and not milk. If you let them drink it, they will have problems. Li Yi went to help Bai Gu while speaking. Why do you always have to help me? Bai Gu swung his arm. I'm just being respectful to the elders. Li Yi didn't care. He was worried that Bai Gu would die of illness next year. Now that he thought about it, with him around, it was impossible for a man in his 60s to die of an illness. The two of them went to the place to eat. Bai Gu went to look at the things in the pot. There was meat and there was not a lack of it. Just as Li Yi said, wild vegetables were good for the body. The person who was about to take over the drilling shift didn't care about anything else. He lowered his head and ate furiously. Yellow rice, large pieces of braised pork, mutton soup with wild vegetables, and pickled vegetables. Finally, there was an opportunity. The villager saw no reaction and did not feel any heartache at all. Let's drink another 100 grams of liquor. Seeing the braised rabbit meat in soy sauce, Bai Gu felt it was a waste to eat it directly. Li Yi did not mind. He went to pack the wine, 5 taels of wine bundles, 2 taels and a half for each person, 2.5 for each person, 2.5 for each person, 10 cups. After eating a mouthful of meat, Bai Gu said to Li Yi, when I return tomorrow, I will arrange for people to speak up for you and let more people know that you are exchanging locusts for chicken and duck seedlings. Thank you, Magistrate Bai. Li Yi cupped his fists. Call me old Bai. Bai Gu was used to it, so he felt uncomfortable when he suddenly heard Li Yi change the way he addressed him. You are helping the people of Luoyang, so you naturally have to address me as an official. I will be leaving in a few days. Old Bai, you have to make the necessary arrangements. This year, I will release more than 2 million chicken and duck seedlings. At the same time, I will teach the people how to make preserved century eggs. In a few days, when the people see the piglets grow quickly, they will definitely be willing to rear pigs. Li Yi was still slightly worried. He was afraid that Bai Gu would leave in a few days and the other officials would find trouble with him. He had more than 40,000 chickens and ducks. They always ate meat and had a high egg production rate. By the end of the year, he could easily achieve 2 million eggs. If they were distributed, even if people ate a portion of them in winter, there would be a lot more next year. Can the grasshoppers be kept for a few more days? Bai Gu also considered the fact that the people would kill chickens and ducks to eat after autumn. Blanch them in boiling water before drying them under the sun. Store them in a bag and place them in a dry place. They can be stored for a few months. Directly drying them under the sun will not do. There are bacteria inside and people who come into contact with them will fall sick. Actually, people can still eat them. Why don't I deep fry them tomorrow afternoon for everyone to try? They are very fragrant. As Li Yi spoke, he realized that rabbit meat was not delicious. Roasted grasshoppers and deep-fried grasshoppers were crispy and tasty. Bai Gu hurriedly shook his head. There's no need. There's no need for people to eat them. Sigh. Li Yi was helpless. What was there to be afraid of? However, he still decided to deep-fry the grasshoppers tomorrow for the villagers and the winged knights. It was fine if the others did not eat them. As the two of them ate and drank, Li Yi kept feeling awkward. Why did old Bai look at him with a different gaze? Other people ate quickly and finished their meals before dark to change shifts. Li Yi and Bai Gu drank and chatted, wasting time. When the lanterns were hung up, they were less than halfway done. However, they had finished drinking all the wine. Another pot. Bai Gu was in high spirits from drinking. Li Yi observed for a while and went to boil 5 ounces of wine. It was slightly more than 40 grams. If one person drank 5 ounces, it was equivalent to Li Yi drinking 4 ounces. No problem. At least Li Yi did not have any problems now. It's cold. Take it away and change it. Bai Gu drank another cup and realized the dishes were cold. Old Bai, when you eat at home, do you also change the dishes when they are cold? Someone, go heat them up. Li Yi did not want to change the dishes. If he changed them, he would throw them away. How can I bear to do that at home? It's the same outside when someone invites me. Bai Gu saw that Li Yi insisted on making the dishes hot and even said shamelessly, "This is not outside. This is my home." Li Yi indicated that if you want to be a guest, you can do whatever you want. You are generous to others, but harsh to yourself. Bai Gu commented, "It's just heating up the dishes." Old Bai, you can't always accept other people's invitations, especially when they invite you. If the people know, they will not be happy. Li Yi persuaded him. It has nothing to do with the people. Bai Gu's thinking was in line with many habits of the Tang dynasty, including the people. Li Yi did not say anything more. He felt that it was the same as the slaves in the slave era. Many slaves themselves thought they should be slaves. Old Bai, you may go back to Chang and this year to be the Minister of Revenue. At that time, you will be in charge of all the money in the world. If you accept other people's invitations to drink expensive wine again, don't blame me for impeaching you. Li Yi threatened him. If the Minister of Revenue accepted other people's invitations, he felt it was very likely that there was some bad deal. After I go back to Chang'an, I have many social engagements. I don't know which one I should and which one I shouldn't. I also have good friends. I will also invite them. Bai Gu emphasized the social interaction. That's easy. I will give you a membership card of Heavenly World. You can eat there. If other people invite you, or if rich people invite you, you can ask to eat there. Li Yi gave an idea. If he went to Heavenly World to eat, there must be someone there to report to Li Longji. Who he ate with and what he ate, the Ministry of Revenue allocated funds to the outside. When it came to the people invited to the banquet, the higher-ups directly blocked and did not allow him to do so. I have heard a lot about Heavenly World. It is said that there are people in the palace. Bai Gu whispered. When you go back to Chang'an, you can go to the palace and ask. Don't ask me. I don't know. Li Yi was tight-lipped. Bai Gu understood. There were definitely people there. The rumor was true. Otherwise, as the owner of Heavenly World, how could he not know? You have to take good care of the troops I brought with me. Bai Gu changed the topic. People and horses eat a lot of money. Who should pay for it? Li Yi muttered. Bai Gu brought more than 200 people. The cavalry and horses needed to be fed well, which was much more expensive than what people ate in a day. Over there, the people brought by Bai Gu were feeding the horses. Seeing the horses eating the concentrate happily, they were very worried. They were happy that the horses ate well. They were worried that there would be no good food when they went back and the horses would lose their temper. Especially the duck eggs. The horses knew it was good when they ate it. They knew how much the horses liked it when they looked carefully for the grass with egg liquid in the trough. Chapter 329. Li Yi lay down and fell asleep as the driller's chant sounded faintly. Yao Chong was a little drunk. The alcohol was too strong. He couldn't fall asleep lying down, so he sat up. The stars were bright in the night sky. It was the second day of the third month, and there was no moon in the sky. He turned to look at the wall beside him. The other three walls had canvas curtains that were tied with ropes. The fourth wall was the cabin of a six-wheeled carriage. He and Li Yi slept on both sides of the carriage. He wanted to enter the carriage to take a look, but Li Yi didn't let him in, saying that it had to be disinfected. This was the first time Bai Gu had been rejected repeatedly. He wanted to eat hot dishes, ask about the palace, and make sure that Li Yi didn't leave any clues. He wasn't even allowed to look in the carriage, let alone sleep in it. Oh, And he wanted to continue drinking, but he was stopped and stopped. Bai Gu didn't know that he had the same problem as Pei Yaoqing. He wanted to compare himself to Li Yi. Pei Yaoqing was a child, while Bai Gu was a 20-year-old jincher. He wrote an essay at the age of 6. That wasn't a primary school diary. With such talent, Bai Gu felt that he was being bullied. Drinking and chatting, Li Yi would agree with him. When he didn't say anything, Li Yi would talk to him about everything. The key was that Li Yi didn't take the lead in the conversation. Whatever he said, Li Yi would follow. If Li Yi took the lead, he would continue. It was comfortable to chat. Thinking back, it was comfortable because the person he was chatting with knew more than him and had been cooperating with him. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't fall asleep. Bai Gu got out of bed, put on his clothes, and looked for a place with light. Under 2 lanterns hanging on the tree, he saw the winged knights standing guard. One person, holding a bow with the tail of an arrow on the string, was motionless. Only his head was looking back and forth. Bai Gu heard the sound of footsteps. Within the range of the lanterns, Bai Gu saw that it was the people he had brought with him. 5 people carrying lanterns patrolling the area. The sound of patrolling footsteps made everyone feel at ease. Bai Gu was happy. Look, the people he brought along were also outstanding. He went forward to greet them. When the 5 men saw him, they immediately saluted, "Magistrate. It's good that you all thought of helping to patrol the night." Bai Gu praised. The vice squad leader smiled bitterly and said honestly, "The winged knights forced us to patrol at night so that they can have a better rest. Can they order you around?" Bai Gu felt that the winged knights did not have the right to order them around. It's not an order. It's a bet. Look at my face, it's already stunned. They're strong and fast. The vice squad leader pointed at his face. Bai Gu took a closer look. His temples and the corners of his eyes were bruised. The non-commissioned officer beside him said one after another. They were merciful. When they hit someone, they changed their knuckles to their palms. Otherwise, there would be a big swelling. Later on, they used a new crossbow. It's fast to load and strong. Most importantly, they shot accurately. We can't do arm wrestling or weighted push-ups. Since we lost the bet, we had no choice but to take turns patrolling the area. Bai Gu sighed when he heard that. They're playing tricks on you. If you can't order them around, they'll bet. How do you train on a daily basis? How do they train? Bai Gu understood. The people he brought along could not say anything even though they were being schemed against. If the prefectural soldiers were better than the winged knights, why would His Majesty choose the winged knights as his private army? The winged knights were the best of the best. Their daily meals were also different from the rest. He waved his hand and the 5 men continued to patrol. He went to the person on guard. When the person saw him nodding, he ignored him. You're standing alone. Aren't you afraid of being ambushed? There have to be at least 2 people. If something happens, the other person will warn you. Bai Gu said. The non-commissioned officer on guard hesitated for a moment and replied, I'm the open sentry. Bai Gu immediately looked around for the hidden sentry. After looking around, he did not find him. He lowered his voice. Where is he? The other person hesitated again and looked up at the lantern. Bai Gu looked up as well. When the lantern lit up, he saw the shadow of a hand on the branch where the lantern was hung. Good idea. Bai Gu praised. The person was hiding on the branch above the lantern. Normal people would feel uncomfortable staring at the lantern at night. Not to mention seeing what was above the lantern. Bai Gu smiled and continued to look for a place to stroll. Listening to the sound of the horn, they arrived at the drilling site. There were more lanterns here. The people who were hired to work there were shirtless as they pushed the platform around. There were 2 big pots on the side. The water in one pot was boiling, and a smell wafted over. The water in the other pot was not moving. 4 people dressed in farmers' clothes were guarding it. Take a break for this batch. Change 10 people. The farmer shouted at this time. The person pushing the wooden pole stopped and wiped the sweat on his forehead with his hand. The other 10 people took his place and continued to push. The rack had weight. It pressed down on the drill pipe. Only the round file at the bottom could exert force on the soil. Otherwise, it would spin around on a flat surface. When people pushed, they needed to exert force. The 10 people who were replaced could see that their muscles were trembling slightly. It was a reaction to using too much force for a long time. The farmer served soup for the 10 people. Half a bowl of wild vegetable and egg soup. He then scooped water from another pot and mixed it together. At this temperature, it was no problem to drink it in small sips. This is cold water. Baigu was also a little thirsty. It was the after effect of drinking cold water. You can't drink it raw, especially when mixed into hot soup. The farmer said as he served the next person. Give me a bowl. Baigu looked at the others slurping and wanted to swallow his saliva. He found that his throat was dry. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand. However, the farmer did not give it to him and continued to serve the people who had just rested. 10 bowls were filled. The 11th bowl was finally handed to him. This old man is an official, a second-ranked official. Baigu took a sip of the soup. He felt comfortable and emphasized his status. You are the Hunan magistrate, not the capital magistrate. You can't control me. The farmer did not care. If this old man goes back and becomes the capital magistrate, let's see if you still dare to give me the last bowl. Baigu looked angry. I still give it to you last because you are an official. If I give it to you, what will the other people think? Won't the censorate impeach you? The farmer said calmly to Baigu. They were not afraid. They followed Dongzhu. Everything was handled by Dongzhu. Who cares about being an official? Huh. Baigu laughed and drank 2 more mouthfuls of soup. You are indeed unusual. You rejected me, yet you can make me feel good. He discovered that the winged knights and the farmer had something different about them. The farmer looked like he could casually pick any one of them to be the steward of a small zhuangzi. Can you read? Baigu asked. I can write 1,000 words. The words aren't good-looking, but I can understand a few thousand words. The farmer replied. Can you use counting tokens? Baigu asked again. I can only calculate the accounts of some transactions. I don't need counting tokens. I can only do mental calculations. The farmer explained his progress in mathematics. 2 liters of rice is 3 coins. How much is 3 stones of rice? Baigu suddenly asked a question. The farmer squinted his eyes and muttered, 3 divided by 2 is 1. 5, 1. 5 multiplied by 10 is 15. 15 multiplied by 10 is 150. 150 multiplied by 3 is 450, 450 coins. The farmer replied. Baigu was puzzled. What was he muttering? He turned around and asked the other farmer, 2 liters of rice is 5 coins. How much is 5 stones of rice? The farmer muttered, 5 multiplied by 100 is 500. 5 divided by 2 is 2. 500 multiplied by 2. 5 is 1,250. The last number was very loud, indicating that it was this number. Baigu noticed that the 2 of them were muttering different numbers. He was about to ask for more details when the person digging the well suddenly shouted, There's water, there's water. Chapter 330. The sound interrupted Baigu's train of thought. The people drilling the well were cheering. The person who had just been replaced to drink the soup was depressed. If he had known earlier, he would have worked for a while longer. How do you know there's water? Baigu didn't understand. It's like this. There's always soil below and the weight above is pressing down. After rotating, use the edge of the file to grind the soil or stone. If there's suddenly nothing below, the farmer explained it in one sentence. The weight above will fall down and then be stuck by the support below. Baigu followed. He understood. There was either water below or an empty place. However, there was a high possibility that there was water below. The other side began to loosen the buckles. After loosening the buckles, they lifted the rod and the file up. With the help of the hand gourd, if they couldn't lift the rod, they could attach a small buckle and lift the rod while rotating. They lifted a section of the rod, removed it, and continued to lift the rod below. The speed wasn't fast, but everyone had a smile on their faces. After more than half an hour, the entire rod was collected as the depth was not very deep. Looking at the section below, it was confirmed that there was water below from the degree of wetness. The prepared bamboo pipes were taken out and moved down section by section. This process was very slow. When the area below collapsed, they had to clean it again. Tomorrow morning, everyone will be able to drink the cool well water. The well is not deep, only a little more than 30 feet. The soil is soft and water accumulates in this part of the mountain. The farmer introduced happily. They had already prepared to dig for more than 10 to 20 days down to a depth of more than 100 feet. In the end, they came out of the water in less than a day, just like in Chang'an. The water level was shallow. Baigu didn't think it was easy after hearing this. If they didn't use this method to dig a well of more than 30 feet, they wouldn't be able to dig it out in half a month. How do we drill when there are stones below? Baigu thought of a more difficult place to dig. For the stone file, the top has to be heavier. The push bars on the shelf have to be lengthened and increased in number. More people have to push it together. The farmer rejoiced and said that they were lucky. They didn't have to worry and save money. With so many people, not to mention wages, they had to pay a lot for food. The deeper they went, the slower they got. When they encountered the stone layer, the longer they took, the less their wages would be. Everyone laughed and laughed, but the people who came to dig the well stopped laughing. Now that the well is finished and there's water, does that mean I don't have any more work to do? When the farmer saw this, he suddenly shouted, "Don't even think about resting. In a moment, carry lanterns and help me dig an aqueduct and a pond to collect water." Hearing that there was still work to be done, a smile returned to the employee's face. Baigu shook his head and went back to sleep. When the aroma of the small garlic and egg filling filled the forest, the sun also showed its head. Li Yi was still sleeping. The older Baigu woke up, tidied up, and went to check on the well. The pressure well had been assembled in the middle of the night, and now someone was taking turns pressurizing the water. The canal diggers dug with picks and spades, and joked with one another, and sang a little tune. According to the farmer, they could work for half a month. After finishing this job, they could start harvesting the wheat. Let this old man try it. Baigu found it amusing when he saw others pressing down on it. He stepped forward and took it over. As he pressed down, the water was sucked up and gushed out along the pipe. It's indeed more labor-saving than using buckets. Put the buckets in front and press down a few times to avoid danger by the well. Baigu quickly discovered the advantages of the pressure well. It was fast and safe. The person who came with him finally had a chance to come up to him. "Dongzhu, my family used to be from Shu. If the salt brine well there continues to be dug like this, we can make a lot of money. It's not our turn. How can the people who dug out the well not know where to use it to make money?" Baigu did not even think about it. How useful can a zhuangzi be? There are so many aristocratic families and the Ministry of Revenue. The servant told the truth that Li Yi would be bullied under normal circumstances. If he didn't know how to act, he would have been swallowed whole. But now he is protected by the winged knights. Baigu reminded. He realized that the servant was about the same age as Li Yi. Why was there such a big gap between them? If it were Li Yi, he would definitely not say the same thing, because he had already seen it clearly. After pressing down a few more times, Baigu washed his hands, wiped his body and went back to call Li Yi. Li Yi was about the age of a high school student. He was growing and slept for a long time, so he was sleepy. He was woken up by Baigu. He went to the toilet, washed his face, brushed his teeth and sniffed. Okay, I'll eat a box this morning. What is it? Baigu saw a small garlic box when he sat down at the table. It was made by frying. 2 sides. Put the filling in the middle and then pinch the sides. The 2 sides are usually round and the 2 connected pieces are crescent-shaped. The box that Li Yi invented was explained. Can't you wrap it directly? Baigu could not figure out why 2 sides were needed. One side was wrapped and pressed to become a round cake. Look at the creases around the box. Doesn't it look like the sun? Doesn't the crescent shape look like the moon? Li Yi did not know either. He was just making things up. The round one can also be the moon. Baigu found fault. Old Bai, you're right. Wrap it when the moon is full and wrap half of it when the moon is half full. Don't eat a box when there's no moon. It's homesickness. Li Yi went along with the flow. Whatever you say is right. In fact, he felt that it was because he had nothing better to do. Why did he have to make a box with 2 sides? It had high technical requirements. It was like a bun with 18 folds. Why did the clothes have to be embroidered? It was beautiful and showed the dexterity of the hands. Of course, it was this Chinese mindset that made Chinese cuisine famous. Baigu thought for a while. That makes sense. I didn't expect this small garlic to be so spicy. The farmer told me that some children came yesterday afternoon. He said that only children above the age of 10 could come to pick mulberries. In the end, they were all 6 or 7 years old. Especially the girls, they insisted that they were 10 years old. The farmer told them to use small blunt-edged knives to dig up small garlic and gave them wages and food. Li Yi explained the situation. He didn't tell you? Baigu suddenly asked. He told me when he was washing up. Li Yi picked up a raw garlic. This was cleaned and salted. It was eaten like pickled vegetables. It still had the spicy taste of the garlic and a little earthy taste. Baigu shook his head. It's not good for the farmer to make decisions in private. Old Bai, do you send a document to Chang and before you do anything in Hunan province? Do you wait for Her Majesty's approval before doing anything? Li Yi asked. How is that the same? Let me ask you, were there a lot of locusts during the harvest? Baigu asked with a serious face. Old Bai, this is the great shift of heaven and earth. The losses during the summer harvest were not great. During the autumn harvest, the weather started to get cold. Normally, the harvest would be 30 to 40% less than the previous years. Many locusts had already laid their eggs. By next year, not a single caddy of wheat in the entire eastern region of Taihang Mountains could be supplied to Chang'an. Li Yi explained the general situation that he had learned. A natural disaster. Baigu closed his eyes. Don't be like that, Old Bai. Even if it's a natural disaster, it can be avoided. The scariest thing is man-made disasters. We can't forgive our own sins. Li Yi refused to admit that it was a natural disaster. You, Old Bai, are responsible for the disaster relief in Hunan province this year. Chapter 331. Baigu left. After breakfast, he led the team back. He didn't want to stay in the evening. He was anxious. The more Li Yi and the other villagers of Li Yi's manor behaved, the more he was afraid. How could His Majesty be willing to send such a powerful young man and a villager? If it were him, he would want to take them with him every day. Baigu believed that if this team was sent to the border between the Tang dynasty and Tubo, it would definitely bring confidence to the people of the Tang dynasty and cause great losses to Tubo. Judging from the way the villager treated the children, he knew that they couldn't do heavy work, but he didn't persuade them to leave. Obviously, his family asked him to leave. If he could earn more money, he would. Would his parents beat him when he returned? Last night, when the well was filled, the villager said that he still had work to do. It sounded impolite, but in fact, it was another kind of subsidy. When helping his own people, the villager was so meticulous. When scheming against the enemy, he wouldn't be bad. This was clearly a team that could be sent out safely if there was a problem. The more such a team was, the more reluctant it was to be sent out. The strongest force should be kept by his side. If he cooperated too slowly, he would feel uneasy if one more person starved to death. Hunan was not the only prefecture south of Taihang Mountains. The young man Li Yi clearly wanted to use the transportation of Hunan to complete his layout. Old Bai is quite easy to talk to. No wonder he was called the best administrative officer in the Jinglong era and the Kaiyuan era. Watching Bai Gu run away, Li Yi commented. Bai Gu knew that the situation was serious and he had a way to deal with it, so he acted immediately. Li Yi approved of his ability to execute. An old man, a second-rank official, and the magistrate of Hunan, was willing to cooperate without any orders. What if he was wrong? Who would take the blame? Increase the amount of bone powder. Hire people to feed the chickens, ducks, and pigs. At the same time, pay attention to spraying lime water for disinfection. Bai Gu went to work, but Li Yi couldn't stay idle. He decided to increase the manpower. The two rivers at the foot of the mountain were suitable for ducks. Ducks didn't lay eggs like chickens. When they were by the river, they would lay eggs whenever they were happy and needed someone to pick them up. Chickens were laid in their nests. When there were enough chickens, the old hens would lie down and incubate the eggs. In some regions, this was called hugging the nest. Nowadays, there was no need for old hens to incubate the eggs. Instead, the eggs were placed on the stove to be incubated artificially. As for the other methods, such as not being able to control the temperature, it was fine to teach them to the commoners and let them operate on their own. 4 months later, the little hen grew up and could lay eggs again. They could reach a level where they could hatch 1 batch per day. In less than 5 months, there would be more than 2 million chickens and ducks. Perhaps there would be another outbreak before the winter snow. In winter, it was more difficult for the common people to raise chickens. They could not raise them outside, so they could only keep them in the house for a month. The chickens could also go out, but they were not resistant to the cold. You can build a chicken rack and cover it with grass. Ducks won't do, ducks won't enter the frame. There's a saying that goes, put a duck on the frame. The duck's claws could grab the bars on the frame, but the duck had webbed feet and could not stand. Li Yi calculated the number of chickens and the degree to which the common people would accept artificial incubation. The main thing was the temperature. The common people did not have thermometers, so they had to use their hands to feel the temperature. Generally, a person's body temperature was slightly higher. The farmers took action. They rode their horses and went outside to hire people. Now, it was not a problem of making money. They would not lose money anyway. When Bai Gu returned to the manor, he personally wrote a notice. He tried to be as straightforward and simple as possible. He told the common people that in the mountains 25 miles west of Luoyang, they could exchange grasshoppers for chickens and ducks. They could also learn how to hatch the eggs themselves. In addition, there were eggs and duck eggs that could not be hatched. They could be exchanged with locusts. It was very cost-effective. He also wrote the method of lighting a fire in the wilderness at night to lure locusts over and use nets to catch them. After he finished writing, a group of people copied it. They immediately pasted a few copies in Luoyang and sent them to other places in Hunan. The common people in Luoyang almost all knew about the news that afternoon. There are still about 10 days before the chickens are hatched. Now, they are using grasshoppers to exchange for eggs. It's that wastrel. I heard that he brought over tens of thousands of chickens and ducks. If he catches too many locusts, won't he offend the heavens? Didn't the person who read the notice read it? We don't eat it and give it to the chickens and ducks. If the heavens want to punish us, they will find the chickens and ducks. That's right. Whoever eats it will find. Find a place to light a fire tonight. Don't let it catch fire. Burn a large area. Just as Li Yi said, the common people easily chose the side that was beneficial to them. They only needed an excuse. The sky was not completely dark yet, but the common people of Luoyang had already set out with their families or neighbors. They went outside to light a fire where there were many grasshoppers during the day. Bai Gu disguised himself and stood on the street. He shook his head and said, as expected, wealth moves people's hearts. What heavenly power! When there are benefits in front of them, they are all acting. His younger brother, Bai Su, was also an official in Luoyang. After hearing about the situation, he came to find him. Brother, why did Li Yi come? Bai Su felt uneasy. You don't need to know. If you know more, there will be more trouble. Bai Gu did not say anything. The locust plague had not broken out yet, so how could he say it? To disturb the people's hearts? Bai Su had an anxious expression on his face. Brother, there are rumors that Li Yi on the mountain is Li Dongzhu from the Li family Zhuangzi by the Ba River in the east of Chang'an. Yes, a youth. His reputation is not based on poetry or literary talent. Bai Gu was most satisfied with Li Yi. In the Tang dynasty, there were many children or youths with literary talent who would always participate in various poetry gatherings and visit other people's residences. Of course, Li Yi also spread out many songs. Whatever was sung in Chang'an and Pyongkong Square, Luoyang would rise. Luoyang's brothels and flower boats were more interested in these songs. The common people who were farming were thinking about the divine tools for harvesting wheat, threshing, and shelling. The merchants were thinking about soap, toilet water, glycerin, lighters, fermented bean curd, and other things. It could be said that he was famous, but they did not know what he looked like. Not to mention that he was an official, even if he was a commoner, if he committed a crime in Luoyang, no one would dare to punish him. They would have to ask the palace for instructions. Bai Su did not know what his brother was thinking. He was still worried. What if he comes to deceive people? What can he deceive people about? Grasshopper eggs, 1 caddy for 1 egg. Can't the common people tell the difference between real and fake eggs? Bai Gu waved his hand. Bai Su was just about to continue speaking when a group of children ran over while jumping and shouting. Catch grasshopper, exchange grasshopper, catch grasshopper, get eggs. 1 caddy of grasshopper, 1 caddy of eggs, a cart of grasshoppers worth of hemp. Catch grasshopper, give grasshoppers eggs. The children shouted as they ran away. Bai Gu and his brother were stunned. Ha 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 ha. After a while, Bai Gu laughed. He did not need to guess to know who made up the nursery rhyme. Who made it up? It's too vulgar. There's no literary talent at all. Bai Su frowned. When Bai Gu heard this, he took out 3 books from his sleeve pocket and handed them over. Make a copy. Send the original back to me. It's for your nephew. Bai Su was about to belittle the person who made up the nursery rhyme when he saw the book and took it. He looked at the words first and said, "Good writing. I've never seen it before, but it gives me the feeling of a plum blossom branch." After flipping it open and reading a few pages, he was shocked. "Brother, who made this? You got such a family heirloom. It's elementary knowledge. An adult can still read it." Bai Su carefully observed his surroundings. "The person who made up the nursery rhyme just now did it," Bai Gu said with a smile. "Ah!" Bai Su widened his eyes and opened his mouth. Chapter 332. Bai Su's face was full of disbelief. He was unwilling to believe it. In this book, gold versus jade, treasure versus pearl, jade rabbit versus golden crow. A lone boat against a short oar, a wild goose against a pair of mallards. It was the same as the children's song, "Catch grasshoppers, change grasshoppers, catch grasshoppers, get eggs," written by the same person. Reading books was like floating clouds in the sky, listening to nursery rhymes was like floating maggots in a cesspool. "Brother, don't joke." Bai Su expressed his disbelief. "It's true. I'm old Bai's little friend. I'm a dignified second-rank Hunan official. The first time we met, he kept calling me Old Bai. It was quite pleasant to hear, ha ha ha, Bai Gu laughed again. He couldn't help but want to laugh when he thought of the youth's actions and words when he questioned Li Yi at the bridge yesterday. It was too interesting. Why didn't he write nice sentences? Bai Su pursed his lips. Wasn't it the same when I wrote the notice to the people? It had to be something that the people could understand. Bai Gu sighed. That youth's actions were erratic. It was impossible to guess what he was thinking and what he was going to do next. The only thing that was certain was that he was good to the people. He also bribed the officials and got land at a cheap price. When he got the land, he increased the wages. The money saved from renting the land was not enough to buy meat for the workers. Thinking about it carefully, in order to achieve his goal, the youth didn't care about money. He was a man of great achievements. Brother, I've kept the book. I'll send it to you when I'm done. This book. Bai Su carefully stuffed it into his sleeve and held it with his other hand. Pass it on. The three-character classic was also written by him. When I was there, he was still writing medical books. Bai Gu looked at the people who were still running out of the city and said. Li Yi, who was said to be a man of great achievements, wrote 10 nursery rhymes in a row. It was simple, like counting treasures. There was no need to deliberately match the rhymes. Take them out and pass them on. The simpler the folk, the more powerful it is. Open the city gate to welcome the king of roaming. The king of roaming comes and doesn't pay, ha. Li put down his pen and said to the people around him. He also muttered to himself. In the blink of an eye, it was the 6th day of the 3rd lunar month. Many people were sent to the mountains like sacks. There were more and more locusts. They should have started to eat the unharvested wheat, but at night, under the light of the fire, they flew over. The commoners used bags of various sizes to store them, and even ran out to catch them during the day. There were more than 40,000 chickens and ducks, and the number of unfertilized eggs that appeared every day was not small. This time, he could go all out. In addition to collecting grasshoppers, they also collected pigweed and grass and chaff for horses. Dongzhu, at this rate, we won't be able to last more than a few days. At night, they go to faraway places to catch them. There are also carts of them from other counties. The villager was anxious and ran over to Li Yi to report. Didn't you bring a lot of soap and other things? There are also silk and copper coins. Sell these things to the rich. If the eggs aren't enough, convert them into money and give them money. In a few days, the chicken and duck seedlings will hatch and feed them to the chicks and ducklings. They can catch locusts and chop them up to feed them. Li Yi was not worried. After deducting the cost of hiring workers and food, he still made a profit from the exchange of grasshoppers. Many grasshoppers were placed in large pots and blanched with boiling water before being dried. The piglets were fed locusts and pigweed, and they grew at least 2 gen of meat a day. The more they grew, the more meat they grew. When they reached their peak, they stopped growing. The piglets did not have chaff. Out of the 5,000 piglets, there were 500 boars and 4,500 sows. The ratio was 1 to 9. Under such circumstances, the probability of sows giving birth to piglets was higher. In another 7 months, the boars could be bred, and the piglets would be born during the new year. In February and March of next year, there would be a drought and a plague of locusts. Li Yi had calculated all the growth cycles. The pigs ate more locusts than the chickens and ducks. Now, the piglets were shown to the commoners who came over. The piglets' ears were burned with serial numbers. Some of the commoners had been watching for a few days and realized that the piglets fed to the grasshoppers grew really fast. With Luoyang as the center, there is still a long time before the end of the year. It is enough time for many people to know about this matter. Li Yi said as he picked up the brush again and prepared to copy the medical book. To the east of the Taihang Mountains were Hunan, Hebei, Shandong, Shaanxi, and other places. They were all important places for wheat production. These places produced less grain for a year, so they would be hungry. Naturally, they would send less grain to Chang'an. How high would the price of wheat rise? Originally, they would produce 10 jin, sell 6 jin, and eat the remaining 4 jin. Now, they would not produce 1 jin. The imperial court would give them grain, and the difference would be huge. Li Yi knew the scale of the plague of locusts that was recorded in the history books. He also knew that from then on, they would fight the locusts here every year. If the plague of locusts in several provinces was stopped, the extra wheat might be enough for the Tang dynasty to launch a large-scale invasion. Urgent report from Hunan. In Xingqing Palace, Li Longji had not been sleeping well these days. He felt that something was missing and was not used to it. Today, he received new news about Li Yi. Bring it over, officials. Li Longji said to the messenger who delivered the report. He also signaled that the 3 prime ministers and the minister of works could leave. We also miss him. Zhang Shua did not want to leave. Zhang Shua, who are you thinking about? Li Longji was unhappy. Why do you keep thinking about Li? What does it have to do with you? I'm thinking about the drought and the plague of locusts. Yao Chong spoke at the crucial moment. Lu Huaishan, Wei Zhigu, and Zhang Shua nodded. Yes, we are thinking for the people. Read it. Li Longji did not believe the words of the prime ministers at all. When Li Yi first arrived in Luoyang, he disembarked from the ship west of Luoyang. He hired helpers to move poultry and urgently found a broker to rent land. The registrar of Luoyang County was bribed by Li Yi and offered the lowest price. Li Yi took the initiative to raise the price and gave other officials benefits. The registrar made the decision to increase the forest from 540 mu to 800 mu, which was only 20 mu a year. Li Yi led the team into the mountains and made arrangements overnight. 2 days later, the ditch was completed, the bridge was built and a large number of workers were recruited. Hunan magistrate Bai Gu heard the news and personally went to the bridgehead with more than 200 cavalry. He asked Li Yi if he knew his mistake. Everyone was shocked. Li Yi took a few steps forward and grabbed Bai Gu's arm. Old Bai, stop fooling around. We were just waiting for you. Let me tell you, ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Wah ha. Without waiting for him to finish, Zhang Shua clutched his stomach and squatted on the ground. He then knelt on the ground and slapped the ground with his hands. He did not look like a prime minister at all. Old Bai, stop fooling around. Ha ha ha. Wei Zhigu also squatted down. Yao Chong's face was flushed red. He looked like he was trying his best to hold back his laughter. Lu Huaishan sat there with his neck leaning against the back of the chair. He looked up, ha 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 ha. Li Longji clenched his fists tightly, his expression sinister. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Some of the palace maids and eunuchs couldn't hold back their laughter. They covered their faces and turned around. Li Longji tried to hold it in, but in the end, he couldn't hold it in any longer. Ha ha ha. Old Bai, Yao Chong also began to pant, but he continued to laugh. For a moment, the entire Xingqing Hall was filled with a joyful atmosphere. The young man reading the script laughed until tears came out of his eyes. He also didn't know that was the content. After a full quarter of an hour, everyone recovered. Zhang Shua clutched his stomach and grinned. Your Majesty, you can't say that to Empress Wang. The child is important. Li Longji took a deep breath and nodded. He said to the young man, skip the unimportant parts. Chapter 333. Everyone adjusted their mentality and continued to listen. They understood the news from before the 3rd of March. Li Yi had just disembarked when he found a place to settle down. At the same time, he had a way to contact the Luoyang County Yamen. Then, the Hunan governor, Bai Gu, personally rushed over and had a good chat with Li Yi. They stayed there at night, and water was drawn from the well on the mountain that night. Many commoners were hired. The wages were high, and the food was good. Many children also went to help and received money. Li Yi used the method of exchanging grasshoppers for eggs to collect a large number of grasshoppers. At the same time, there was a saying that chickens, ducks, and pigs ate locusts, and the heavens did not punish sinners. In other words, Li Yi was not in danger there. The camp had been set up, and there was no conflict with the local officials. The commoners were also very supportive. Everyone was silent after hearing this. They did not know what to say. Everyone, tell me, how is Li Yi's trip so far? Li Longji asked complacently. Everyone looked at each other. Wei Zhigu found that 3 people looked at him first. Fine, Li Yi had saved his life, so he should go first. Your Majesty, Imperial Physician Li Yi is indeed extraordinary. In just a few days, he contacted an official, and it was the Hunan governor. At the same time, his military formation was perfect, and he could attack and defend. There was a well on the mountain, and he did not have to worry about being surrounded by enemies. He did not fight with the commoners, was close to the children, treated the workers well, and let the commoners benefit. He handled things thoroughly. Wei Zhigu flattered and then wanted to laugh. He endured it. He looked at Lu Huaishan. Zhang Shua and Yao Chong looked at Lu Huaishan at the same time. Lu Huaishan thought that his new home was indeed not bad. The place was big and the furniture was new. He stood up and spoke. Imperial Physician Li Yi wanted to use Luoyang's convenient transportation to teach the method of raising poultry. Good. He did not disturb the commoners, did not offend the Hunan governor, and did not interfere with the administration. In the face of a serious disaster, he dealt with it with gentleness. Good. He advanced steadily step by step. Who knows how many people benefited from it? He stabilized the chaos of the Tang dynasty. Good. After saying these words, Lu Huaishan thought about it and found that there was no problem. It was not a lie. Li Yi did it. Therefore, it was definitely not because she was living in a house that someone else had built for her. Yes, that was not the case. Yao Chong and Zhang Shua looked at each other. Zhang said and stretched out 2 fingers. Yao Chong got up. He understood Zhang Shua's gesture. Both of their homes had been renovated, but they would first decorate it for Yao Chong. The best craftsmen had arrived at Zhang Shua's place. It could not be said that the craftsmen were not good. This subject requests Your Majesty to promote Grand Imperial Physician Li Yi to Jinziguang Lu Daifu. Yao Chong directly mentioned promotion. I haven't given it to Dr. Inqing Guangli yet. Li Longji threw the question of how to explain to Yao Chong. I do want to raise Li Yi's rank, but I can't say it. You are the one who suggested it. Tell everyone why you want to jump ranks. Yao Chong did not want to waste his breath. He simply said, Your Majesty, Li Yi has been reliable in his work. He opened up the situation in a few days. There are no problems in the officialdom, in the people's livelihood, and in the military. Such a person, it is not overboard to give him a 3rd-rank civil official. If anyone is dissatisfied, give them tens of thousands of chickens and ducks. Bring them to a place and let them find a place to settle down on the same day. At the same time, the officials will not cause trouble. Yao Chong directly said what to do with those who are dissatisfied. You come once. If you succeed, I will also give you a promotion. If you don't, then, it's not that I look down on you, but you don't even know how to bribe. If you have the ability, go and face Bai Gu and shout Old Bai. If you can then be safe and sound, I won't even be the Prime Minister anymore. I will let you be. Yao Chong was puzzled. When they met, Bai Gu clearly wanted to show Li Yi his power. In the end, Li Yi went up and grabbed Bai Gu's arm. He called him Old Bai and brought him across the bridge. They even had a meal together. Why wasn't Bai Gu angry? What went wrong? Yao Chong sat back down with a belly full of confusion. In any case, he had said that he would be promoted directly to a 3rd-rank civil official. Everyone looked at Zhang Shou and said, Last one, it's your turn. Zhang Shou stood up. This subject agrees. After he finished speaking, he sat back down. The three of them glared at him. What do you mean you agree? We said so much, but when it's your turn, you only say 4 words? Since all of you insist on giving Grand Physician Li Yi a greater responsibility, I will listen to all of you this once. Minister Yao will speak to the provincial officials. Li Longji said with a look that said, you are the one who insisted on giving Li Yi a promotion. I have no choice but to agree. After the matter was settled, if the censorate said that he was being promoted too quickly, they would go to the 3 prime ministers and they would say that they wanted a promotion. Li Longji was happy and listened to a few more things. He said that he would give them extra food for lunch and that they should go back. The 4 of them left. Wei Zhigu was in no hurry to leave today. I thought that there would be an open and covert struggle with the local officials. How did it end so quickly? Wei Zhigu couldn't figure it out. Li Yi will go personally. He won't fight with others. He has important matters to attend to. It just so happens that the mountain is under the jurisdiction of the county. Otherwise, he would still have a way to contact Baigu. Lu Huaishan had his own opinion on this matter. He knew that Li Yi's movements were troublesome. Everyone was concerned, and Li Yi himself probably didn't want to go out. What was he going to do? Defeat a certain official or some other officials? If he wanted to deal with someone, wouldn't it be easier to find a way to bribe or speak ill of others in Chang'an? Zhang Shua added, just as Huaishan said, Li Yi wants to use the fastest speed to achieve his goal. It looks easy, but I don't even dare to call Baigu old Bai. He has seen through Baigu's thoughts. Yao Chong gave his analysis and looked at Lu Huaishan. I exchanged my house with my calligraphy. If Li Yi does something harmful to the Tang dynasty one day, this old man will be the first to not forgive him. Lu Huaishan first brought up the matter of the house and then his attitude. He didn't want to admit that his thoughts had been guessed. Let's go. I'm busy with the well drilling. Wei Zhigu asked about the situation and returned to his Ministry of Works. When will Li Yi come back? To be honest, I feel uneasy when he's far away. Zhang Shua suddenly said on the way back to the Political Affairs Hall. He won't stay for long. Empress Wang. Li Yi must come back. Lu Huaishan judged from another perspective. It's been another year. He might come up with something new. Luoyang isn't his territory. Yao Chong said from another perspective. Li Yi, who was remembered by many people, finished copying another medical book. When he was eating at night, he met Baigu who rushed over. This time, Baigu only brought 20 horses, a steward, and 3 servants. Hot wine. The wine from last time. Today, 3 taels per person. No more. Baigu didn't say anything and asked for wine first. Li personally poured the wine and heated it. He even brought over a plate of fried grasshoppers. There was beef to eat tonight. Luoyang couldn't have a cow. For some reason, the cow was sent to the foot of the mountain. Li looked at the sad expression of the cow's owner and then looked at the dying cow. He spent a lot of money to buy it and then personally cut it. It could be said to be 2 cuts, but it could also be said to be 1. The blade faced outwards and fell towards the cow's neck. When it was raised again, the cow's head was connected to a section of its spine. Then, the farmer next to it gave it a chop with an axe, breaking the spine. The cow closed its eyes. The cow's owner took the money and left crying. Li didn't want to save it. It was too difficult unless it was a human. Even if he couldn't save it, he had to try his best. After killing the cow and examining it, he found that it was indeed sick. It was delivered late because of rumen indigestion. Otherwise, if he bought it and performed emergency surgery, it would have a high chance of survival. After the blood was drained, it could be eaten. Therefore, beef was served tonight. Li naturally had meat to eat. The others had soup. 1 cow's head wasn't enough for everyone to eat. Especially the cow that had rumen indigestion, it was already thin. Old Bai, you found that there are more locusts, right? I can't catch them all no matter how hard I try. Li Yi took another plate of warm cow tendons and sat opposite Bai Gu. Chapter 334. Bai Gu stared at Li Yi again. When Li Yi set the table, he asked, "Can you tell? When we were collecting grasshoppers today, the people in the same place said that they were lucky because there were many grasshoppers. Old Bai, you're here. Why would you look for me if there was nothing?" Li Yi's attitude towards Bai Gu was so casual. Sometimes, he would even say something to him. Bai Gu was willing to chat with Li Yi. It wasn't that he was cheap, but if others talked to him like that, he would get angry and teach them a lesson. Li Yi's identity was revealed. He provided a lot of technology that was beneficial to the people, a lot of songs that were passed down, and a lot of expensive things. This was his status. The key was that Li Yi looked more delicate and was a little cute. He smiled a lot when he saw people, and it was hard to get angry at him. Well, there were also 500 winged knights. In this situation, any high-ranking official would have to think about it. He had the talent, wealth, and background. Bai Gu obviously had other angles besides these. His mother died early, and then his father was gone. After his stepmother passed away, she left behind two very young sisters. He also had a younger brother, and he had to teach him. At the same time, he had to take care of two half-sisters. He had a sense of closeness to children. Li Yi actually felt quite guilty. This was a targeted action after analyzing the character's personality. However, Li Yi could guarantee that when Bai Gu returned to Chang and this year, he would pay attention. Then, when Bai Gu fell sick, he would pull him to Zhuangzi. He had saved Wei Zhigu, and Bai Gu too. As long as he wasn't so old that his body couldn't function and fell sick, he could save the rest. Bai Gu didn't know that the young man in front of him had done a psychological profile of himself and made arrangements to save him. He was puzzled. Li Yi started learning when he was in his mother's womb. Then, he read 10 lines at a glance and had a photographic memory. How could he reach this level this year? Look at what you've done. What did you do before? Why haven't I heard of you before? Old Bai, eat. Your hoof tendon is cold and hard. You can't chew it. 3 of your teeth are missing. Don't worry. Wait for me to go back. Then you can go to Chang and too. I'll fix it for you. Li Yi looked at Bai Gu and did not say anything. He took the initiative to say that he had seen that Bai Gu was missing 3 teeth. I don't want a dead man's tooth, Bai Gu said as he licked his missing tooth. Are you looking down on me? I'll inlay it in porcelain for you and put gold in the middle. Gold is more stable and won't poison you. I won't give such a good thing to others. Li Yi patted his chest and promised to make good teeth. How much is one? Bai Gu had nothing better to do. At least 2 coins, not 1 less. Li Yi's expression was serious. What if I ask others to inlay it in your place? Bai Gu continued to be idle. As long as it's someone you ask, I'll give you the same price. Li Yi was still so serious. Good. Bai Gu raised his hand. Good. Li Yi gave him a slap. The two of them clapped hands to make an oath. There are too many locusts. I'm afraid that the summer harvest won't be enough. Bai Gu told him the purpose of his visit and asked for peace of mind. The summer harvest is fine. There are still few locusts. The new ones haven't come out yet. Locusts have a growth cycle. If the conditions are suitable, they will come out in half a month and grow up in more than a month. The whole process will take 2 months. It looks like a lot, but it doesn't matter if it's not overwhelming. Eat the stalks of the wheat. The wheat is about to be harvested. Then the land will be flooded and many will drown. In autumn, the yield will decrease, but frost will come again. Li Yi reassured Bai Gu again. He was calculating the reaction of the people and the speed of the spread of the rumors. He was calculating the reproduction speed of the chickens, ducks, and pigs, and the reproduction cycle of the locusts. He was also counting the days of harvesting, plowing, watering, sowing, and harvesting in Taihang Mountains and Dongzhou. Everything was stuck at a critical juncture. If that's the case, I'm willing to stay in Hunan. No, no. Old Bai, listen to me. Go back when you need to. I'll think of a way for you to go back this year. If you go too far away, I'm afraid it'll be too late. Do you know how this cow died? Li Yi was unhappy. If you don't leave, what if you fall sick in Luoyang? How am I going to save you? How did it die? Bai Gu was indeed curious. It thought too much and couldn't think straight. That's why it died. Li Yi gave an answer. Ha ha ha. Good. If His Majesty summons me back, I'll go back. Bai Gu actually knew that the cow was sick. When you return to Chang'an and don't have a place to stay, I'll arrange a small courtyard in an inn for you. If you have time, you can stay at my Zhuangzi. My Zhuangzi is big. I'll be building a few new courtyards this year. In the future, I'll keep in touch with you high-ranking officials. Come over to my place to play. Li Yi smiled and invited him. He helped to solve the problem of accommodation in advance. You don't like low-ranking officials? Bai Gu pretended to be unhappy. Low-ranking officials and unfamiliar people can't enter. There's a circle of 1,000 ox guards outside. I can't do anything about it. Li Yi shrugged. So, can we survive this year's locust plague? Bai Gu blinked and became serious. Yes. According to the time, the well drilling team will be here soon. We'll solve as many as we can this year. I don't want something big to happen next year. It'll be detrimental to the imperial court's border arrangements. Li Yi nodded. He believed that Bai Gu would understand the importance of the main food production area. As he spoke, he picked up a fried grasshopper and threw it into his mouth. Bai Gu watched him eat and trembled. He gritted his teeth and also picked up a grasshopper. He frowned and put it into his mouth. After chewing a few times, his eyes lit up. Xiao Yi, this fried grasshopper is delicious. Yes. Old Bai, you finally understand. Li Yi nodded. Of course, fried grasshoppers were delicious. Back then, he had people who raised them. They were quite expensive. It's just that they look scary. Bai Gu ate another grasshopper. It tasted good and had a good texture. Can't you just eat it like a prawn? Crabs have so many claws. Isn't it scary to look at? Aren't the first person who ate crabs not scared? Li Yi encouraged him and gave him an example. He realized that the Chinese had a special characteristic. As long as others could eat it, they would try it themselves after seeing it. When it came to his time, it was simpler. When it came to a new thing, everyone's first thought was whether it could be eaten or not. If it could be eaten, it would be protected. Even if it was a foreign species, if it could not be eaten, it would be eliminated. This included the aquatic foreign species, water hyacinth. It could not be eaten. It was annoying because it reproduced too quickly. When it was discovered that it was not suitable for humans and was suitable for pigs, the number of water hyacinths decreased. Any creatures that could survive were protected, artificially farmed, inedible, and could not be killed with medicine. Bai Gu did not know that Li Yi was thinking a lot. He ate a few fried grasshoppers and realized that this thing was really good. Xiao Yi, will people get sick if they eat too much grasshopper? Bai Gu thought of the people. Everyone ate grasshopper. Pigs grew quickly after eating it, so it was not a problem for humans to eat it. If eating eggs will make you sick, for example, if you have red spots on your body or if your face is swollen, you can't eat them. If you eat prawns and have the same symptoms, you can't eat them too. This is a type of protein allergy. Oh, it's a protein allergy of the opposite sex. Some people may even be in danger when they have sex. It's not specifically referring to one type. It's not that you'll get sick if you eat one type or another. It's hard to tell. But most people don't have any problems. Eat it. If you're allergic now, don't be afraid. I'll save you. Li Yi explained a little and realized that he did not understand. If it was someone from his era, they would be able to understand after listening and thinking about it carefully. Therefore, he simply told Bai Gu to eat it. If anything happened, he would take care of it. Chapter 335. As Bai Gu listened, he noticed that the young man's eyes and expression changed when he talked about illness. It was a confident, serious, and cautious attitude. Xiao Yi, are you very good at treating illnesses? Bai Gu licked the toothless area again as he spoke. I can only say that I will try my best. Li Yi shook his head. He wanted to say that the saddest moment was when someone who could be saved died in front of him, and he could do nothing about it. Not all hospitals had top-notch equipment and amazing doctors, and it was too late to transfer patients to other hospitals. How about compared to the Imperial Physicians Department? Bai Gu wanted a comparison. Old Bai, I believe that every true doctor's heart is the same. Just like the soldiers who died fighting the enemy, they used their lives to tell others that they did their best. Li Yi did not want to use his medical skills to belittle other doctors, even if he was the best in the Tang dynasty. He had a lot of medical equipment, videos to watch, and more theoretical knowledge of Chinese medicine in the future to support him. But all these were not reasons to be proud, but responsibilities. Since there was a better technology, he should spread it. Bai Gu, he realized that Li Yi's words sounded awkward. Was he speaking for someone who was not good enough? The fried grasshopper tastes good. Bai Gu could only praise the grasshopper again. The winged knights, the farmers, and the hired workers who were eating the fried grasshopper also ate the fried grasshopper. Especially the hired workers, they found that the grasshopper tasted better than the shrimp in the river. It was better to fry it than to boil it, but it needed oil, preferably vegetable oil. If there is no oil, you can dry fry it, grind it into powder, and mix it with other grains. It can still be eaten. Li Yi introduced the way to eat the grasshopper to Bai Gu. He knew that in the later period of history, when the people were hungry, they began to eat the grasshopper. Now, they were pretentious and thought that God would punish them. At the same time, other people would not eat them. Besides, if the grasshopper was not made well, the taste would be bad. There's a lack of oil. The commoners can only use a small amount of vegetable oil. Even if you use the method of extracting soybean oil and stir-frying it, you'll probably need to add some seasoning. Bai Gu was thinking about how to eat grasshoppers, and he thought it was possible. Li shook his head as he said, the government can take them, or let the people exchange the locusts for soybean oil. Then they can organize people to raise poultry and pigs, and then, it wasn't that the idea wasn't good, but that there would be problems with the people who carried it out. When poultry laid eggs, the person in charge would have to embezzle them, and it would be difficult to calculate the number of eggs. It was clearly a law that benefited the people, but with the interference of the government, everything was over. Bai Gu didn't need Li Yi to say it out loud. He already knew that it was difficult for his superiors to control his subordinates. He also knew that if he went to check Hunan Prefecture's warehouse now, there would definitely be some defects left behind by the previous generations. The previous official took the items and was promoted. The new official just had to grit his teeth and accept the items and say that the amount was correct. If the previous one lost his position, everyone would be relieved. Great, he was the one who took it. Check the accounts and recalculate. When it was recorded, it was said that a certain official's corruption was so great that it was shocking. However, it didn't record where the items that were embezzled by a certain official went. Is there a way to stop corruption? Bai Gu thought and asked naturally. Li shook his head, no, unless they always check. For example, once a month, they send a different person every time without informing in advance. Li Yi was helpless. Everyone was an official, and none of them were clean. How could they check? When something happened and it got big, someone would be beheaded. After a period of peace, they would repeat the same thing again. Not to mention Chongpingsong in the Tang dynasty, there were also people who were punished for the grain reserves. It was only after they increased their efforts and kept a close watch on it that they put an end to it. Looking at other countries, they didn't do better. In fact, they did worse. Li Yi was gloomy for a moment before he said, "Unless we pay a higher price for supervision and inspection, and constantly change people, there will definitely be problems as time goes by." How do they pay a higher price to inspect? Bai Gu was also preparing to enter Chang'an. He wanted to come up with a good set of rules. The people sent out by the inspection team must not be disturbed. For example, when a prime minister went to inspect Hunan, the son of another prime minister asked him to be merciful. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to handle it and would be hated, so he could only go back and tell His Majesty. In the end, His Majesty Li Yi sold out Yao Chong, so Wei Zhigu was equivalent to a member of the inspection team. After enforcing the law impartially, he was punished. Who would dare to investigate in the future? Eunuchs. Bai Gu thought of a group of people. Ha ha ha. Li Yi laughed. Li Longji didn't need to think about it. Gao Lishir was the first intelligence chief to set up the eunuch supervision team in the Tang dynasty. When Gao Lishir was in power, it wasn't bad. After the Anlushan rebellion, he couldn't control it anymore. Sigh. Bai Gu was distressed. He drank a cup of wine and ate meat. First, he had to deal with the plague of locusts. After eating, Li Yi went to copy books again. Bai Gu watched the people collecting locusts busily. When the sky turned dark, the people who caught locusts in other counties sent the locusts over. Before this old man leaves, I can't care about other places. Hunan will definitely be stable. Bai Gu clenched his fist. After a few days, the people finally realized that the situation wasn't good. The more locusts they caught, the more worried they were about the unharvested wheat. The only fortunate thing was that the weather this year was good. The wheat grains were plump and could be harvested in advance. In half a month, they could harvest. They couldn't wait until the wheat was completely ripe. When 90% was ripe, they would harvest 100%. When 100% was ripe, they would throw away 10%. When the wheat was fully ripe, it would start to lose weight. At the same time, when they were harvested, they would fall from the straw and fall into the ground. Before they could clean it up, a large flock of birds came over to eat. The chicks hatched first. The people chose to switch to chicks. In any case, they knew that they could feed the locusts. If they raised them themselves, they would grow quickly. The people of Luoyang realized that the price of the piglets had also increased. It wasn't easy to buy them again. On the prodigal son's mountain, the piglets grew faster than any food. The pig dung was also good stuff. When the wheat was harvested, the pig dung could be turned into the ground together with the wheat. The farmers gradually became familiar with the situation and started to instruct more people to help. On the 22nd of March, early in the morning, Li Yi left with the 500 winged knights. He didn't say goodbye to Bai Gu. He had already been out for 34 days. He had chosen to travel by land. His carriage was in the way and couldn't go fast. Li Dongzhu, don't worry. I guarantee that we can return in 10 days. The road from Luoyang to Chang'an is still easy. It won't be slower than the boat ride. Fan Fan saw that Li Yi didn't want to stay and was in a hurry to go home. He rode beside the carriage and comforted him. Li Yi sat outside the carriage and looked at the sky in boredom. A group of locusts flew over. Li Yi pulled the locusts from his body and hair in annoyance. Some of the locusts spat out green water when touched. I'm going in. Li Yi couldn't stand it and turned to go in. At this time, even if the wheat wasn't 90% ripe, many places had to seize the time to harvest. The locusts were no joke. While Li Yi was on his way, the reports of the locusts from various provinces were sent to Chang'an. Li Longji listened to Yao Chong reading. Fen Province news: locusts have appeared in the province and are invading everywhere. The people in the province are rushing to harvest the wheat. They fear that the locusts will be more serious. Rent should be reduced. Yao Chong picked the important parts to read. This place requested the imperial court to reduce the rent in autumn. After reading one, he moved on to the next. Lu Province News: there are many locusts this year and it will be a disaster. The provincial governor is setting up a platform to announce this to the heavens. Many people responded. The provincial governor personally organized a sacrificial ceremony, hoping that the heavens would take back the locusts. Zhe Province News: locusts are everywhere. The winter wheat will be reduced. The imperial court should prioritize the country and raise the ceremony to prevent the natural disaster. This request made Li Longji come out to announce it and discuss with the heavens to not release more locusts. Wei Province News: the wheat is fully ripe. The loss of harvesting wheat is too great. The locusts eat grass as soon as they see it. We hope the imperial court can help. Chao Province News: the locusts have suddenly appeared. The people are panicking. The summer grain in the province may be difficult to collect, but it doesn't count after autumn. Yen Province News: Mi Province News, Ing Province News, Yu Province News, Hao Province News. One by one, the reports of the locusts were picked out and read out. Li Longji, the 2 prime ministers, and the 6 ministers listened. Other than Wei Zhigu, the other ministers were all frowning. The places east of Taihang Mountains were filled with locusts. They looked at Li Longji. Li Longji listened quietly. He didn't seem to be in a hurry. After Yao Chong finished reading the reports of the locusts in most of the provinces, Li Longji asked, "What about Hunan?" Yao Chong flipped through the reports and replied, "There are no urgent reports from Hunan, Zhengzhou, or Huai province." "Send someone to ask," Li Longji ordered. Your Majesty, it's here." Hunan's prefectural governor, Baigu, the provincial governor of Zhengzhou, and the provincial governor of Huai province have sent a report. As soon as Li Longji's voice fell, a small yellow door hurried over. It was agreed that any news from Hunan would be sent over. Chapter 337. Hearing the sound, Li Longji sat up straight and ran in through the yellow door. He said happily, "Your Majesty, it's here." Li Longji nodded. The 3 ministers were invigorated. They were here to see what was going on over there. Yao Chong personally handed over the 3 books, and the yellow door ran away. "Huaizhou, reporting to Your Majesty, Huaizhou has been gracious. The people are safe and abundant, the wind and rain are smooth, the mountains and rivers are beautiful." Don't recite the one in front. Li Longji interrupted. He didn't recite it earlier, but now everyone was anxious to hear it. What was the point of saying useless things? Yao Chong laughed secretly and became serious. There's been little rain this spring, and the winter wheat is growing well. Last month, we heard that locusts had increased in number among the people. We feared a plague of locusts and couldn't sleep. It was still a pile of nonsense. The main point was that the officials in Huaizhou had worked very hard and discovered the situation in advance. They had worried a lot. When they were done worrying, it was time to get down to business. Half a month ago, we heard that locusts were being hunted in Hunan. The people were all mobilized, and the chickens and ducks raised by the locusts laid many eggs. The pigs ate them and grew meat quickly. Therefore, it began among the people. Later, we wrote a letter advising the people, saying that locusts should be treated by the heavens. The heavens treat the chickens and ducks. Catching locusts to feed the chickens and ducks is the way of the heavens. There's no need to fear the wrath of the heavens. The people will follow and catch locusts to feed the chickens and ducks. In addition, we learned the method of hatching. Huaizhou is building hatching kong, and soon there will be countless chickens and ducks growing into seedlings. This summer's harvest might not be enough, but the autumn harvest will have a full grain supply. The people will have more eggs, chickens, and ducks, and more pork. Huaizhou, peace. This time, he finally finished. He said that the locals had learned how to deal with the locusts from Hunan. Everything would be fine if they followed the instructions. Yao Chong put down the memorial from Huaizhou and picked up the one from Zhengzhou. He recited it again, and the meaning was the same. Zhengzhou had also learned it, and it was even faster. Huaizhou was close to Luoyang, but they had to cross the Yellow River. Zhengzhou was also close, but there was no need to cross the river. The officials who didn't know the situation were astonished. The officials of these two places were quite impressive. They were making sacrifices elsewhere, and they had the people catch locusts to feed the chickens. The reason given was also awesome. Locusts descended from the sky to respond to heaven's rule. Heaven's rule was to let chickens, ducks, and pigs eat. It was the way of heaven. There was no need for a sacrifice, just do it. Good. It hasn't even been 4 months, but the news has already spread to 2 prefectures. Let's hear about it from Hunan Prefecture. Li Longji smiled. Yao Chong took a deep breath. Zhang Shua, Lu Huaishan, and Wei Zhigu sat up straight. They had been waiting for this moment. Yao Chong solemnly opened the memorial from Hunan Province. With a single glance, Zhang Xian was taken aback. This subject, Bai Gu, thanks your majesty for being reluctant to send Grand Imperial Physician Li Yi to Hunan Province to deal with the locust plague. This was the beginning of the essay, without a single word. The others didn't understand. What was there to be reluctant about? They looked at Li Longji. When Li Longji heard this, he actually nodded. That meant, yes, if it wasn't an important matter, why would I send Li Yi out? Yao Chong sighed. Bai Gu's evaluation was too high. The word reluctant and the word capable minister indicated that His Majesty had thrown out his trump card. If it wasn't a matter of life and death, such an existence should stay in Chang'an. He continued reading. There are many locusts in Hunan Province. Every citizen catches them in exchange for chicken and duck eggs. In the first half of March, a large number of chicken and duck chicks are exchanged. Currently, in the entire Hunan province, even the villages, there are chickens and ducks that can be raised. There are more than 100 chickens and less than a dozen chickens and ducks. In addition, His Majesty asked Li Yi to provide the incubation method. Those who already have chickens and ducks are learning how to incubate them. By the end of this month, more chickens and ducks will have hatched. The children catch them during the day, while the adults light bonfires to lure the locusts at night. With one net, they can catch dozens of locusts. They put them in sacks and transported them to Luoyang. This official received them on behalf of Li Yi and brought other things from the hill rented by Li Yi to exchange for the people. Now that the summer harvest is coming, this official estimates that the wheat yield will be reduced by about half, but there will be more harvest. Those who originally didn't have the money to raise chickens and ducks can exchange the locusts for chicks. They have chickens and ducks to feed water and chopped locusts. After a few days, when the chicks and ducks grow up, the people can sell them or use the century eggs taught by Li Yi to process them. They can make a lot of money. On behalf of the people of Hunan Province, this official once again thanks His Majesty for sending Imperial Physician Li Yi. With the locusts, Hunan Province is safe. The author is Bai Gu, Hunan Province's Minister of Justice. After Yao Chong finished speaking, he bowed to Li Longji. This official congratulates His Majesty. After bowing, he sat back down. The others were dumbfounded. Hunan Province was completely different from other places. It was even crazier than Huaizhou and Zhengzhou. Reducing the wheat yield by half, and then raising chickens and ducks. Using half of the wheat to exchange for so much meat and eggs. In other places, the people suffered losses, but when it came to Hunan Province, not only did they not suffer losses during the locusts, they even profited. Li Longji sat there with his eyes narrowed. His fingers tapped on the table, as if he was humming a song. Everyone quieted down and listened carefully. The vast sea laughs, the tides on both sides of the shore. Floating and sinking with the waves to record the present day, the heavens laugh, the tides of the world, they heard it. Sure enough, he was singing. The vast sea laughs. It was a very familiar song. The three prime ministers and Wei Zhigu looked at each other, revealing a helpless expression. They knew why His Majesty was still in the mood to sing when the locusts were everywhere. His Majesty treated Li Yi as his treasure. No matter how difficult the situation was, the moment he sent out Li Yi was the moment the problem was solved. What was there to be afraid of? Hunan province and 2 prefectures had withstood the locusts. The next step was simple. Let the other prefectures follow suit. It took more than 20 days for an egg to turn into a chicken, and less than a month for a duck. Yao Chong stood up after Li Longquan finished humming the song La 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 La. Your Majesty, I request that you vigorously implement this method to deal with next year's locusts, Yao Chong said. He knew that many places didn't have time to clear out the locusts' eggs this year, so he wanted to promote the breeding method first. When the locusts burrowed out of the ground next year, they would catch and feed them. Approved. Li Longji lightly spat out a word. He was still in a good mood. The Minister of Personnel, Cui Riyong, understood something. He stood up. Your Majesty, has Li Yi gone out? Li Longji glanced at him and nodded lightly. Did he say when he'll be back? Cui Riyong asked. Minister Cui, do you have something to say? Li Longji was unhappy. Why do you care when Li Yi will be back? The people from Zhuangzi who participated in the imperial examinations didn't come to the Ministry of Personnel. I want to know what's the next arrangement, Cui Riyong hurriedly said. That's all. Li Longji waved his hand. Cui Riyong sat down gloomily. He actually wanted to ask Li Yi what kind of official position the 42 people would be given. If they passed, they would at least be a 9th-rank official. Even if they didn't become an official, they would still have a salary. While he was at it, he could also fill the toilet water and add alcohol to the lighter. They were sold outside now, but the price was too expensive. The others were pondering about Li Yi's situation. Li Yi and the others knew that he was the master of earthly paradise. But they didn't know when Li Yi had gone out and was in charge of dealing with the locusts. They didn't receive any advance notice of such a big event. Since you know, those who should write letters, those who should arrange the aftermath of the locusts should continue. Li Longji wanted to end the meeting. He didn't want to stay any longer. He was eager to go back and share this joy with the others. Success, Li Yi had succeeded. He had been preparing since last year, and everything had come true this year. Chapter 338. The first step is done, Yao Chong said as he sat on a chair in the Political Affairs Hall. He asked someone to make him a cup of tea and sighed in relief. A few days ago, when there were signs of a drought, he had already sent a letter to the local government. However, the local governments were secretly opposed. Now, the locusts had become a disaster. Is it good now? Has there been a decrease in production? If not for Li Yi personally handling the situation, all of you would have been arrested. Yao Chong was angry. My words don't carry any weight now, do they? He didn't know that Li Yi was also hesitant during the first year of the locust plague. Moreover, during the spring and summer, there weren't many losses. He was just observing. During the autumn harvest, the people were still able to survive. Baigu's Hunan prefectural magistrate had been supporting him. The second year was even worse. Baigu was transferred back. For the sake of the economy, he gave a strict order. At that time, heads would be chopped off. The local government had no choice but to let the people catch locusts and bury them. This year, he received the news in advance and had been paying attention to Li Yi. Li Yi was usually calm, but now he was anxious. This meant that the problem was serious. I'm just a prime minister. I can only drink tea of the 2nd grade. There are still 3 grades above it. Lu Huaishan poured some tea into a bowl. Only His Majesty, King Song, and Li Yi drink it. They don't even let us taste it, Zhang Shua complained. Their tea was provided by the celestial world. They drank the 4th of the 14 grades of tea. Yao Chong's mind wasn't on the tea. He said, the locust plague of this year's summer harvest is a foregone conclusion. The provinces east of the Taihang Mountains didn't suffer many losses. After the harvest, there will be more locusts in the fields. Then, we have to soak them in water and plow them. I'm going to give the order to plow the fields now and soak the locusts' eggs in water. Lu Huaishan and Zhang Shua looked at Yao Chong in astonishment. Old Yao now knew farming. Impressive. Speaking of farming and killing locusts, it was a set of skills. UNG, artificial incubation technology is the most important. Lu Huaishan had discovered something hidden during the locust plague. When the common people raised chickens and ducks, they would let the old hen hold the nest, and then divide the ducklings for the ducks to take care of. If an old hen hugs its nest, it won't lay eggs and will become thinner. After hugging the nest, the old hen didn't like to lay eggs, so she took the chicks and ran around, teaching them how to find food. It would take a long time. The commoners would rather sell their eggs than build a nest for the hens, unless there were too few hens in the house. Nowadays, artificial incubation technology was very powerful. There was no need to find an old hen. Humans would take care of it. Moreover, there were several methods. The Kong bed was the easiest to control the temperature. Yao Chong thought for a moment. Since he took it out, he naturally can't take it back. In the future, the Tang dynasty can indeed raise more chickens and ducks. He admitted that after the plague of locusts, the people would raise more chickens and ducks. If you don't feed the chickens and ducks good ingredients, the chickens and ducks will find their own food to eat. Especially next to the manure pit in summer, there were always chickens eating maggots there, and ducks looking for small fish and shrimp in the water. A few extra chickens and ducks for each household was a subsidy for the family. Zhang Shua took a big gulp of tea and smacked his lips. Li Yi is famous now. I wonder what will happen in the future. The Li family Zhuangzi's perimeter is more strict. The Zhang family's village and Zhuangzi's place have dug a canal and built a bridge over it. The imperial plantation is even more difficult to cross. Lu Huaishan seemed dissatisfied. He still wanted to go to Zhuangzi to play, mainly to watch others eat in the canteen. He's obviously a great talent, but His Majesty wants to hide it. He doesn't allow others to ask about it. Last year, His Majesty specially opened a Shiotsi examination for him and then gave him an official position. Isn't that great? Zhang Shua also had something he wanted to ask Li Yi. Originally, he could still ask, but now he couldn't. Who doesn't hide good things? Besides, he's someone who can really do things well. Yao Chong expressed his understanding, but he was also unhappy. He was still unconvinced and wanted to compete with Li Yi. Li Yi entered the imperial court, and everyone relied on their own abilities. Li Yi didn't enter the imperial court and only floated outside. There was no way to compete with him according to the same rules. When Li Yi entered the imperial court, he had to clearly explain why he knew about the drought and the locust plague, and then apply for how to deal with it. In the end, it was up to the imperial court and His Majesty to make the decision. Li Yi didn't need to tell anyone. He just took the chickens and ducks and rushed out. On the day he arrived, he solved the problem of the territory. 2 days later, he contacted Baigu. What should have been a matter of the imperial court was forcefully opened up by him using money. It felt like he had jumped out of the 3 realms and was no longer part of the 5 elements. Do you think he understands the rules of the imperial court? For example, writing documents, which department should do how to handle matters? Zhang Shua suddenly thought of a problem. Li Yi had never been an official. Even if he was just a county magistrate, would he know what to do? Lu Huaishan shook his head. I only know that he's good at bribery. He gives people benefits and doesn't leave any evidence behind, such as renovating your house. Old Lu, don't you feel guilty saying this? Zhang Shua didn't agree. Renovating our house? Why don't you and I work together to make him a high-ranking official? Yao Chong suggested. UNG, you go first. Lu Huaishan indicated that he would be the support. His Majesty will hate us. Zhang Shua refused. At this time, His Majesty Li Longji, Li Dan, noble consort Lu, Empress Wang, and Li Qingqi were vividly describing the news he had received. At this moment, he was like a child. All the prefectures are finished. Only Huaizhou, Zhengzhou, and Hunan are fine, especially Hunan. Noble consort Lu had a loving expression on her face. She hadn't seen Li Longji like this for a long time. The last time seemed to be when Li Longji hadn't gone out to open his residence and was raised by her. After that, there was no smile on everyone's face during the power struggle. After a series of killings, Li Longji became the emperor and Princess Taiping died. Today, looking at the happy appearance of the child she raised, noble consort Lu's tears suddenly fell. She raised her sleeve to wipe them and asked, "Is that child back? He should be going back. He doesn't like to be there at the last moment. Instead, he says the method and once it's done, he doesn't care anymore. Other officials will fight for credit, but he only wants credit. There's still a month for the empress here, so he must be there before that." Li Qingqi was more familiar with Li Yi's style of doing things. "What's the reward for this great merit?" Li Dan asked her son. "When he comes back, he'll be Jinziguang Lu, a third-rank official." Li Longji said. He didn't want to give him an actual official position. If he gave him an official position, other officials would use the rules of officialdom to bully him. Although he felt that Li Yi wasn't afraid, it was still troublesome. If Li Yi had the time, he might as well write medical books in Zhuangzi. Li Dan nodded. He was also afraid of giving him an official position. Knowing that he was still an official, he felt relieved. Such a great talent, you have to treat him well. He wanted to say use him well, but he found that the word use sounded distant. Uncle actually wants to do things that benefit the people. He used to say that he wanted to be a county magistrate, but now the people he's in charge of are no less than the ordinary county magistrate of Zhong County. Empress Wang touched her belly and said with a smile, "I'm going to help Brother Yi sell tea leaves." He bought all the tea leaves around the capital office before Qingming and Guyu. In Zhuangzi, Steward Song specially found Liuli village and gave him 14 grades of tea leaves. Oh, and 5 grades of tea leaves foam. When Li Qingqi talked about the tea leaves, he was glad that he did get Liuli village. Chapter 339. Hearing Li Qingqi talking about tea leaves, noble consort Lu looked at the teacup in front of her and raised her eyebrows. "We drink too much money every day. 1 tael of this grade 1 tea costs 1,000 taels. Mother, Brother E only asks for this price. This tea is not for sale at all." Li Longji smiled. He knew how Li Yi fooled people. It was priceless. The tea that could be bought outside was only grade 3 tea. The tea that heaven on earth gave Yao Chong was grade 2 tea. Only the 6 Li village had primary grade 1, secondary grade 1, and primary grade 2 teas. When Gao Lisher went to get them, he could only get 100 caddies of secondary grade 2 tea and 1 caddy of primary grade 1, secondary grade 1, and primary grade 2 tea. However, the price was marked. Grade 1 tea cost 1,000 taels, which was 1 million taels. Grade 1 tea cost 800,000 taels. Grade 2 tea cost 500,000 taels. Grade 2 tea cost 100,000 taels. Grade 3 tea cost 10,000 taels, which was 10 times lower than grade 2 tea. The highest grade that could be bought outside was this. Grade 3 tea cost 8,000 taels. From grade 4 to grade 5, the prices were 5,000, 3,000, 1,000, 800, 500, 300, 100, and 50. It was calculated according to 2. The rest were tea fragments, which were divided into 5 grades. 10 taels per caddy, 50 taels per caddy, 100 taels per caddy, 500 taels per caddy, and 1,000 taels per caddy. The tea did not include grade 1 or grade 2 tea fragments. It was not for sale. It was for Zhuangzi to drink. This set gave people the feeling that drinking this tea was different from drinking other teas. Their status was raised. Brother E can make a lot of money with just an idea. Mother, don't worry. This tea will never be sold. It will be worthless if it is sold. Li Chengqi said. He understood that things that could not be bought were precious. What's the difference between these teas? Noble consort Lu took a sip of the tea. Empress Wang gave the most appropriate explanation. The difference between cabbage heart and cabbage leaves. I see. Noble consort Lu nodded, indicating that she understood. She turned around and asked Li Chengqi, how's the drilling of those wells going? Currently, they are spread across 20 prefectures. There are a few people in each of the 3 alliances, and they have formed 600 well-digging teams. They are all craftsmen from all over the world. Once the new craftsmen were proficient, they would choose new people to form a new well-drilling team and continue to spread out to other places. Third brother paid for all the wells to be called Kaiyuan wells, telling the people that Her Majesty dug them for them. Maintenance was a problem in the later stages. Some villages had craftsmen who would naturally find the wells useful and repair them if they were damaged. Some need to be managed by the state or county. Third brother, you can allocate a sum of money to each state every year for them to maintain. Li Chengqi treated this matter as his own career and did it very seriously. If the government takes the money but doesn't fix it, what should they do? Li Dan raised a practical question. Then let's make money. Third younger brother has allocated the money, but they don't want to fix it. We can use this as an excuse to arrest people. If we catch a greedy person, we can make a lot of copies. Li Chengqi said with a smile. He already had a plan. Otherwise, why wouldn't he let the local government pay for it? This was what he learned from Brother E. He had to give others a chance before he could make a move. Li Yi, who was hurrying on the road, didn't know that someone had picked up the skill of scheming very quickly instead of learning the good things. There were many mountains in Luoyang, and there were official roads. People came and went on the official roads. Li Yi's 6-wheeled carriage was particularly conspicuous, and the 500 winged knights were even more eye-catching. When it was almost dark, the troops arrived at Xiong Air Mountain. Without Li Yi's instructions, Fan Fan arranged for people to start digging ditches and cutting trees with saws to make barricades on the side of Xiong Air Mountain. There were also people who ran to hunt animals to save on army provisions. When the passers-by saw a large group of Tang soldiers, they immediately came forward and said that they wouldn't leave and would stay together tonight. They weren't too close to each other, about 1 li apart. Those who had cars hitched a ride with them, and those who didn't gathered together. There was actually a temple on the mountain, but they didn't go there. There was no one in the temple. It was said that at night, one could always see things that one shouldn't see. Because there had been a great battle on Xiong Air Mountain, the leader of the Wagong army, Li Mi, died here. Some people said that they had seen many people appear at night, and they could also hear the sound of eating meat and drinking wine, followed by the sound of fighting. Li Yi didn't believe it. Li Mi was running away, so where could he get the wine? There could be meat. And even if there was a natural magnetic field, he needed a specific environment to record and play it in a specific environment. There was no light at night, so how could he record? Recording in darkness? It was normal for the army to camp and the common people to be next to them. If it was Li Yi's time, if the road was difficult to walk and the army had set up camp, the common people would go directly without any fear. Now the common people didn't dare to come over, but they felt safe with the army next to them. It wasn't a li away, and Li Yi could even see the expressions on the common people's faces with the military binoculars. Ask them to come over and help to dig wild vegetables. There are a lot of bracken in this season. Use a stick to hit the grass. Don't get bitten by snakes. After seeing the people, Li Yi decided to cooperate with them. The non-commissioned officer would build fortifications and hunt, and the common people would help to dig vegetables. The soldier who was called hesitated for a moment, and Li Yi immediately taught him, "Go over and say that you are His Majesty's private army, the Winged Knights. You don't hurt the common people. As long as there is danger, you will listen to His Majesty's order and stand in front of the common people. Go. But the soldier was not used to teaching the common people. Then forget it. Don't bother the common people. I'll take you to play. Li Yi said. When the soldier heard this, he trembled and ran away without riding a horse. Li Yi laughed and muttered, "Why did I repeat that ridiculous thing again and again? It's for the critical moment." Soon, two large groups of common people came over, one from the east and the other from the west. Li Yi shouted through the loudspeaker, "These are His Majesty's soldiers. His Majesty always said that he should treat the common people of the Tang dynasty as warm as meat porridge. When they saw you hiding so far away, they were afraid that you would be in danger and couldn't rescue you in time, so they told me to ask you to come over. They went to hunt for meat. Let's not idle around. Let's dig for wild vegetables together, okay? If you see any mushrooms, dig them up too. Let me see." The common people had already seen the luxurious carriage. When they saw the young man speaking so amiably and knew that there would be meat to eat, they agreed one after another. Before the sky was completely dark, they quickly spread out to dig for vegetables. Li Yi rolled up the sleeves of his white coat and asked some people to help build an earthen stove, set up a big pot, and bring water from the small river on the mountain to boil. Li Yi also took a sample of the water into the carriage to test it in case it was poisoned. "Young man, are you an official?" An old man, in his 50s or 60s who was holding the hand of a 6 or 7-year-old boy came over and asked. "It doesn't matter what my identity is. It's His Majesty's private army that is willing to protect the common people of the Tang dynasty," Li Yi said with a smile. At the same time, he took out a piece of fruit candy wrapped in a piece of glutinous rice paper and a piece of rough paper from the pocket of his white coat. He peeled off the outer paper and stuffed the candy into the child's mouth. The little boy, who didn't dare to make a sound, looked at Li Yi again the moment the candy entered his mouth. There was a hint of intimacy in his eyes. "We're going to Luoyang. How is it?" The old man touched the child's head and asked Li Yi. "Go ahead. There are a lot of locusts, but it won't delay the wheat harvest. There are also a lot of eggs and ducks there." Li Yi still maintained his smile. Then, he asked, "Old man, where did you, Lantian County?" "We went to my son-in-law's house. In the end, they said that they wanted to collect taxes based on the number of people there. I quickly took his child and left. We're from Zhengzhou, so we could only go to Luoyang to rest first." The old man sighed and shook his head. Li Yi narrowed his eyes. Chapter 340. Lantian County was a county of the capital. Li Yi knew that a group of royal relatives had been sent there to collect business tax. But how did it become a poll tax? Where did the supervisor go? Luoyang is not bad. How is the tax collected? Li Yi's expression remained calm. It's said that buying and selling things are all merchants. Even if it's an exchange, it's still considered a merchant. We have to collect business tax. Commoners like us can't collect tax every time, so it's based on the number of people. There's no way to calculate how much we eat. After splitting it, each person has to pay 500 coins a year for 5 years. I can only bring my grandson back to Zhengzhou." The old man shook his head after saying how the tax was collected. He and his grandson had to pay 5 coins at a time. "Oh, right. Let's go to Luoyang first. I'll write you a note. When you get there, ask where is the place to exchange grasshoppers for chickens and ducks." Li Yi returned to the carriage and returned moments later. He handed the old man a line of text. After flipping it open, there were a few pages with his seal at the back. "You are indeed an official." The old man had never seen such a thing before, but he understood. "Find a place to rest first. When we leave tomorrow morning, you can leave. I'll bring you 2 pieces of roasted meat. Put it in the noodles and fry it as fried noodles." Li Yi didn't answer the question of whether he was an official. The old man and his grandson walked on foot, so it would take 4 to 5 days. "You are a good official," the old man said as he was about to kneel. "Heavens, don't do that. It's all taught by Her Majesty. You should be good to the commoners." Li Yi continued to assist Li Longji. When the game was brought back and the wild vegetables and mushrooms were dug up, it was already dark. There was no need for Li Yi to look at the wild vegetables and mushrooms. The locals knew which ones were edible. Everyone picked out the poisonous ones together. More than 20 people joined in one after another. There were a total of 233 commoners. They helped to deal with the game under the light of the lanterns. More than an hour later, a fragrance wafted out of the pot. The commoners who had bowls took out their bowls. The winged knights lent a part of the pot set to the commoners who didn't. Lanterns were lit up one by one. The hidden sentries consciously hid themselves, while the open sentries held their bows and stayed alert in the surroundings. Immediately, the people knew that this was an elite troop, and the situation was still very tense. 150 winged knights ate first, and then the sentries took over. The others began to eat. Li Yi was also waiting. Reporting, all 5 members of the first scout team have returned. Everything is fine within 10 li. Reporting, the second scout team has returned. Nothing happened within 15 kilometers. Reporting, 4 pairs of 5 scouts have returned. Nothing happened within 20 li. Report, the winged knights scouts ran back and forth, reporting back and forth. The commoners were shocked when they were eating. This was His Majesty's private army. In the vicinity of Hunan's Xiong Air Mountain, he also went back and forth to investigate. He would report back every 5 li and go out 20 li open and hidden sentries, simple fortifications, and scouts. Are you sure you're not in a foreign land? Thinking about it was just thinking about it, but they felt more at ease. With this unit, they could sleep well at night. Li pondered as he ate. What was going on with Lantian County? Could it be that the royal family and the people from the overseer had joined forces? Did the people working below use this chance to collect money? Or did someone purposely spread rumors? If so, it was obvious that these people were people who were going to be taxed. No matter which one it was, the battle had begun. Taking benefits from other people would definitely cause a backlash. What should he do? Let's take a look on the way back. With a decision made, Li placed his thoughts on eating. Wild animals were obviously not something that the commoners could easily obtain. The taste of wild animals was not as good as domesticated ones. Especially the soup, which required a lot of pepper to suppress the fishy taste. The main reason was that there was no time to soak it in cold water. However, Li liked the taste and texture of wild vegetables, especially the bracken. When it was fried together with meat in a big pot, it tasted smooth. The commoners thought that meat was delicious, and there was a lot of game. Children grabbed the legs of animals and chewed on them. Their faces were oily, and when they looked up, they would smile. When everyone was full, they were not afraid of mosquito bites under the lanterns. They could not sleep and chatted. Li did not accompany them. He returned to the carriage to copy medical books. Her Majesty's private army, very considerate. Winged knights, from the name, it's not ordinary. Who is that young man? I heard that he's an official. Li Yi, Ba Shui, Zhuangzi, Li Dongzhu. What does he do? Compost, Qing Chu, reaping wheat, I know, didn't they say that he's 2 feet tall and his eyes are as big as bowls? Is he still human? Now that I look at him, he looks delicate and pretty. If he changes into women's clothes, he will definitely look like a girl. Why does he have the protection of Her Majesty's private army? I heard someone say that he has many powerful methods. How can he not protect the military? He's easy to talk to, not domineering at all. What's there to be domineering about with us? As the commoners spoke, they gradually became sleepy. Those who had something covered went to sleep, and those who had nothing found a place to sleep. Li Yi came out of the carriage, found Fan Fan, and gave him some instructions. The winged knights took the cloak and covered the commoners with it. Their hands, faces, feet, and other exposed areas were smeared with toilet water. Some of the commoners were dead asleep, some pretended to be asleep, and some got up to sit and watch. As they watched, their eyes became wet. They remembered that there was an army that was Her Majesty's private army, and its name was Winged Knights. When the sun rose, the fragrance of the broth was once again inhaled into their noses. The commoners got up one after another and were arranged to go to the temporary toilet to solve their problems. They washed their hands and faces and ate breakfast. They were not used to it, as they usually ate 2 meals a day. After eating, each person was given a paper bag of fried noodles. Everyone waved goodbye, and the convoy set off towards Chang'an. When can we reach Lantian County? Li Yi was not sure about the route, as the map was different from the actual place. We can reach Lantian in 4 days. After another 3 days, we will enter Chang'an. Your carriage is too big. Fan Fan gave the answer. Without this carriage, they would be able to reach Chang'an in 4 days. Li Yi's ambulance was long and wide. It was not a problem to reach Chang'an. The road was also wide, but it was a hindrance when they came out. Don't force me. If you force me, I will change to an off-road ambulance and drive it myself. Li Yi was also dissatisfied with the car. If he drove an off-road ambulance, it would only take a day to reach Chang'an on the official road from Luoyang. If it was him, 4 hours would be considered a long time, provided that there was no traffic jam and no speed limit. Dongzhu, what is an off-road ambulance? Fan Fan was more curious and wanted to know. It is a very fast vehicle that can run on its own. There is a machine gun mounted on it. 500 of you are not enough for me to kill. Li Yi said casually. Fan Fan actually believed him. He nodded. Dongzhu, I knew that you have something powerful. Can you let us use that mechanical thing? No, only I can use it. So when we meet enemies, stay with me. Don't risk your life. Hide behind me. I will take care of them. Li Yi refused. Let you use it? How much of my life do you want to take away? Dongzhu, you don't have to kill all of them. You can kill some of them. They will be scared and run away. We will chase after them. If there is any credit, we will share it. Fan Fan could still think of cooperation when killing the enemies. Okay, if there is a chance, all the credit will be given to you. I don't want it. Li Yi said. He did not think that there would be a chance to fight with the enemies. He would just stay in Zhuangzi. Chapter 341. Li Yi was on his way to Lantian County to take a look at the situation and think of a way to deal with it. However, the citizens of Luoyang were grateful to Li Yi. No one called him a wastrel anymore. When the wheat was harvested, bundles of wheat were pulled down with a divine reaper. Even more locusts jumped around in the ground. The citizens finally knew what this was. It was a plague of locusts. There were so many locusts. They had already caught quite a few. If they did not catch them, more would appear in a few days. And a rich fool brought chickens, ducks, and pigs over early in the morning to exchange eggs for locusts. Everyone saw how chickens and ducks ate locusts and laid more eggs. Pigs ate locusts and grew faster. Then, everyone went to exchange eggs. A few days ago, they exchanged chickens and ducks. They even learned how to hatch them manually. When the wheat was harvested and the ground and dense locusts were revealed, they understood how dangerous it was. If they did not exchange for poultry and knew how to catch locusts, what would they do now? Now, a large number of chickens and ducks were running in the fields around Luoyang City. The farmers had released them. The people in front were harvesting the wheat. Behind them, the chickens and ducks flapped their wings and pecked at the locusts. As long as the locusts flew lower, they would definitely be eaten down by the chickens. The ducks stretched out their necks, lowered their heads, flattened their beaks, flapped their wings, and ran in the fields with their legs. They ate everything they saw. Their heads bumped into people's legs, but they ignored them and continued to catch locusts. Some of the chickens and ducks that had not been exchanged followed behind. They tripped after running a few steps and got up, cooperating with each other to eat locusts. The locusts were too big for the chickens. One could not eat them. A few rushed forward and bit the locusts with their beaks. They pulled back and tore them apart. Don't step on the chickens and ducks. They will grow up. The person who had been hired by the farmers to release the chickens and ducks held a net and shouted for people to pay attention. The Baigu brothers stood by the field and allowed the locusts to land on them without moving. A yellow chick ran over and looked up at a locust on Baigu's body. It chirped anxiously. Baigu glanced at it, grabbed the locust, and threw it to the ground. The little chick rushed up, but it couldn't swallow it. It didn't listen and tried to bite it, wanting to crush it. Another chick ran over from the side and looked at the locust. After a few bites, the locust was crushed. The two chicks ate it and turned around to look for more. Elder brother, this is clearly a locust plague. Why do I feel like the people here are so happy? Baisu looked at the people who were grinning and hiding from the little yellow feather chicken and yellow feather duck. He felt that something was amiss. Baigu was still looking at the scene of labor and said, they saw hope. When they realized that locusts could be used to feed poultry and livestock, they thought about how to catch more locusts. The common people also knew how to calculate the incubation period of chickens and ducks. They knew that a batch of chicks would be born every 2 weeks and a batch of ducklings would be born every month. Ducks ate more locusts than chickens. Now it was time to harvest. After the harvest, a large number of locusts were in the field. He used fire to lure them at night and catch them during the day. Looking again, there were already more than 70,000 chickens and ducks of various sizes eating. According to the folk, chickens and ducks have straight intestines. They pooped while eating, and fertilizer fell into the ground. As Baigu spoke, the figure of a smiling young man appeared in his mind. When he first came here, he was scolded as a fool. Now, the people who scolded him wished that they could kowtow to him. Without saying a word, they ran away, leaving only 100 farmers to manage the situation. Baisu was still in a daze. Everything happened too quickly. It hadn't even been a month. As he was thinking, he saw a chicken laying an egg. Immediately, a child ran over with a basket. The basket was covered with wheat straw. The child carefully picked up the egg and placed it in the basket. He didn't dare to run anymore and walked to the side step by step. There were already many big baskets by the side. They were also covered with wheat straw. Eggs and duck eggs were placed inside. The people who were hired helped to look after the people and count. They gathered 10 eggs and gave the child a small bamboo token. Baisu knew that this token could be used to collect a chick or duckling. The locusts were flying, the wheat was being harvested, and the child was looking for something. It seemed so harmonious. What kind of person is Li? Baisu tried hard to think, but he couldn't think of anyone. He couldn't match Li with anyone else. Li seemed to be different from everyone else. According to his brother, he was sent by the emperor. I'll ask around after I enter Chang'an. He said that he would give me 3 ceramic teeth with golden cores and build a separate courtyard for me in Zhuangzi. Baigu said with a smile. He believed that Li Yi was not joking. They still want to bring these chickens and ducks back? Baisu didn't think much about the Chang'an. He began to think about the transportation. Since he taught the method of artificial incubation, he must be more skilled. Why would he go back and forth in Zhuangzi? He must have sold them. In addition, he sold the toilet water, soap and other things a few days ago. Not only did he not lose money, but he also made a few times more money. Baigu calculated the ratio of eggs and chicks exchanged by the locusts, the approximate number of eggs laid, and the number of hatched eggs. He came to the conclusion that the chickens, ducks, and pigs that Li Yi brought over would be sold for 4 to 5 times more money. The officials would say that he was good, and the farmers had been thinking of ways to give benefits to the officials. The people would say that he was good, and they would have more chickens and ducks to raise. They also learned the techniques of incubation and feeding grasshoppers to poultry and pigs to grow faster. Amidst the praises, his farmers would return with a full load. Compared to Bai Gu, who thought about the overall situation, the people were more simple. They only knew that the grasshoppers they casually raised could be exchanged for eggs, duck eggs, and chickens and ducks. In their eyes, grasshoppers were everywhere and worthless. Only chickens and ducks were valuable. As long as the grasshoppers didn't eat the wheat, they would start to catch them in large quantities after harvesting. At the same time, they discovered something interesting. In the past, when it was harvest time, birds would come to eat the wheat, but now the birds were all eating the locusts. Therefore, amidst the harmony, the wheat was harvested. Soon, people brought over threshing equipment and began to crack the wheat. At this time, there was no need to rush to remove the husks. Wheat and rice could be stored for a longer period of time with the outer shell. Flour and rice had a shorter shelf life because they would attract insects. The stalks of the harvested grains used to be used for fire, but now, they were left to be composted or mixed together to be fed to the livestock in the autumn. Even if they knew that they could burn the grains to fertilize the fields, they wouldn't do it. Because of the technology of composting, the fertilized grains were better than burning them directly. Bai Gu left with his hands behind his back. There was nothing more to see. There would be no problems with the Hunan province's food supply this year. In the future, the people wouldn't be afraid of the locusts. They had found a way to deal with it, including how to convince themselves to catch the locusts. What heaven's wrath and locust god, in front of chicken and duck eggs, they were nothing. Brother, are we still collecting the summer rent this year? Bai Su thought of another question. If other locust-infested areas collect it, the Hunan province will. If other locust-infested areas don't collect it, why should we? Bai Gu gave the answer. Chapter 342. Brother, where did you come from? At noon, when the horses were grazing and the people were eating, Li Yi saw the commoners again. He served them hot soup and asked them questions. The one being asked was a man in his 30s. Beside him was a woman with her head wrapped in cloth. There was also a girl around 8 or 9 years old, a boy around 6 or 7 years old, and an infant child whose gender was unknown. Lantian County. They said they wanted to collect a poll tax, so we went to hide at her mother's house. The man answered with a tired face. Why didn't you go to another county to find a job? Li Yi asked another question. They said they were collecting from the capital. If we don't run early and get caught, we will be sentenced. The man said helplessly. Did the county magistrate say that? Li Yi wanted to find out the source. When the county magistrate says it, the county will probably be sealed. That's an order. Many rich families have run away, and some people want to sell their land. Take the money and leave. The man took the hot soup and found that there was a large piece of meat inside. His expression became slightly better. Li Yi ran to ask other people who came out of Lantian County. Only Lantian County and no other counties. Instead, he saw merchants from other counties with newly glazed porcelain in their carriages. They wanted to sell it in Luoyang. Li Yi was slightly relieved. Looking at the situation, only Lantian County had people causing trouble. Li Yi, who was relieved, did not eat. He went into the carriage to write a letter. It took him a full 2 hours to finish. When he came out, he found Fan Fan. Commander Fan, send a few brothers to send it to the village. Fan Fan looked at the envelope. It's not sealed. Send it quickly, don't talk too much. Li Yi glared at the other party. Fan Fan laughed and found 20 riders. He adjusted the horses and gave them the horses that the others did not ride. The armor and crossbows on the horses were removed, leaving only the sabers and bows. One person rode on the mountain and galloped away. Whenever there were people or carriages in front of them, they would shout, "Urgent report, give way, urgent report, Li Yi ate the biscuits with the meat and wild vegetable soup. Fan Fan came over. Dongzhu, are you going to make a move on a portion of the people in Lantian County? Fan Fan looked very excited. Peace is the most important thing. I don't have much ambition. I don't know how to fight back when I'm bullied. I'll get someone to investigate and curry favor with them. Li Yi smiled, a smile that Fan Fan was very familiar with. A voice seemed to linger in Fan Fan's ears. I am Li Yi, Dongzhu of the Li family Zhuangzi. His Majesty asked me to take you out to play. He rubbed his ears and unconsciously distanced himself from Li Yi. Dongzhu, no one will die, right? Fan Fan felt that some people were doomed. Who died? Anyone who comes out of Lantian County will be given food. If there are merchants around, give them a note and bring them to Luoyang. You can obtain benefits. Li Yi looked at the people who had come out of Lantian County to eat and drink soup together. These people had brought their own staple food and salted vegetables. When they realized that there was a large piece of meat in the soup, they stopped eating their own staple food and ate the meat with all their might. This way, they could save on their food. Li Yi did not care when he saw this. If it wasn't for the lack of food, he could have even given them more food. After all, there were many animals in the wilderness of the Tang dynasty. The winged knights were also very good at hunting, so they could eat as much as they wanted. Fan Fan saw that Li Yi was pondering over something and did not disturb him. He turned to find the merchants and discussed with them the matter of bringing the people to Luoyang. That is Li Dongzhu from the east bank of the Ba River. You will be rewarded for bringing people to Luoyang, Fan Fan said to the merchants. When the merchants heard that it was Li Dongzhu, they agreed without a word. After the meal, Li Yi wrote a letter and handed it to the merchants. When the group resumed their journey, the caravan slowed down and traveled together with the people. The meat that was scooped out of the soup was put away. They could still eat it at night, but they could not eat it tomorrow. The weather was hot, so it would spoil. Li Yi did not enter the carriage. He watched the horse trot outside and pursed his lips. It was as though he was saying this to the winged knight's coachman, but it was also as though he was saying it to himself. Fighting is fighting, using the means of harming the people is too despicable. When the people leave home, accidents happen on the road. Those are lives lost. This problem cannot be spoiled. We have to be ruthless and make them beg for death. Otherwise, if everyone uses this method to cause trouble in the future, wouldn't that be terrible? The coachman pretended not to hear, but he knew that Li Yi was angry. He just did not know how to deal with it. Tell the brothers to go hunting again. Pick the big ones to kill. I want to make meat floss at night. Meat floss can be preserved for a long time. Li Yi said again. Hunting, Dongzhu wants to make meat floss. The coachman heard it this time and shouted. Understood. The winged knights in front immediately went forward and went into the forest to look for prey. They knew about meat floss, including the hardtack. They carried it with them, but did not share it with the people. They had to be prepared for sudden attacks at all times, so they had to prepare enough food. Ordinary people did not know how to make meat floss. 1 gene of lean meat could only be made with 5 ounces of meat floss. The people came one after another. At night, there would be new meat floss to replenish. The winged knights gave up their meat floss and let the people take it. This lady, take it. It's free. We are His Majesty's private army, the winged knights. His Majesty loves the people like his children. Brother, don't be so polite. If His Majesty is here, He will also give you things. His Majesty always told us that if we see the people not eating well, we should help. The winged knights delivered things while following Li Yi's instructions. Li Yi did it on purpose. He could not do anything to the other armies of the Tang dynasty, but the winged knights had to leave a good reputation. So good that the people of his time would feel relieved when they saw the army. At that time, the people of his country were never afraid of his army. Unlike some countries, when the army arrived, they raised their hands and said that they did not have weapons and did not shoot. After a long period of publicity, in case there was an emergency in the future. When the winged knights were mobilized, they could get supplies from the villages if they did not have enough supplies. There was no need to rob or force. They just had to say that the people would provide things and then compensate them later. They delivered things along the way, and at night, everyone made meat floss together. Early in the morning of March 24th, a group of cavalry rushed to the Li family Zhuangzi by the Ba River. Li Dongzhu has an urgent letter for you. Song De, Li Dongzhu has a letter for you, the leader shouted. He was panting and his horse was snorting. Quick, take care of the winged cavalry brothers and the horses. Song De ran over. He did not take the letter first, but asked the villager to take care of it. Then, he took the letter and took out a stack of papers to read. After a few glances, he ran to the workshop and told the craftsman to make things. At the same time, he found a clever person in Zhuangzi and instructed, go to Lantian County and inquire about the situation. There is a poll tax, 500 yuan per person a year for 5 years. Find the person behind it and see how the situation is in the county, especially the land sales and wheat harvesting. 25 people found horses and ran to Lantian County. The winged knights drank some hot water and left their horses behind. They used the horses in Zhuangzi to return to the Forbidden Garden. They had to report the situation. They did not care what Li Yi did, but Her Majesty had to know. Chapter 343. It was a sunny morning in Lantian County. It wasn't a good time to drink wine. However, in a large courtyard in the county, there was a group of people drinking wine without the accompaniment of a female singer. They were still eating mutton skewers skewered with bamboo skewers. Congratulations, Brother Ma. Seeing that the people are fleeing, and some are selling their land and ancestral property, Deputy Wang Sun won't be able to collect the business tax anymore. During the banquet, a man in his 20s with a mole above his left eye was talking to a man around his age. Yes. The man who was called Brother Ma was very proud. He took a sip of wine and said, how can business tax be collected casually? 1 unit of 20 or 1 unit of 30 is the gross profit tax. If you sell something for 20 coins and sell it for 30 coins and collect 1 unit of tax, you will have to give 1 unit of tax out of every 10 coins. Moreover, after paying the tax, you will know how much money you have earned. Too much money will attract people's attention. As soon as he spoke, the others all agreed. Brother Ma is right. Every transaction has to be paid. The imperial court doesn't have to care about anything, but we have to work hard. How can there be such a good thing? Wang Sun was sent here to be the county deputy to supervise the collection of taxes. Does he really think that we will help him collect taxes? Isn't that so? Why don't we impeach him when he collects taxes? It's not good to let him collect taxes directly. It's hard on the people. Yes, it's hard on the people. This idea is Brother Guan's. When we buy the land at a low price, Brother Guan should take the majority of the profits. Someone suggested. Everyone looked at a man in his 40s with a mustache. The man waved his hand and said, No, I'm only doing this for revenge. My kiln in Wugong County was taken away by force. There is someone behind the imperial court. I heard that this tax collection is also related to Li Yi. The kiln will be his. When the matter in Lantian County is settled, I will use it in Wugong County. He looks like he cares about the people. I will let him know what's good for him. When the people in Wugong County run away, let's see what he can do. That's right. I've long found Li Yi an eyesore. He always takes out good things, but never gets close to us. This new uranium is actually sold at such a high price. It's a pity that Zhuangzi can't enter. Otherwise, we would have called a few experts to capture him. Only then would we be able to vent our anger. Let's drink. It won't take long. Everyone, just watch and laugh. At this time, in Lantian County, there were still people spreading the rumor of collecting poll taxes. As the news spread, the commoners became fearful. Even some of the wealthy families felt their hearts ache. They couldn't bear to sell their properties, but they had a lot of people at home. What could they do? For a time, the people of Lantian County were in a state of panic. Wang's son, who was being targeted, was sleeping soundly with two beautiful women in his arms. As soon as he arrived at the county, he revealed his identity. "I'm a relative of someone. I'm here to collect taxes. Her Majesty is keeping an eye on me. You guys do your job well." The county magistrate looked like he would listen to everything Deputy Wang said. The other registrars and minor officials in the county started to flatter him. After that, he would be invited to banquets every day, and beautiful women would accompany him. The people in the county all said that they would do a good job. "Dongzhu, look at this child. His stomach hurts. His face has changed." After breakfast, Li Yi's team continued on their way. Suddenly, a person on the horse ran over. The person on the horse was holding a child in his arms. When the horse reached the place, the person carried the child. His feet left the stirrups, he twisted his body and swung his legs. He directly landed on the ground with the child still in his arms. The little boy looked to be about 5 or 6 years old. He was grimacing in pain. There were beads of sweat on his forehead and his hands were covering his stomach. Li Yi turned around and opened the carriage door. He went in to take the child. At the same time, he asked, "Where's the child's parents?" "They're more than 10 miles ahead. We met them on the way there. We didn't have time to bring them back," the non-commissioned officer replied. "Go and ask. What did the child eat? Did he experience the same pain before? Did he run or jump today?" Li Yi asked 3 questions. The non-commissioned officer repeated and turned around to leave. Li Yi put the child on the treatment bed. His hands pressed on different parts of the child's body and asked, "Does it hurt? How does it hurt? What about here?" While asking, he observed the child's expression. Without waiting for the non-commissioned officer to answer, Li Yi put his hand on the child's stomach and gently rubbed it. After rubbing, he pushed up from the lower abdomen. The child gurgled and the painful expression disappeared. "Lie down for a while," Li Yi said as he went to get a hot water bottle. He helped the child sit up and put the hot water bottle on the child's belly button. "Hold him. I'll get you some wine. You can only drink a small mouthful of rice wine," Li Yi said mysteriously. The child licked his lips and nodded vigorously. Li Yi was depressed. It was obvious that the child had secretly drunk the wine. It could also be that the parents dipped their chopsticks in the wine for the child to drink. He warmed up the wine, just half a cup. After heating it up, he poured it down the child's throat. After a mouthful of wine, the child gurgled and exhaled continuously. "Does it still hurt?" Li Yi asked with a smile. The child shook his head. "It doesn't hurt. It will be better if I drink another mouthful." "You wish. Get up when you're better. Jump and jump. Let me see." Li Yi carried the child down as he spoke. The child just had a typical stomach cramp, not the intestines. After massaging it, he found that there was air returning. He applied a hot water bottle and gave the child a mouthful of wine. There were other medicines that could solve it, but it was not necessary. The child ran out of the car and jumped for Li Yi to see. At this time, the non-commissioned officer came back. Dongzhu said that he ate half a cake and drank river water last night. Maybe he got cold when he slept outside at night. As he spoke, he looked at the child jumping there. He did not feel that there was anything wrong. If Dongzhu treated him, he would naturally be cured. It's a sin. Don't blame me for making up rumors. Li Yi took out a piece of rock candy and stuffed it into the child's mouth. Turning his head, he said to the non-commissioned officer, "How many people are there? Tell them to wait there. We'll go over. They haven't eaten breakfast yet, so make them some soup." 15 minutes later, the ambulance arrived. There were 22 people sitting on the ground waiting. A man and a woman looked anxious. Father, mother. The car door opened and the child ran out and rushed over. The couple's expressions changed into joy. The man supported himself with his hands and crouched down to pick up the child. After thinking for a while, he put the child down and pulled his wife. Don't kneel. Li Dongzhu doesn't kneel to save people. The non-commissioned officer shouted, scaring the three people. Make soup. Are you all from Lantian County? Li Yi ordered someone to make soup and asked the 22 people. Everyone nodded. Listen to me and go back with me. Don't go to Luoyang. It's too far. Come to Zhuangzi first. Wait until the matter there is settled before you go home. Li Yi persuaded. His brows furrowed. He was annoyed and angry. Ba Shui Li Dongzhu? An older person looked at Li Yi's car and asked. That's me. Li Yi nodded. It's really a Red Cross car. It's Li Dongzhu's car. Li Dongzhu, I don't care about the others. My family of 5 will go with you. The man's eyebrows were raised in laughter. It's Li Dongzhu. I'll go too. Li Dongzhu, they all said that you are a godly doctor. I didn't believe it. Today, I believe it. This child has been in pain for a long time. It'll be better when it reaches you. Li Dongzhu, they said that they want to collect a poll tax. Is that true? After confirming his identity, everyone was happy. Ba Shuili family Zhuangzi's Dongzhu was a great philanthropist. Everyone knew that. Chapter 344. We escorted Li Dongzhu all the way back. Along the way, every time we met a citizen, Li Dongzhu would help them. Among the citizens, we occasionally saw people from Lantian County. They said that Lantian County collects a poll tax, 500 coins per person, for 5 years. Furthermore, the government also collects taxes from other counties. If you are too slow, you will be blocked and your family will suffer. Li Dongzhu wrote a letter to us and delivered it to Zhuangzi's steward, Songde. I do not know what is written in the letter. The Winged Knight's men were reporting to Li Longji. The 3 ministers were listening. Li Longji heard the report and said, good tax. Poll tax, I like this name. Poll tax, go investigate. The last 2 words were said to Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher bowed, indicating that he understood. I request to write a letter. Yao Chong stood up and said angrily. Let's wait and see how Li Yi does it. I have never seen him do anything to anyone. He has no real power and cannot interfere with local affairs. He only has the right to write a letter of impeachment. Li Longji refused to let Yao Chong do anything. He was curious. What would Li Yi do? Li Yi will not impeach local officials. Zhang Shua stood up and said. He knew Li Yi quite well. Li Yi hated evil as if it was his enemy. According to the Winged Knights, Li Yi would give things to other people. If they were not feeling well, they would be checked. With Li Yi by his side, Nye Tian's return trip was especially smooth. The wild beasts along the way were cleaned up and turned into food. If there were people along the way, they would be given food and set up camp together at night. If they were sick, there was no need to worry. The vehicle was an ambulance. The things inside were good. Furthermore, Li Yi was a godly doctor. I will obey your majesty's orders. Yao Chong sat down. He did not care. He wanted to see. Is Li Yi a god? You are just a civil official with no power. How are you going to deal with those people? Are you going to pay someone to kill you? That's fine. If you hire an assassin, His Majesty won't really do anything to you. However, you made this old man look down on you. For a moment, everyone was very curious. In any case, if they were in Li Yi's position, they couldn't think of any solution. At noon, the people sent to Lantian County to gather information returned to Zhuangzi. From Zhuangzi to Lantian County, it was a distance of 30 li. There is indeed someone playing dirty tricks behind the scenes, but we can't find out anything. It seems like they are hiding very deeply. The person who came back reported to Songda. Send someone to set out with the caravan. Load it with copper coins and silk, collect land and properties. As long as someone is willing to sell it, double the price. Tell them that there is something good there and that our Dongzhu has taken a fancy to it. Bury it underground. At the same time, he told those who wanted to sell their land and houses for the poll tax that Zhuangzi would pay the poll tax. Once they found something good underground, they would be given a share of the profits. They didn't have to sell it, they could work together to mine it. People who didn't have land or real estate were told to hire them to help dig up treasures and pay the poll tax for them, even if it was a baby. Moreover, those who dug up treasures would look at the price. Give them a share of the profits, at least 5%. Songda followed the arrangements written in Li Yi's letter. The farmers loaded the caravan with copper coins and silk. An hour later, a caravan of 20 luxurious caravans rushed along the official road to Lantian County. The sky was not dark yet, and no one in Lantian County wanted to sell their land or houses or leave. The Li family Zhuangzi went to collect land with great fanfare, but they couldn't even buy a single piece of land. When everyone heard that if there was a treasure, they would pay the poll tax and divide it among themselves. Why would they sell it? Double the price? They wouldn't do it even if it was 5 times the price. Those who didn't have land were even more reluctant to leave. They helped to dig, they were paid for digging, and they got a share of the profits. They wouldn't believe it if others said it, but the Ba Shui Li family Zhuangzi said it. Moreover, they brought caravans of copper coins and silk to buy. There was no running away, they would definitely have it. Another group of people was dumbfounded. They had just bought 2 pieces of barren land, but they didn't manage to buy any real estate. Those who left before were those who didn't have much land, or those who had a large family. A portion of them left first, leaving 1 or 2 behind to observe. The rumors were about to explode. At the crucial moment, the Li family Zhuangzi made his move. Damned Li Yi. Brother Guan and Guan Shanxing, who were mentioned by others, smashed their cups. The others who were discussing countermeasures were suddenly stunned. There was no poll tax at all. The Li family Zhuangzi said he would pay, but in the end, he didn't. He said he wanted to buy a house, he offered double the price, and even said there was a treasure underground. Who would sell it? Is there really a treasure underground? Someone thought about it. What treasure? It must be Li Yi's doing. Another person was certain. What if there is? Let's see if there is. They can dig if there isn't. Aren't we cooperating? If there is, we can dig too. What should we do? Let's talk about it in another county. Let's contact someone first. Everyone discussed for a while and left gloomily. They were as happy as they were in the morning, but now they were as sad. Your Majesty, it's settled just like that. Send someone to talk to them. Lantian County is stable. As for the people who left before, Yao Chong heard the news in Xingqing Palace Hall and felt helpless. Sure enough, things were easier with money. Rumors were true. As for the people who left, he didn't say anything. The people who left were on their way to Luoyang. Li Yi sent them a letter on the way. When they arrived at Luoyang, there were naturally arrangements made by the villagers there. There must be work to be done. The children were taken care of. When things settled down, the villagers would bring them back together. Zhang Shua also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I thought there would be a fight. How could I forget? Li Yi first used the money to deal with the locust plague. Li Longji smiled. He looked at them and said, "Do you think this matter is over? But I feel that this is just the beginning." The news he received was that Songda went to the workshop first to make arrangements. He didn't have any backup plans and only needed to show the money. Why did Li Yi write a letter that involved the workshop? I can't think of any other methods. Lu Huaishan shook his head, indicating that he couldn't think of any other methods. Isn't the method simple? I'll send you crabs and let you write a piece of calligraphy. Then the calligraphy will be converted into 10 cubes and you'll have cotton candy as a stake. After that, you'll have a new house and furniture. Zhang Shua mentioned how Lu Huaishan's house came about. How deep was this scheme? Who could think of such benefits? I can't think of anything. I really can't think of anything. Yao Chong also shook his head, indicating that he couldn't think of anything. He didn't even think of using money to break the situation, let alone counterattack. Alright, we'll set up camp here today. Don't worry, there'll be food soon. Li Yi, who was rushing back, used a loudspeaker to shout at the people who ran out of Lantian County. Along the way, he gathered 70 people. They were all people who didn't have permanent property in Lantian County. There were also people who came out to hide because there were too many people at home. They split into 5 groups and went to Luoyang. Luoyang was a big city and had convenient transportation to Chang'an. Furthermore, the public security was relatively better than other places. They were stopped by Li Yi and wanted to bring them back to Zhuangzi. When the people heard that it was Li Dongzhu from Ba Shui, they agreed without hesitation. They cooperated with the Winged Knights to do some work, especially finding places with flowing water to clean up the game. These meat were their dinner. They usually couldn't eat it, but they didn't expect to eat it when they were evading taxes. When the wild vegetables and various kinds of game meat were stewed together, the fragrance wafted out. Many people looked at the Winged Knights around them and felt a sense of comfort. Children were the most sensitive. They didn't cry or make a fuss, even if they were infants. Chapter 345. There was a caravan of merchants from Luoyang in the group. They caught up with Li Yi's group and traveled together with them. They gave up their seats in the caravan for the child to ride in and received the protection of the Winged Knights. The group's speed suddenly slowed down. At this speed, they would not be able to return in 4 days. They would have to travel in 7 to 8 days. Li Yi counted the days and calculated the date of his sister-in-law's pregnancy. He was anxious. There was still a month left, but what if something happened earlier? Commander Fan, send someone back to ask about my sister-in-law's situation. Li Yi was worried. He had no choice but to find Fan Fan for a private matter. It was a private matter for him, but for Fan Fan, it was an important matter. He did not say anything else and directly arranged for people to come. No need, Commander Fan. Tomorrow morning, send a few people to come with me. I will also change horses. Li Yi suddenly changed his mind. In his opinion, the child in his sister-in-law's stomach was more important. The other commoners were protected by the Winged Knights, so they could walk slowly. When he returned to Zhuangzi, he would send a caravan to pick them up. Li Dongzhu, it's very tiring to ride a horse. Fan Fan advised. Is it as tiring as bringing you out to play? Li Yi mentioned the time when the Winged Knights created a devilish training program for each person. At that time, he was by their side. If someone could not take it, he would save them. The Winged Knights did not rest well. He also slept and woke up at times. No, Li Dongzhu, don't always talk about this. Fan Fan expressed his fear. It was a nightmarish experience. Now, when he occasionally heard noises at night, he would be covered in sweat. He would quickly grab his weapon and hide it. Let's eat, let's eat. Li Yi smiled. Fan Fan rubbed his chest and turned to say to the commoners and merchants, don't eat too much tonight. If you feel uncomfortable, you still have to find Dongzhu to take a look. The commoners looked at him anxiously. Such delicious meat, how could he not let them eat a lot? It would be a pity if there were any leftovers and they were thrown away. The weather was hot now. Early the next morning, Li Yi ate until he was half full and didn't drink much soup. He got on his horse and quickly left with the 100 riders. He stood as high as he could and adjusted the stirrups. It was a little tiring, but he could lie down occasionally. Otherwise, if he kept straddling, he knew that the skin on his inner thigh would be torn by the time he reached home. The most important thing was that the weather was hot now. If the skin was abraded, it had to be removed piece by piece and then applied medicine. She did not wear pants or a skirt. She couldn't even hug her blanket when she slept at night. Her legs had to be positioned properly, and it was best if they were fixed. No, absolutely not. Not even half a month. He was not so skillful as to be able to take his feet off the stirrups and dismount with a child in his arms. The horses he used to ride were very obedient and did not run too fast. He squatted, sat and lay on his stomach. He pursed his lips and did not make a sound. 100 winged knights expressed their admiration. There was actually such a good method. They originally wanted to see Li Yi make a fool of himself, but no one said anything about the consequences of a novice horse rider. In the end, Li Yi had already thought of it and knew how to deal with it. Dongzhu, let's compete in speed. A non-commissioned officer shouted to Li Yi. If I fall, what do you think will happen to the person you suggested? Li Yi threatened. Dongzhu, I didn't say anything. The wind was strong just now. You misheard. The other party immediately admitted defeat. Li Yi continued to purse his lips and did not say anything. The wind choked. Lantian County. Early in the morning, Songda had finished selling soy sauce, tea leaves, and other things. He handed the matter over to his assistant and brought Zhuangzi's guards here. Li Yi's letter said that when he arrived at Lantian County, he should be accompanied by guards. 100 mounted guards, 2 horses per person, a crossbow on the horses, full body armor, sabers at their waists, and bows on their backs. Not to mention their archery skills, just their equipment alone was enough to make the bailiffs of Lantian County not dare to provoke them. They brazenly brought out the cavalry without anyone's care. It was said that crossbows were allowed to be issued by the imperial court. They were even produced by the imperial court for distribution. The reason was that there were important military secrets in Zhuangzi that needed to be protected. The guards looked at everyone as if they were bad guys. They were existences that had survived the battlefield, so their expressions were different. Others were afraid of them and could not afford to provoke them. They had not fought many times, so how could they fight with people who had killed before? On the battlefield, life and death were decided in one move. There was no need to glare at each other, and there was no need to use fierce words to provoke. They just went up and fought. Either you fall, or I fall. Those who were seen felt that the guards of Li family Zhuangzi were thinking about how to get rid of them in one move. Songda did not care about what others thought. He followed the information from the people who came yesterday and found a person called Song Xiaowu. Song Xiaowu's family had 11 people and 300 mu of land, including mulberry trees and hemp. The rest was for food. His family's land was not very good. Yesterday, someone came to him to buy it and offered half the market price. Just as he was hesitating, the Li family Zhuangzi said that he wanted to buy the land and was willing to pay the poll tax for his family. He quickly decided not to sell. They would work together. When the poll tax was paid, the Li family Zhuangzi would pay and they could dig up the land as they pleased. Song Xiaowu, there is still a lot of wheat to harvest. Songda went to the field to take a look. Me, my brother who is not married, my sick parents, my wife, and 6 children. We can't do it. Song Xiaowu was very helpless. His family had a 12-year-old girl, a 10-year-old girl, an 8-year-old girl, and 3 6-year-old boys. The 3 boys were triplets. Just like the 3 sisters, they looked very dirty. Obviously, the family was not well off and did not have time to take care of them. This won't do. How can we find wheat? Hire someone to harvest the wheat first. Songda was unhappy. He called out and a farmer found someone who was willing to accept the hire. Everyone went to work together. They took out the magical tools from the carriage and swept the field. The older ones were responsible for collecting and tying up the wheat. The children brought a small basket and squatted down to pick up the wheat grains that fell. Let's go to the next house. Songda looked for people according to the list. The people he looked for were poor people whose families could not harvest the wheat in time. He did not look for rich people or officials. Previously, he did not have enough time to find out any useful information. Last night, someone found out who came to buy the wheat. Then, he investigated the identity of these people and saw who they were in contact with in the past. No matter how deep the people behind the scenes were, the circle was only so big. The investigation of information continued. Songda first helped people to solve the problem of harvesting wheat. Others did not know the situation, but he knew. This time, Dongzhu had big plans and long-term plans. When the serious Dongzhu made a move, it was naturally not simple. To settle things, to scheme against people, to help people, Zhuangzi had to get benefits. Steward Song, are we still collecting the tea leaves? A person who came to work asked. Yes. If you are willing to harvest the tea, continue to do so. Later, I will ask someone to tell Zhuangzi that if anyone who sells tea leaves to Zhuangzi wants to pay poll tax, Zhuangzi will pay it. Songda shouted. Li Dongzhu is benevolent. Li Dongzhu is rich. Li Dongzhu will live to 100 years old. Li Dongzhu will always be in our hearts. I want to burn incense for Li Dongzhu. Li Dongzhu will live forever. Many people who did not live very well in the surroundings shouted. Before they finished shouting, someone in the crowd who was harvesting wheat suddenly shouted, there's something in the field. I kicked it. What is it? Is it colored glass? When did it come? Was it buried? Will there be gold in it? Chapter 346. Hua, a group of people surrounded it. Upon closer inspection, they found that it was half a bowl made of opaque colored glass. There was a lot of dirt on it. Wipe it and see, is it from the previous dynasty? Or is it even older? Someone said. I heard that there was a large tomb in Lantian County. Could it be from the tomb? Then there must be other jewels. If I dig up a night pearl, how much can I get? Voices began to ring out from the crowd. Move, move, move. Come here, who found it? And this land belongs to Xie Xiaohu's family. Xie Xiaohu, come and take a look. This is not what we want, but I'll give you some money. Steward Songda walked over and snatched the glass bowl from the hands of the person who found it. He then stuffed it into his sleeve without even wiping the dirt off it. He called two people to the side and entered the carriage. After a quarter of an hour, the two people came out with smiles on their faces. Xiaohu, how much did he give? And that person? Xiaohu, tell me, how much did Steward Song give you for half a bowl? Someone immediately asked. The others were anxious. Xie Xiaohu grinned but shook his head. I can't say, it's not much. It's just 50 coins. Yes, 50 coins. After speaking, he squeezed out of the crowd and ran in the direction of his home. As he ran, he shouted, Wife, wife, go buy that silver hairpin you like. We have money now. When the others heard this, they understood. They could at least buy a silver hairpin. What 50 coins? 50 coins could buy a silver hairpin? What's going on? Who knows, where did this treasure come from and how much is there? Our Lantian County really has good things. No wonder the Li family Zhuangzi wants to buy it. It's a coincidence. Otherwise, we would have asked the Li family Zhuangzi to buy the land. Who knows how many good things will fall into their hands. Everyone, dig. Dig around the area. Plow, it's best to plow. Someone shouted in the crowd. Many people came over to dig and dig. Xie Xiaohu came. His wife came with him. It looked like they were going to buy a silver hairpin. You can't dig. This is my family's land. What are you digging for? Quickly harvest the wheat. Xie Xiaohu stopped them. His wife had an anxious look on her face. The news quickly spread. At first, it was said that they found half a glass bowl. It could be a tomb from the previous dynasty or some other time. Then, a large caravan encountered bandits here, and they buried the good things in the caravan. After that, it became a treasure trove of some dynasty. Looking at the various legends of Lantian County, you can think for yourself, right? The appearance of the locust god signifies the appearance of the treasure. None of you know where Li Yi is, right? Instead of Zhuangzi, he went to Luoyang, where there was a plague of locusts. What was he going to do? Of course, he followed this trail to find the treasure. Guess what happened in the end? It was in Lantian County. Do you think he's stupid? Pay a poll tax of $200 per person. Helping people harvest wheat. I heard that his ancestors were treasure hunters. When he came to Zhuangzi, the things he took out were exactly what was recorded in other treasures. Some popular storytellers were saying similar things in various parts of Lantian County. The people of Lantian County understood. Oh! No wonder, it made sense. After that, there was news of someone digging up something. Steward Song went to talk to them, and the people of the main family laughed like crazy. They must have taken a lot of money. When Li Yi finally returned to Zhuangzi the next morning, he was exhausted. Many rich families in Lantian County had hired people to dig in the fields. How is it? Li Yi was soaking in the pool with his head exposed. He asked Songde, who was also soaking in the pool. Dongzhu, the first step is successful. Dongzhu, your deception, no, your scheme is too powerful. Songde felt that the water was a little hot, so his upper body was exposed. Don't talk nonsense. Lantian County really has treasures. Other than jade, there are many things that can be directly valued. I don't dare to touch them alone. Li Yi knew what Lantian County had. Among the minerals, there was kaolin, which was used to make porcelain. The quality was very good. There were also materials that could make cement, including mineral fertilizers. Fertilizers were the most important to the people's livelihood. He could not make synthetic fertilizers, so mineral fertilizers were just right. Of course, there were also hot springs, but they belonged to the royal family. They had long been there, and others were not allowed to soak in them. If he was willing to dig a well, he knew where he could dig a hot spring without digging too deep. It was easy for him to mine. Lantian County and Zhuangzi had a common river, Ba Shui. Ship after ship, they were transported back and used to make fertilizer and other things. Lantian County also had charcoal. It was not used as fuel, but as fertilizer, it was simply amazing. Other than these, Li Yi admitted that he could not afford to dig out the most important thing. Then Dongzhu, shall we continue? Songde was not sure what good things there were, but he was willing to do things like scheming. He came out of the pool and went to the shower. Wearing a bathrobe, he yawned and returned to his courtyard. He found his bed and fell asleep. He did not even eat. The winged knights who came back with him were in a much better state than him. They returned to the Forbidden Garden and found Li Longji to report. Your Majesty, Li Dongzhu has just returned. He is worried about the queen and the child. Yesterday morning, he called for 100 of us to escort them back. The non-commissioned officer stood straight. He did not look tired and could still hold on for a while. Li Longji pursed his lips and nodded. He did not say anything. He waved his hand and the non-commissioned officer left. On the 28th of March, a group of people from Lantian County gathered together again. Last night, someone saw something dug out from Gao Laoyuan's house. It was very big. Under the light of the lanterns, it was golden yellow. This morning, Gao Laoyuan's family disappeared. They stopped harvesting the wheat in the fields. They probably got a big share of the money and no longer cared about Lantian County's property. Someone shared the important news he had heard. Now many people believed that the appearance of the locust god leads to the appearance of the treasure. Today, Lantian County cooperated with the Li family Zhuangzi to excavate. More than 20 families bought new clothes for their families and hired people to renovate and build new houses. This was impressive. Especially Xia Xiaohu's family, they bought a new carriage and 2 horses. They brought his parents, wife and children to his wife's house. The wheat in Lantian County was harvested. The whole yard was demolished and a 2-story house was to be built. No matter, they paid a lot of money and asked someone to build it. How much money was that? They said they dug out a box and used a compass to measure it. They found it in an instant. Boss, we just received news that Songda went to the county office and said he wanted to rent 10 plots of land. But there were 2 big merchants from Luoyang who also wanted to rent. The 2 parties quarreled in the county office. Songda said he could give up 9 plots of land, but there was 1 plot that the other party could not touch. But they asked which plot and which plot, the other party refused and gave up 10 plots of land. County Magistrate Jiang spread the news and asked me to inform boss. What should we do? Should we not rent it and dig it ourselves, or should we rent it and think of a solution? A servant ran in from outside and said to the man surnamed Ma. The others were excited and looked at the man surnamed Ma, waiting for him to make a decision. The man surnamed Ma looked at Guan Shanqing. Guan Shanqing thought for a moment and said, "Go ask about the 2 merchants from Luoyang. It would be better if we could meet them."